Chapter 10-12. Feng Wuji felt a lofty aspiration in his heart. The three of us are holy scions, but the reputation of the Holy Lands has been declining over the years. We have to go on this trip. The high-ranked demons have long wanted to meet them. Nguyen Muyun smiled and did not say anything. She did not have such lofty dreams as the two. She just went with the flow. If she could help the two, she would do her best. The warship carried Xiao Ho-Ju's group of three through the barrier of the sky, heading for the strongest battlefield in the starry heavens. At the same time, Xingtian's personal disciple led Wei Hua, Wang Can, and the others to pack up and head for the astral battlefield as well. After the ghost races, Xie Zixuan finished wiping the 8 sabers. The mountain monarch sent him off with his gaze before disappearing into the starry heavens. No one had expected Xiao Chen's startling performance at the king conferral ceremony, rising up like a comet and putting so much pressure on the other outstanding talents. Unexpectedly, all of them headed for the astral battlefield ahead of time, all for the sake of catching up to the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. When they advanced to martial emperor in the future, they would compete with Xiao Chen. The influence of this matter was far from this. Later, as the news of these people heading for the astral battlefield spread, a trend formed in the Kunlun continent that all Grandmaster-level martial sages could head to the astral battlefield. In this age of geniuses, the flourishing sharpness was displayed vividly. In the god's domain, in the divine kingdom of the heavens, the golden power of faith converged to form a vast ocean. Palaces and pavilions dotted the sky like stars. Di Wuk met with the supreme deity race emperor Forsaken alone. He knelt down and begged the deity emperor to forge a deity statue for him. You are not even Emperor Wu, yet you want to use the power of faith to raise your strength. In this life, you will be like those fake Emperor Wu, who pretends to be a deity. Think about it yourself. If you really want revenge, you will even have to give up your status as the divine son. In that case, I'll sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation and use the power of faith to raise you to the level of Emperor Wu. With that, you'll be able to defeat the current Xiao Chen in one move. Emperor Forsaken was expressionless. His true body was shrouded in golden light, and behind him were layers upon layers of small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of ordinary natives who prayed and worshipped him every day, contributing an endless stream of faith power to him. Di Wuk clenched his right fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, causing blood to flow out. After a long time, his heart slowly calmed down. Wuk knows his mistake. I will use my own hands to take back the humiliation I've received. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign revealed a gratified expression. It's good that you know your mistakes. Even if I gave you the cultivation of a martial emperor, it would be meaningless. Exhausting your potential for the sake of a certain person is the stupidest thing to do. Take it. Emperor Forsaken extended his hand and pushed. A shiny golden manual flew towards Di Wuk. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Forbidden. Di Wuk caught the manual. The 4 words, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, were written on the page. It was no different from the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist that had been circulating outside. However, there was a bloody forbidden word at the end. It was a ghastly sight, and it gave off a different feeling. This is the complete Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, a forbidden art of my divine race. The ones circulating outside are only incomplete versions. Right after the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign spoke, he handed Di Wuk 2 more secret manuals. The same bloody words, forbidden, were carved on the pages. One was a body-tempering cultivation technique, the immortal deity sovereign body, and the other was a sword technique, the heaven-extinguishing sword art. Tomorrow, go to the astral battlefield. Apart from this place, no other training ground will be able to help you cultivate these 3 forbidden arts so quickly. Di Wuk put away the 3 forbidden arts and left in silence. Emperor Forsaken heaved a sigh of relief. The divine son was still the divine son. He had never changed. The next day, when Di Wuk was about to set off alone, he unexpectedly ran into Goddess Tianyu Shi and the 13 keepers at a corner. I will accompany you to the astral battlefield. We are also willing to accompany the divine son to the astral battlefield, the 13 keepers said in unison. After being stunned for a moment, Di Wuk's gloomy face finally revealed a smile. In the largest inn of Haotian City, a blue-robed youth with a sword on his back drained his cup of wine and left the money for it. Half drunk and half awake, he muttered. The astral battlefield. It's time to go back. Everyone had their own story, and everyone had their own pursuits. Geniuses were born in times of prosperity, and heroes were born in troubled times. What was an outstanding talent? If one did not have a heart that dared to temper oneself and gave up on one's pursuits after one failure, one would just be an empty title. After thousands of tempering, even if one lost 100 battles, one's heart would not change. The title of outstanding talent never left. The prologue to the great age had already begun long ago. The story on the stage had its highs and lows. As it rose and fell, it played out a vast and majestic play in this age of prosperity. With the outstanding talents around, the Blue Dragon King on the stage had never been lonely. After advancing to great Grandmaster level martial sage, Xiao Chen should have been the outstanding young talent most qualified to enter the astral battlefield. However, under the control of the three holy masters, he was tossed far away from the Kunlun continent, to the desolate Heavenly Star Island. Only the outstanding talents of the various Grandmaster level martial sages went to the astral battlefield in advance, taking a path that ran counter to Xiao Chen's. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to cross paths. However, if a supreme existence looked down on the heavenly wheel of fate, they would discover the two paths that ran counter to each other. It was just that they started from one point and turned half a circle, forming a perfect circle, and converging again. On the Purple Dragon warship, Xiao Chen did not know that his performance at the King Conferral ceremony had triggered a huge change in the younger generation of the entire Kunlun continent. Right now, Xiao Chen and Lan Xiaobai stood at the bow of the warship, chatting as they watched the clouds fly by. Speaking of which, why did you not use the transportation formation? There is a transportation formation in the central province that leads directly to the primal chaos domain. To get to Heavenly Star Island, one had to leave the Tianwu domain, cross the primal chaos domain, and then cross the yellow soil demonic garden. Finally, one had to swim across the chaotic demonic sea and head west. Only after crossing the vast ocean and many sea islands could one reach Heavenly Star Island. A Peak King grade warship would take 3 to 4 months to reach Heavenly Star Island at full speed without stopping. If it were a holy grade warship, it would take twice as long. It would take half a year to arrive. If Xiao Chen took the transportation formation and departed from the primal chaos domain, he could save 2 months. Unexpectedly, in the past, there was a transportation formation that led directly to Heavenly Star Island from Bushan Palace. Unfortunately, something happened, and the transportation formation on the island was severely damaged. Furthermore, Bushan Palace had practically abandoned that place. Hence, the transportation formation was as good as not having it. It was no longer of any use. Lan Xiaobai felt very curious. What was Xiao Chen thinking when he used the Purple Dragon warship to fly over? The wind blew in front, blowing Xiao Chen's hair up. As he looked into the distance, the sky looked pure white. However, there was a lot of dirt and darkness hidden under the pure whiteness. Naturally, Xiao Chen had made preparations to purchase astral cores and use the warship to reach Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen did not know what scheme Neptune's old subordinates were preparing. Based on their arrangements to kill Xiao Chen in the Haotian sect, he was sure that they had some backup plans. If Xiao Chen's group followed the original plan and used the transportation formation, the other party would probably attack them along the way. In that case, he might as well do the opposite. It would just take a little more time. Coincidentally, he could use this time to digest the energy of the 10 spirit veins' origins and stabilize his cultivation. Of course, Xiao Chen could not tell Lan Xiaobai about this for now. So, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's talk about you. Aren't you busy preparing for the Heroes Convention to fight against Diwuk? Why are you following me? Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly. You chopped Diwuk in half during his King Conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom, and he lost all his prestige. Naturally, his Heroes Convention came to an end. No one will participate. Thinking about it, this made sense. Back then, Diwuk was very famous. Few in the younger generation could match him. When the cultivators of the Kunlun continent talked about how powerful a person was, they even talked about how many moves they could take from Diwuk. However, in a short 1 year, Xiao Chen humiliated Diwuk in the heavenly ruin wasteland and chopped him in half during his King Conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom. Holding a heroes' convention with such momentum would just be a joke. Lan Xiaobai revealed a desolate expression. Then he continued, I'm following you to write the Tsinglung scheme. For the past 1 year or so, I've traveled everywhere. Be it the ghost domain, the fiend domain, the corpse domain, or the vast heavenly starry ocean, I've been given the cold shoulder, even mocking and mocking. In the past, I was too proud. Only after seeing all the experts in the world did I realize how insignificant I am. With my strength, I cannot write the hero's convention. After the king conferral ceremony, I discovered that although the world is vast, I can only use you to write the Tsing-Lung scheme. Lan Xiaobai's frankness surprised Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "You are really direct. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I do not care about the Tsing-Lung scheme, nor am I as ambitious as Di Wuk." Lan Xiaobai did not appear surprised. He revealed a faint smile on his fair, handsome face. The Tsing-Lung scheme is not just a hero's convention. I want to write the entire martial epic. From the start to now, the glory of the ancient era, the decline of the ancient era, and now the flourishing age. In terms of ambition, I am much more ambitious than Di Wuk. It does not matter whether you agree or not. As long as I follow by your side, I can witness the entire flourishing age and write about it. Seeing Lan Xiaobai's sincere tone and serious expression, Xiao Chen could not help feeling some admiration. What Lan Xiaobai wanted to do was probably unprecedented. It would take a lot of effort and time, and it would be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 10:13. Xiao Chen recalled the words of the powerful expert from the immortal epic in the beautiful mountain and river painting. After flourishing to the extreme, one would decline, unable to escape a calamity. This was the case for the immortal epic. Would the martial epic be the same? If someone really wrote a Tsing-Lung scheme, recording the entire history of the martial epic, they might be able to discover something from it. From there, they might be able to avoid the great calamity that was faintly discernible but would definitely come. This would be boundless merit. Very well. If that is the case, I promise to help you finish writing the Tsing-Lung scheme. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will hold a martial Dao tea party and gather all the outstanding talents of this age for you to write it. Lan Xiaobai felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen changed his mind so quickly. So, he quickly expressed his thanks. Just as Lan Xiaobai was about to say something, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked to the front. There seems to be a warship with an even stronger aura than the one we are standing on. It is flying over at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's one of us." Soon, everyone in the warship's hold, aside from the Haotian sect's supreme elder, gathered on the deck and looked up at that warship. This is the Dragon's Gate's warship? When the warship got closer, everyone could clearly see the 18 sails, the blue dragon engraved on the hull, and the Dragon's Gate's flag. Everyone recognized it with one glance. TSK, TSK. Unexpectedly, so many people came to welcome this fat lord. You are too polite. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu stood side by side. Why is this fellow here? Yu Chenxi said, finding it strange when he recognized Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho giggled and said, "What's wrong? Can't this fat lord come?" This fat lord's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce has already become famous. I am preparing to set up a branch on Heavenly Star Island to contribute to the prosperity of Heavenly Star Island. Brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to thank me. Even Lan Xiaobai could not help saying, Heavenly Star Island is rather desolate. There are plenty of resources in the surroundings, but there has never been a trade route. If such a large merchant association enters, it will definitely be of help. You could not help smiling. She said, "It looks like one cannot judge a book by its cover." After the others left, the fatty carefully told Xiao Chen the truth. "I can't go on any longer. After your king conferral ceremony, my branch and headquarters in the profound domain were all smashed up by someone. They said that I'm not allowed to hang up the Azure Dragon Merchant Association's signboard. Otherwise, I'll smash it every time I see it. I, Fatty, am a stubborn person. If I'm not allowed to hang it, I'll hang it. In the end, I'll be smashed every time I hang it." Xiao Chen's face turned cold. Who did it? Miss Ing Cheong could not do anything about the people of the three noble clans. She gave me another sum of money, a very large sum, to follow you to Heavenly Star Island. The people of the three sovereign noble clans had chased after him on his way to being conferred king, so he had no choice but to vent his anger on his friend. They were really going overboard. Xiao Chen consoled, "In that case, come with me to Heavenly Star Island. I want to see who dares to smash the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce in my conferred land. Those people who smashed the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will smash their lair in the future. Kim Tae-ho smiled. It's enough to hear you say that. However, Miss Ing-cheong is really interesting. The amount of money she gave me was really huge. There were also all sorts of resources. My space ring couldn't store them all, so I placed them all in the space warehouse of the Dragon's Gate battleship. How much? Fatso was not someone who had never seen money before. If even he said that the amount was huge, then it should be quite a lot. The four Fatso glanced at each other and whispered, a total of 100 million black astral coins. She said that this amount is the Ing clan's support for you. If you want to use it, you can do so at any time. 100 million black astral coins. Xiao Chen could not help but be flabbergasted. It was probably not as simple as Ing-cheong made it out to be. Such an astronomical sum was probably a tenth of the Ing clan's 10,000 years of accumulation. Even if Xiao Chen succeeded in being conferred king, the Ing clan would not give him such a huge support. This was already enough to hurt the Ing clan. If Xiao Chen had to explain, he could only blame it on Ing-cheong. Why is this girl so good to me? What's wrong? Do you want to use it? If you do, I'll give you half first. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, just use it. With such resources and your ability, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to rise again. In the Primal Chaos domain, Leng Xiaofan received news that the ambush had failed. Xiao Chen did not use the transportation formation to leave. Instead, he planned to take the warship to Heavenly Star Island. After thinking for a while, Leng Xiaofan gave an order to cancel the plan and observe the situation. The Dragon's Gates warship was faster. Since Kim Tae-ho brought the Dragon's Gates warship, everyone naturally switched to it. Just like that, 1 month passed unhurriedly. The group crossed the Primal Chaos domain and arrived at the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the journey was peaceful. As the group traveled through the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden, they did not run into any attacks. They arrived at the chaotic demonic sea's shore without a hitch. Xiao Chen had many memories of the chaotic demonic sea. He wondered how Yao Yen, who relied on the 8 Emperor Wu's sacrifice to gain complete control of the primordial treasure Neptune, was doing now. The 8 predecessors had used their lives to place shackles on Yao Yen, shackles that would revitalize the merfolk race. Now Yao Yen was the merfolk empress and grasped the primordial treasure Neptune, the merfolk race's thorn sovereign circlet, Neptune's scepter, chasing wave shoes, and other emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune used. Xiao Chen's cultivation had definitely advanced rapidly. Who knew how strong she was now? De Bao, who was at the front, had already excitedly lowered the Dragon's Gates warship and anchored it in the water. Then he waved his hands and beckoned everyone to board. In the ocean, warships normally traveled in the water. Firstly, it conserved energy and reduced expenditure. Secondly, there were ocean currents in the water. If one made good use of the ocean currents, they would be several times faster than flying in the air, perhaps even more than 10 times faster. I heard that the mysterious merfolk empress has a deep friendship with Brother Xiao. Now that we have arrived at the chaotic demonic sea, will Brother Xiao not go and take a look? A total of 3 people from the Azura race came. Aside from Yu and Lan Xiaobai, there was a rather quiet man. At this moment, the one who spoke was Yi Feng. This person rarely spoke. Now that he spoke, he seemed to have figured out why Xiao Chen hesitated. Yu thought to herself, not only is there a deep friendship, he even gave an emperor-grade secret treasure as a congratulatory gift. Without a certain relationship, he definitely would not have given it. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and avoided answering. He directly said, let's go. There is still a long way to go. The other party was definitely in bitter cultivation. He had so many Emperor-grade secret treasures and even a primordial Emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune. If Xiao Chen did not raise his strength, he would end up benefiting them sooner or later. It was better not to disturb them. The sea surged with strong winds and waves. The Dragon's Gates warship used its strong might to break through the waves. It was as stable as the ground, not shaking at all. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in another cultivation room. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, continuously digesting the spiritual energy that had yet to completely merge with his body. 10 peak spirit veins contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. It would be sufficient for a regular cultivator to break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm. However, Xiao Chen barely managed to break through to Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage. With the help of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, he had refined most of the spiritual energy in less than 2 months. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a great cycle, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. This qi was like an arrow, looking solid and unending. I am still some distance away from peak Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage. I have to break through to the 8th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only then can I quickly reach peak Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage and pave the way for my advancement to the blue-robed Emperor realm, becoming an emperor and becoming a famous person in the world. With just a thought, I can stir up the winds and clouds, returning to the natural state. All the demeanor of a grandmaster will be contained in my heart. Only by reaching the blue-robed Emperor realm can I truly have the strength to protect myself on Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen stood up and thought quickly. He considered his current situation and how to resolve it. After thinking about it, all the clues turned into one word: blue-robed Emperor. Coincidentally, there is a supreme elder of the Haotian sect on the warship. How about I go and ask him for advice? I wonder if I will disturb him? Xiao Chen said with some hesitation. This supreme elder's name was Qin Yu. He was an old antique of the Haotian sect. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had stayed on the blue-robed emperor for several hundred years. He was a blue-robed emperor with an extremely deep cultivation, even stronger than the Haotian vice sect master. Of course, his potential was not as great as the latter's. I might as well ask him. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen moved his 10 fingers and materialized a clone out of thin air outside Elder Qin's recuperation room. Materializing a clone out of thin air was not difficult for Xiao Chen. However, such a clone did not have much combat prowess. It would not even be able to defeat an insignificant cultivator. Of course, if Xiao Chen was willing to spend some time and use some essence blood to nourish it with spiritual energy, it would be able to bring out some combat prowess. If he used it to knock on the door and ask some questions, it would not be so troublesome. Dong, dong, dong. The clone gently knocked on the door 3 times and said, Elder Qin, this junior Xiao Chen would like to seek guidance from senior. Do you have time? Haha. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time already. If you still had not come, I would have lowered my pride and gone to look for you. Carefree laughter came from the room. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, and he leaped up. His feet did not touch the ground as he floated to the recuperation room. Then, he scattered the clone and pushed the door open. The recuperation room was very large, divided into 2. The front was a fully equipped tea room, and the back was a cultivation room. Elder Qin had already brewed tea at the tea table. When he saw Xiao Chen arrive, he stood up to welcome him. After Xiao Chen took a seat, he explained his purpose in coming in detail. After Elder Qin finished sipping his tea, he said, Aside from helping you hold down Heavenly Star Island, the sect master called me here for another purpose. That is to give you pointers on how to break through the blue-robed emperor. Many thanks, Senior. In that case, Xiao Chen will not stand on ceremony. Might I ask Elder Qin, what is a blue-robed emperor? What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster level martial sage? What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu? Elder Qin put down his teacup and thought for a while, considering how to let Xiao Chen understand what a blue-robed emperor was. After a while, Elder Qin said, You can treat the blue-robed emperor as a bridge that connects a great grandmaster level martial sage to Emperor Wu. If you can complete this bridge, you will be able to successfully reach the realm of Emperor Wu. If you cannot complete it, you will be stuck at the blue-robed emperor for life. Cultivating under the blue-robed emperor is the process of building a bridge. Bridges are divided into gold, jade, silver, and stone. The better the material, the higher the grade of the bridge. Chapter 10:14. This is why some people are as strong as Emperor Wu even though they have reached the same level. This is the reason. Bridge. When Xiao Chen heard such a wondrous explanation, he could not help but feel astonished. The old man's words had 3 meanings. Using the bridge as an example, he explained all his problems clearly. There was a huge chasm between a great grandmaster level martial sage and Emperor Wu. If one could sense the existence of the chasm and reach a dead end, the one qualified to build the bridge would be the blue-robed emperor. Otherwise, One would be a great Grandmaster level martial sage, not the blue-robed emperor. After building the bridge and crossing the chasm, one would be able to remove the word Zhuan and be called Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen used this to evaluate himself and discovered that he could not sense the existence of the chasm at all. He was not qualified to build the bridge at all. With your current cultivation, you should be able to barely see the chasm, right? Elder Qin asked with a smile. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I can't see it. I can't feel it at all. When Elder Qin heard this, his expression could not help but change slightly. He sized up Xiao Chen and said, How can that be? Although you are a newly advanced great grandmaster level martial sage, your heavenly sage laws are vast and dense. Furthermore, they have already reached the limits of grandmaster level martial sages. With more than 5,000 rings, how can you not feel it at all? Indeed, Xiao Chen could not feel it at all. He did not even know how far he was from the chasm. After thinking for a while, Elder Qin smiled and said, It should have something to do with your cultivation technique. This is a good thing. The more great grandmaster level martial sages accumulate, the more extraordinary the bridge they build will be. Putting this aside for now, Xiao Chen continued asking, What are the materials for building the bridge? How do you differentiate between good and bad? Elder Qin said, Cultivation is the foundation. The heavenly sage laws are definitely the main material. The stronger the heavenly sage laws are, the denser they are. They might even be able to transform into dragons or phoenixes. This is equivalent to using an epic grade material to build the bridge. Heavenly sage laws can take form? This was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of such a thing. None of the great grandmasters he had met had been able to do this. Of course they can. However, from ancient times until now, those who are able to shapeshift are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Only those who are extremely talented can shapeshift. When he spoke up to hear, Elder Qin came to a sudden understanding and said, I know why you haven't sensed the existence of the chasm in the heavens and the earth even though your cultivation is so high. Transformation. The answer is transformation. Now is the age of geniuses. All of you outstanding talents will definitely be able to transform. Once you succeed, you will be able to sense the chasm between heaven and earth. Transformation? Elder Qin, do you know how to transform? Hearing Elder Qin's explanation, Xiao Chen was overjoyed and asked expectantly. Elder Qin smiled and said, I don't know how to transform. However, according to the information I have, transformation is something that happens naturally and without a teacher. If you want to avoid taking a detour, see if you can search for it in the remnant of an ancient prime. During the ancient era, countless experts were able to make their heavenly sage laws take form. Achieving naturally and without a teacher was too vague. It was better to find the secret manuals of the predecessors and point out the direction. After Xiao Chen settled down on Heavenly Star Island, he would send people to ask around about this, to see if he could find the secret manuals for transformation in places like auctions and markets. Boom! Just as the two were chatting happily, the warship suddenly trembled intensely. Xiao Chen and Elder Qin remained as unmoving as a mountain. However, the decorations in the room shattered. Given the weight of the Dragon's Gate's warship and its formations, regular winds and waves would not be able to shake it. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He stood up and said, I'll go and see what's going on. If there are any problems that I cannot resolve, I hope that Elder Qin will be able to help. Go then. This old man will do his best. Elder Qin showed a grave expression and did not delay. Little brother Xiao Chen, something happened. We are surrounded by the Xianshui sex people. Right after Xiao Chen left the recuperation room, Kim Tae-ho rushed over anxiously with a flustered expression. The Xianshui sect was at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean. That meant that the Dragon's Gate's warship had already left the chaotic demonic sea. If they headed west, they would reach Heavenly Star Island in about a month. Xiao Chen had once killed a disciple of the Xianshui sect master in front of him. If he passed by here, he would definitely be intercepted by the other party. However, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. Although the Xianshui sect was not one of the 9 ranks of the great families, it was the weakest of the 9 ranks of the great families. It could not be compared to a large sect like the Haotian sect. This place was not too far from the Kunlun continent. The Thunder King's name still had some deterrence. Xiao Chen did not think that the other party would send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as the other party did not send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen would have a way to deal with them. Even if the other party was bold enough to send out an expert, Xiao Chen would not fear them. After all, there was still Elder Qin on the warship. Given the other party's strength, they could at most send out a blue-robed emperor. Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, Kim Tae-ho calmed down as well. Quickly arriving on the deck, Xiao Chen looked around. A King-grade warship led 10 Sage-grade warships to surround the Dragon's Gate's warship. Waves surged endlessly on the surface of the sea. There were still some energy ripples in the air that had not dissipated yet. When Xiao Chen saw this situation, he felt even more assured. The other party must have used the ancient demonic energy cannons to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. However, it did not achieve the effect that they wanted. Aside from some intense shaking, the Dragon's Gate's warship did not suffer any damage. Call the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, out and hand over all the congratulatory gifts he received at the King conferral ceremony. My Xianshui sect will not make things difficult for you. An ancient mirror hovered above Yao Chen's head as he shouted from the other party's King-grade warship. Jean Lin and the others had already gathered on the deck long ago, waiting in formation. Lan Xiaobai stood at the very front and smiled. You really boast shamelessly. The warship under my feet is the Dragon's Gate's warship. Barring an Emperor-grade warship, no King-grade warship can suppress it. If we want to leave, can you stop us? Just an insignificant Xianshui sect dares to come and snatch the Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King of the Bushan Palace favors? Yao Chen, where do you get the courage from? Xiao Chen stopped. He had not expected Lan Xiaobai to be so bold. He decided to wait and see first. You have a sharp tongue. Smash this warship. Let's see how he is going to get to Heavenly Star Island. When Yao Chen saw Lan Xiaobai's unyielding attitude, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He ordered the various warships to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship again. Amid the loud explosions, beams of blue energy shot out from the surrounding ships with great momentum, stirring up the waves and causing the water to shoot up into the sky. The resplendent light was incredibly piercing. If it struck a cultivator, even a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be severely injured. Bang! However, an azure-colored protective barrier appeared on the Dragon's Gate's warship. Dragon motif spread out, blocking the ferocious ancient demonic energy cannons. Ripples spread out, but the warship remained undamaged. Yao Chen did not believe it. He continued to give orders to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. The sound of surging water rang out endlessly, and the light of the protective barrier dimmed. Xiao Chen took out 100 astral cores and handed them to Kim Tae-ho, telling him to control the warship and replace them with astral cores. The other party's ancient demonic energy cannons could not break the protective barrier of the Dragon's Gate's warship. As long as there were sufficient astral cores, it would not sink. However, Xiao Chen did not lack astral cores. Senior brother Yao Chen, our warship's astral cores are almost depleted. This Dragon's Gate's warship is the king of King-grade warships, the king of kings. There is no way for us to break it, a person at the side said to Yao Chen with an unsightly expression. Yao Chen waved his hand to stop. Then he said angrily, I'll personally break this protective barrier. Xiao Chen held the profound water mirror above his head and soared into the air. Then, he summoned out the profound river image and quickly flew towards the Dragon's Gate's warship. Lan Xiaobai smiled coldly and said, You overestimate yourself. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and flew out as well, charging over with a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Lan Xiaobai make a move. Lan Xiaobai's movement technique was extremely strange. It was like he was teleporting. Lan Xiaobai flickered in the air, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, executing some kind of instant kill sword technique. Although Yao Chen summoned out the Emperor-grade secret treasure image in the air, he was still no match for Lan Xiaobai. The moment the profound river image appeared, Lan Xiaobai chopped it into several pieces. This caused this powerful Emperor-grade secret treasure image to lose its use. Those few sword strikes were so fast that they left no shadows. When Xiao Chen saw this, his eyes lit up. This seemed to be some kind of sword technique that was compatible with the space Dao. Xiao Chen's figure moved with the sword, moving at the edge of space. He was truly so fast that he did not leave any traces at all. After the profound river mirror lost its effect, Yao Chen was no match for Lan Xiaobai. In less than 10 moves, Lan Xiaobai sent him flying with one sword strike. A horrifying wound appeared on Xiao Chen's chest, nearly chopping him in half. Lan Xiaobai is only one step away from reaching Great Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the talent of the Azura race, allowing him to fight above his cultivation and kill an ordinary older generation Great Grandmaster level martial sage. As Xiao Chen watched the two fight, he quickly came to a conclusion. He had a rough idea of Lan Xiaobai's strength. Yao Chen, with just this bit of strength, you dare to block the Azure Dragon King's ship? You must be tired of living. You must be tired of living, Lan Xiaobai said rudely as he stood upright with his sword in hand. Several of the great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the Xianshui sect on the warship were very timid, not daring to step forward to help. First Martial Uncle, are you still not going to make a move? Yao Chen shouted when he landed on the warship's bow. Humph! Useless thing. You cannot even last 10 moves. If the Xianshui sect lands in your hands, it will really be finished. A cold snort came from the King-grade warship. Then, an extremely vast aura surged out from the other party's warship. Winds and clouds stirred in the surroundings, and the seawater churned endlessly. A 1-kilometer-tall pillar of water burst out from the surface of the sea, sending waves surging up and down. It seemed like a storm was approaching. The sky suddenly changed color, and the Dragon's Gate's warship rocked violently in the water. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "An expert of the blue-robed emperor." The Xianshui sect was really bold to send a bona fide blue-robed emperor expert, brazenly trying to snatch Xiao Chen's congratulatory gift. Whoosh! A figure appeared at lightning speed on the churning sea, where winds and clouds changed. Then, this figure gently sent a palm strike at Lan Xiaobai. When Lan Xiaobai saw danger approaching, his figure flashed, and he seemed to vanish into space, vanishing without a trace. Chi! In the next moment, a cold light flashed. Lan Xiaobai suddenly appeared on the left of the Xianshui sect's blue-robed emperor while holding his sword. Even Xiao Chen did not see how Lan Xiaobai had appeared. The instant Lan Xiaobai appeared, the blue-robed quasi-emperor of the profound water sect turned around. A strong aura surged out, relying on his advantage in cultivation. Chapter 10:15. The blue-robed emperor relied on his might to force back Lan Xiaobai's extremely crafty sword strike. The blue-robed emperor thrust out his palm, and his forehead lit up with light. Then, a bright light erupted behind him, and the power of heavenly laws surged out, forcing Lan Xiaobai, who was preparing to flee to the edge of the void, to reveal himself. When this energy swept past Lan Xiaobai, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The Azura race's innate spatial ability is indeed difficult to deal with. If I had allowed you to grow for a while longer, I would not have been able to do anything to you. However now, die. The blue-robed emperor used his heavenly laws to lock down the surrounding space. Lan Xiaobai could not dodge. It looked like he would receive the blue-robed emperor's palm strike head-on. The consequences would be dire. Just as the blue-robed emperor's palm wind was about to touch Lan Xiaobai, an incomparably colossal shadow appeared. A strong wind blew. It was the legendary holy beast, the Kuan Peng, spreading its wings to cover the sky. Xiao Chen turned into a Kuan Peng, spreading his arms and wings as he charged over. Then he punched, taking the initiative to clash. The intent materialized was one word. Hate. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low, unable to allow me to soar into the sky. Xiao Chen executed the Kuan Peng fist and spread his wings. Despite moving later, he arrived first. Using the power of hating the sky, he used Lan Xiaobai to clash with the blue-robed emperor's strike. How strong was the blue-robed emperor's strike? The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the world moved. The torrential water surged violently, and a powerful force surged out. The surrounding warships were all lifted up by the waves, flying high into the sky and tumbling non-stop. Even the Dragon's Gate's warship was sent flying, although it did not tumble. When Xiao Chen punched, he retreated 100 steps. Then he stood on the water, dissipating some of the force with each step. The waves surged, rising and falling. The fluctuating force could easily drown a city. The power of the heavenly laws fused with heaven and earth, and with a wave of his hand, he stirred the winds and clouds. The person in front of him should be the blue-robed emperor that Elder Qin had mentioned, who had already begun to build the bridge. However, it was clear that it had yet to reach the small success realm. It had only just built the pier, and the bridge was not even halfway across the chasm between heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have only suffered such a minor injury if he had used the Kuan Peng fist. But even so, it was still not something that Xiao Chen could contend with. After all, his opponent had not used much of his strength just now. Lan Xiaobai escaped death. He looked at Xiao Chen gratefully and stood side by side with Xiao Chen. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, this man is the real blue-robed emperor. I'm afraid we have to ask Elder Qin for help. There is no rush. Let's investigate this person first. I suspect that they did not just send a blue-robed emperor. Lan Xiaobai saw that Xiao Chen had only retreated 100 steps and dissipated the force of his attack. Xiao Chen was still very lively, and it was impossible to tell how severely injured he was. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. The blue-robed emperor exclaimed, quickly guessing Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party. However, he extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings, capturing every detail of the other party's warship. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. On the King-grade warship, he saw the injured Yao Chen whispering to the 4 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, "Since you know my identity, you still dare to block my way. Does the Xianshui sect not care about the Bushan Palace?" The blue-robed emperor smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As long as I don't really kill you, this place is very far away. What can the Bushan Palace do to our Xianshui sect? We only want a Holy Spirit vein for your congratulatory gift. Furthermore, we will compensate you with 10 million black astral coins." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he mocked. "You want to buy a Holy Spirit vein with just 10 million black astral coins? Are the people of the Xianshui sect crazy? Holy Spirit veins were the foundation of the 9 ranks of the great families. Without a Holy Spirit vein, the name of the 9 ranks of the great families could not be spoken of. If they were auctioned in the starry heavens, the starting price would be 20 million black astral coins. Up until now, the Xianshui sect only had 1 Holy Spirit vein left. Furthermore, it was very old. If the Xianshui sect did not find a new Holy Spirit vein soon, it would fall to a rank 8 sect. When the sect master passed away and the blue-robed emperor no longer existed, the Xianshui sect would fall by another grade, becoming a rank 7 sect. Hence, the blue-robed emperor was very interested in the Holy Spirit vein on Xiao Chen. Even at the risk of offending the Bushan Palace, they wanted to snatch it. As for 10 million black astral coins, that was just a joke, equivalent to charity. The blue-robed quasi-emperor did not get angry. Wind and clouds fluttered behind him, radiating a powerful aura. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Azure Dragon King, what do you think? I believe you are a smart person and know how to choose." Xiao Chen retorted rudely, "Are you joking? The Holy Spirit vein is a congratulatory gift from the Kunlun Continent's prime, Emperor Wu, the Fox King. You are just an insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you actually dare to make a move to snatch the treasure of a prime? I think you must be tired of living. In that case, you are not willing?" The blue-robed emperor's face sank, and killing intent brewed in his body. Then, a strong aura pressed down on Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen. "Do your best. If even an insignificant blue-robed emperor like you can bully me, there is no need for me to go to Heavenly Star Island." Xiao Chen took out the blue dragon medallion and instantly forced back the blue-robed emperor's aura. Even the wind and clouds behind him moved back quickly. With one glance, it looked like half the sky was fleeing miserably from this medallion. Lan Xiaobai immediately felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. He could not help sending a voice projection. "Xiao Chen, unexpectedly, you have such a treasure. If you can suppress his aura, then with Yi Feng and you, there is no need to fear him with the 4 of us working together." "There's no need. Let the 2 of them stay on the Dragon's Gate's warship. This fellow is delaying for time. Let's see what he is up to." The moment the blue dragon medallion containing the Qing Emperor's saber light appeared, it was like the Qing Emperor had descended, its boundless might spreading out. The Qing Emperor was a distant legend, a settled epic poem, a legend of songs. Even after 10,000 years, he remained immortal. He was the strongest person of the post-ancient era, unrivaled in all directions. Time would not erase his legend. It would only continue to spread, becoming an epic legend. Under the pressure of the blue dragon medallion, the blue-robed emperor actually took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The winds and clouds behind him turned chaotic. No matter how hard he tried, they would scatter like smoke at any moment. Blue dragon medallion. The blue-robed emperor was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a treasure. His expression sank. The blue-robed emperor thought to himself, I have to deal with Xiao Chen quickly. Otherwise, if my aura continues to weaken, I will not be able to do anything to this brat. Humph. No matter how many treasures you have, they are still insufficient before absolute strength. Mountain collapsing imprint. The blue-robed emperor moved his hands, and a clump of light surged between his 10 fingers, forming a golden mountain collapsing imprint. At a glance, it looked like he was dragging a mountain. The blue-robed emperor shouted, and the mountain collapsing imprint pressed toward Xiao Chen. Boom! Before the mountain collapsing imprint arrived, the seawater under Xiao Chen and Lan Xiaobai suddenly sank, forming a huge semicircular pit on the vast sea. What a strong force! Furthermore, this was under the situation where Xiao Chen's aura was suppressed. If not for the blue dragon medallion's suppression, the seawater would have turned upside down. Xiao Chen was astonished. The blue-robed emperor is indeed the blue-robed emperor. Even though the blue-robed emperor has not reached small perfection yet, he still has an absolute advantage in terms of strength. I will hold him back. You find an opportunity to make a move. Although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt excited. A long time ago, the blue-robed emperor could crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. To Xiao Chen, the blue-robed emperor was an unreachable existence. Now, he faced the blue-robed emperor head-on. Although Xiao Chen sighed at the other party's strength, he no longer felt like he could not defeat him. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. Then, he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. With the help of the blue dragon medallion, Xiao Chen's aura soared, soaring into the sky. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, disappearing into the void. He left no trace behind, moving at the edge of the void. The mountain collapsing imprint arrived in the blink of an eye, looking like a mountain. It gave off a bright light, containing the power of the heavenly laws as it pressed down on Xiao Chen. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, a saber light flashed. The bright moon came out with the saber, and night suddenly descended. The saber light shattered, and Xiao Chen was knocked back again. However, the bright moon remained, hanging alone in the sky, merging with the night, appearing perfect and flawless. The blue-robed quasi-emperor showed a sullen expression. He had not held back in this mountain-collapsing imprint. However, given the night sky and the bright moon, even if the other party was still holding back, he would still be able to fight. Blue Dragon Medallion. The blue-robed emperor narrowed his eyes and noticed the azure medallion floating in the air. If not for this medallion, given his aura, how could Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon exist? Xiao Chen broke out of the surging seawater. His body moved like a roaming dragon. Saber hums rang out endlessly in the surroundings, forming countless saber winds as he sped along the surface. The blue-robed emperor stepped forward and threw a palm wind. A chain of mountains formed in the air, forming an encirclement of mountains. When the blue-robed emperor threw a palm strike, the mountains roared and knocked back Xiao Chen's saber strike again. Xiao Chen somersaulted twice in the air. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a smile. Xiao Chen now had a clear understanding of his physical body. After refining the half-drop of dragon marrow, his peak rank 4 sage body had already surpassed some of the physical bodies of the blue-robed emperor. This gave Xiao Chen the capital to face the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen attacked over and over again, but he could not truly deal a blow to Xiao Chen. The Xianshui sect disciples and great grandmaster-level martial sages all felt somewhat horrified when they saw this. How strong exactly was Xiao Chen? Unexpectedly, the blue-robed emperor could not take him down quickly. Mountain collapsing imprint. Mountain flipping imprint. Mountain coiling imprint. After failing to take down Xiao Chen after a few attacks, the blue-robed emperor's expression turned even more sullen. Then, he moved his hands and sent out 3 large imprints in a row. Each imprint caused the sea to churn, containing boundless horrifying energy. The huge pits in the sea formed 3 incomparably huge whirlpools that soared into the sky. After 3 consecutive attacks, Xiao Chen did not waste time or use any techniques to break them. The difference in strength was too great. Xiao Chen only sent out a screen of sabers and defended with all his might. Then, he used his physical body to endure the attacks. Xiao Chen did not use his best moves: Flawless Four Seasons, Flawless Bright Moon, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. He had no intention of using his killing move, Instant of Glory, either. These killing moves could be used against martial artists of the same level, or against martial artists whose strength was 1 or 2 times lower, and could achieve a one-hit kill effect. However, against a prepared blue-robed emperor, even if Xiao Chen managed to injure the other party, it would be a minor injury, meaningless. Chapter 10:16. Hence, either Xiao Chen did not use it, or when he used it, he had to make the other party bleed and receive a true blow. The blue-robed emperor could not help feeling frustrated when he saw Xiao Chen wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. It was clear that Xiao Chen was severely injured, but he managed to break out of the water again with no decrease in his fighting spirit. Damn it! If I did not have the blue dragon medallion and this brat's physical body was slightly weaker, I would have been able to severely injure him in one move. Whoosh! Just as the blue-robed emperor was feeling frustrated, a sword light suddenly lit up on his right. The sword light was resplendent and dazzling, lighting up space. With a thought, the blue-robed emperor sensed the danger of this sword. So, he quickly dodged without even looking. However, the blue-robed emperor did not know that there was a spot of cold light behind him. It was silent, without any killing chi or light. The instant the blue-robed emperor dodged, it tore through his protective heavenly sage laws and stabbed into his back. Blood flowed out, and the force in the sword burst out. However, the sword could not stab in any further after just 1 centimeter. This startled Lan Xiaobai. He quickly let go and retreated, wanting to flee to the edge of space. How dare you injure me? You are seeking death. The blue-robed emperor was enraged. He had not expected a junior to injure him. He turned around and sent out a palm strike in anger. Before Lan Xiaobai could flee, the palm strike landed on him. Pussy! Lan Xiaobai vomited a large mouthful of blood. This palm strike shattered half of his bones, severely injuring him. On the warship, Yu Chenxi, Yu, and Yi Feng quickly descended and caught Lan Xiaobai. Then, they infused quintessence into him to stabilize his injuries. Instant of Glory. The instant the blue-robed emperor turned around and sent Lan Xiaobai flying, Xiao Chen, who had been passively defending, finally moved. His green robe and long hair fluttered in the wind as he spun in circles. The bright moon was dull, the peach blossoms stretched for hundreds of miles, the scorching summer sun, the falling leaves, the pure white snow, and the flickering shadow of a dragon. As the saber spun, a mysterious phenomenon appeared with each turn. Thousands of wondrous scenes and thousands of sceneries appeared endlessly in the world, layering over each other. Finally, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he swung his saber. 10,000 kinds of lights gathered in the saber, forming the brightest saber light known as glory. It only blossomed in that instant, but it gathered for an eternity. The blue-robed emperor, who was about to step forward and slap Lan Xiaobai to death, felt his heart sink as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Just as he was about to fly away, he suddenly discovered that the space around him seemed to have been locked down. Thousands of different sceneries shone upon him, locking down the space around him. Even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, he needed a second to break free. But this 1 second, this moment of glory, was enough to heavily injure him, who was caught off guard. Bang! The saber light chopped down on the blue-robed emperor's body. Thousands of lights exploded, materializing a vast and glorious scene. There was a bright moon exploding, spring thunder roaring, a blazing sun falling to the ground, and many other mysterious phenomena. From the very beginning, the blue-robed emperor, who had been suppressing Xiao Chen, got knocked back 1 kilometer by this saber strike before Yao Chen and the others' incredulous expressions. When the blue-robed emperor fell into the water, a towering pillar of water shot up, looking majestic and spectacular. How can this be? His saber strike actually sent the blue-robed emperor flying. Yao Chen exclaimed in shock, gaping wide. The great grandmaster-level martial sages behind Xiao Chen, who were busy with other matters, were also stunned by this scene, forgetting what they were doing. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, Instant of Glory knocked back the blue-robed emperor. Damn it! I must kill you today. No matter who comes to the Bushin Palace, they will not be able to save you. Blue Dragon King, die. After being knocked back, the blue-robed emperor entered a berserk state. He unleashed his full strength, no longer holding anything back. He even used a secret technique to temporarily raise his strength. The wind and clouds that had been suppressed by the blue dragon token and could not gathered behind the blue-robed emperor. You are just a blue-robed emperor, who is not even at small perfection, yet you dare to say such arrogant words? Get down! A cold snort resounded in the sky. It was Elder Qin, who had been quietly observing the situation, finally making a move. His figure flickered, and he blocked the leaping blue-robed emperor. Great perfection, blue-robed emperor! Horror flashed on the blue-robed old man's face. Before he could turn around, Elder Qin knocked him back with one move. His injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Elder Qin turned around and stretched out his hand towards the water. A formless energy turned into a palm and reached into the bottom of the sea. After a while he pulled. Bang! Seawater splashed everywhere. Elder Qin pulled out a ferocious sea beast with the upper body of an ox and the lower body of an octopus with many tentacles. The beast's tentacles slapped the water continuously. Every time it did so, it carried a lot of force. Bang! Bang! The sea shook and waves rose. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt some lingering fear. This was probably another trump card that the Shen Shui sect had prepared. Based on the aura of this spirit beast, it was comparable to the blue-robed emperors. Blood leaked out of the mouths of the 4 great Grandmaster-level martial sages behind Yao Chen. They said in horror, the sect protecting spirit beast is out of control. Let's go, Yao Chen said helplessly. Then, he controlled the King Grade warship and left quickly. The 10-odd Shen Shui sect warships, which had been charging over ferociously, fled in all directions. The blue-robed emperor, who had fallen into the water, did not appear again. No one knew where he had gone. Elder Qin was still fighting with that sea beast in the air. Bloody wounds appeared all over Elder Qin's body. That sea beast could not retaliate at all. When everything calmed down, there was only a huge corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Everyone on the Dragon's Gate's warship heaved a sigh of relief. Kim Tae-ho went down happily. Then, he and Lord Jiu started to dissect the sea beast's corpse. This was a bona fide rank 10 spirit beast. The materials on its body were very valuable. With a thought, Xiao Chen asked for all the spirit beast blood that Kim Tae-ho had collected. Then, he returned to the warship to check on Lan Xiaobai's injuries. Haha! I won't die. You don't cry. Half of Lan Xiaobai's body was already bandaged with medicinal liquid. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. Xiao Chen took a look. Lan Xiaobai's injuries were indeed severe. However, they were not life-threatening. After recuperating for a while, he would recover. Hey, are you all right? You asked quickly when she saw Xiao Chen arrive. The others also asked out of concern. However, when they saw Xiao Chen endure several attacks from the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen's expression froze. Xiao Chen smiled, indicating that he was fine. Everyone was astonished. Before Xiao Chen could explain too much, Xiao Chen noticed that Elder Qin's complexion did not look good. He walked to the side and asked, Elder Qin, are you injured? When Elder Qin heard that, he smiled and said, How could a small perfection blue-robed emperor injure me? It is your problem that has not ended. Look over there. Elder Qin's eyesight was better than Xiao Chen's. 10 kilometers in front of him, Xiao Chen could only see a vast mist. He could not make out anything. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense in a straight line until he was 50 kilometers away. Finally, Xiao Chen saw a figure walking unhurriedly in the direction of the Dragon's Gate's warship. That is the Shen Shui sect's sect master. Xiao Chen immediately recognized this person. It was the Shen Shui sect's sect master, whom he had met once before. For the sake of this Holy Spirit vein, the sect master actually disregarded his status and personally came. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the blue dragon medallion appeared once more. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. If the other party really disregarded his status and came to suppress him, Xiao Chen could only make the saber light in the blue dragon medallion reappear in the world, preventing the other party from returning. Hey! He stopped and started running back, Elder Qin said in surprise as his expression changed. As the distance was too far, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was rather weak. He could only make out some blurry images. The Xianshui sect master fled in panic. It seemed like some horrifying existence was attacking him. Xiao Chen, come with me to take a look. This was what Xiao Chen intended to do. He pushed off the ground and followed Elder Qin into the clouds. Elder Qin, who was leading the way, said softly, "The battle between Emperor Wu will affect too many people. We should just watch from afar and not get involved." Xiao Chen deeply agreed. The Xianshui sect master, who had just become a blue-robed emperor, already suppressed Xiao Chen to the point of suffocation in terms of strength. Thousands of martial techniques and tens of thousands of saber techniques were nothing in front of such a powerful force. If one's strength had not reached a certain level, it would be no different from T if one wanted to use skill to overcome strength. The insignificant blue-robed emperor was already like that. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the battle between Emperor Wu would be. However, the situation before them was very different from what the two expected. The Xianshui sect master kept running, moving very fast. There were several times when it tried to tear through space, but it was forced back by a powerful force. There seemed to be an extremely horrifying existence under the sea, chasing the Xianshui sect master all the way to Profound Water Island, where the Xianshui sect was located, and did not stop. Xiao Chen watched from a distance. The moment the Xianshui sect master entered the Xianshui sect, he immediately activated the formation protecting the island. The surrounding islands lit up with spiritual light. Layers of formations gave off a bright light, forming a complicated formation. They formed a complicated formation, and the illusory figures of 12 top-notch spirit beasts were guarding the formation's nodes. Space was folded layer by layer. There was a formation within a formation. A folded space was a small world. It could be said to be boundlessly vast and boundless. This formation had already completely infused the laws of space into it. This was a formation that the Xianshui sect would activate only at a moment of life and death. Once this formation was activated, countless astral cores would be used. One inferior grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. That was to say, the Xianshui sect had lost more than 1,000,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this number continued to increase. This is the 72 Spirit Universe formation. It comes from the Zodiac Hall and is widely known in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it is used, space becomes countless, becoming a small world. It can even block sovereign martial emperors. Elder Qin was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain to Xiao Chen, however, the Xianshui sex formation only has 12 spirit beasts. It would not be a problem to block the peak minor heavenly emperor Emperor Wu. However, it would pale in comparison to a greater heavenly emperor, not to mention a sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chen was not someone who had never seen a formation before. The formation outside the Blue Dragon Palace not only locked down space but even controlled time. It was incredible and much stronger than this. Boom! As the two watched from a distance, they conversed in soft voices. Suddenly, a palace appeared on Profound Water Island. This palace was shaped like a fish. As it soared into the air, it turned into a dragon when the wind blew. A prime's emperors might spread out in all directions. The palace was azure in color and gave off the horrifying might of a supreme prime. As this palace descended from the sky, the layers of space crumbled and shattered like rotten wood. Chapter 10:17. The images of the 12 peak spirit beasts already looked solid, each guarding a corner. However, it was of no use. Anguished wails rang out everywhere. When the 12 spirit beast phantoms were all dead, the blue palace suddenly sat down. In an instant, the huge mystic water island was destroyed, the city collapsed, and countless towering buildings collapsed one by one. The primordial emperor treasure, Neptune Palace. Xiao Chen showed a slightly startled expression. He now understood who attacked. He had clearly seen that the Neptune Palace had not completely descended. Instead, it hovered above Profound Water Island. If this was confirmed, the entire mystic water island would probably sink into the ocean. The ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake, floated to the surface. Yao Yen stood on it, looking at Xiao Chen from afar and smiling faintly. Then, he withdrew the Neptune Palace and sank back into the sea. When everything calmed down, the Xianshui sect master looked at the rubble of Profound Water Island. The Xianshui sect master paled, his eyes filled with horror. Furthermore, the other party had held back. If the other party had not, the consequences would have been dire. Such a startling commotion attracted the cultivators and factions within 500 kilometers. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. The merfolk race's empress made a move. How tragic. The entire profound water island has turned into rubble. A primordial emperor treasure is really unblockable. I heard that the 8 merfolk Emperor Wu sacrificed themselves to suppress and assimilate the item spirit of the Neptune Palace. Only then did this empress gain complete control over the primordial emperor treasure. Together with other emperor-grade secret treasures, she can fight against a sovereign martial emperor. This Shenshui sect master is targeting the Blue Dragon King, trying to snatch away the other party's holy spirit vein. Empress Yao Yan probably made a move because of this. I believe that this is to intimidate others. The Blue Dragon King has valuable treasures on him. Many people are eyeing him. If others want to make a move, they will have to consider the consequences of the Shenshui sect. However, the effects might not be good. The chaotic demonic sea is still a deterrent. However, once they enter the heavenly starry ocean, it will be hard to say. The strong might of the primordial emperor treasure nearly caused the Shenshui sect to suffer a calamity. For a while, everyone discussed this matter without end. In the sky, Xiao Chen was greatly moved by this. Carrying a precious treasure on him was indeed a little too big of a target. Yao Yan might be able to make a move once, but there was still a long way to go. If a few stronger blue-robed emperors came, the Dragon's Gate's worship would be in grave danger. Even if this group of people had extraordinary origins and were frightening, there had never been a lack of people who would risk their lives for great treasures. Not to mention, there were also Neptune's old subordinates who were preparing some unknown plan. This journey was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Xiao Chen, the Empress will fight for you once. I'm afraid the road ahead will be much smoother, Elder Qin said softly. Xiao Chen smiled but did not reply. After thinking for a while he said, Elder, I have a decision. After hearing Xiao Chen's decision, Elder Qin's expression changed. After a while he said, that is good as well. It is a pretty good choice. Seeing Elder Qin nod in agreement, Xiao Chen relaxed a little and heaved a sigh of relief. After the two returned, they did not mention anything about what they had seen. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and started to do something that he had already thought of long ago. He took out the rank 10 spirit beast blood that he had obtained from Dabao earlier. Then, he took out many extremely precious superior-grade astral cores and crushed them, turning them into crystalline powder that entered the spirit blood like starlight. Without even blinking, Xiao Chen crushed the priceless superior-grade astral cores one by one, turning them into powder and entering the spirit blood. Only after the spirit blood turned completely golden did Xiao Chen stop. Then, he took out a brush and paper. The paper was made from beast skin that contained spiritual energy and was cooked using a special method. The dark blue brush was even more precious. Xiao Chen had bought both of them during the Haotian sect's shopping spree. That was right. Xiao Chen was preparing to write talismans for laying formations. Most of the reason he had purchased so many astral cores was to lay formations. A conferred land was like establishing a sect. How could it not be guarded by formations? There were many formations in the compendium of cultivation. However, Xiao Chen did not know many. He only knew an illusion formation and the Ninth Heaven's Thunder formation, which he had once used in the Xiao clan. As Xiao Chen did not have much time to learn, and the situation was rather urgent, he did not intend to use other formations. The Ninth Heaven's Thunder formation was not weak. All Xiao Chen needed to do was increase the number of materials needed to lay the formation, and change the talismans he was writing to the talisman that the Thunder Immortal Ancestor left behind. A brand new formation would definitely surpass Xiao Chen's expectations. 9 sets of thunder formations in a chain would be sufficient to block the blue-robed Emperor's invasion. As for blocking Emperor Wu, it would be too much of a stretch for Xiao Chen, a formation master who had only just started cultivating. After taking out a brush and paper, Xiao Chen burned his magic energy and started writing talismans. Although he had not written in a long time, the talismans he was writing were the purple lightning talismans in his sea of consciousness. Without much thought, Xiao Chen could complete them in one go. The tip of the brush gave off a bright light, and lightning flickered. The light on Xiao Chen's forehead could be clearly seen through Neptune's headscarf. For 7 consecutive days, Xiao Chen locked himself in his room and wrote a total of 3,000 talismans, enough to lay 81 sets of the Ninth Heaven's Thunder formation. Initially, he had only planned to refine 9 sets, but on second thought, he felt that it was better to be safe. 81 formations were interconnected. Even a peak blue-robed emperor would have to think twice if he wanted to take the risk and enter. Ignoring the fatigue on his face, Xiao Chen took out a pen and paper and wrote down the key points of the 9 Heavens Thunder formation. The talismans were all completed, and all of them contained magic power. Now, as long as someone grasped these talismans and the key to setting up the formation, they would be able to do so. By leaving the blood essence on the talisman and following the steps on it, one could easily form a large formation. Calling Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae-ho in, Zhang Xian imparted to Lan Xiaobai the talisman used to set up the formation and the key to it. Given Lan Xiaobai's talent, he was able to comprehend most of it with just a single explanation. Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae-ho showed suspicious expressions. They felt that Xiao Chen seemed to have something to say. After dealing with the Xianshui sex people that day, Xiao Chen had not said a word, locking himself in his room. Clearly, something was wrong. Before the two could ask, Xiao Chen spoke of his decision. I intend to separate from you for now. On the trip to Heavenly Star Island, you will take my King Conferral Medallion and official documents. It will take at most 1 or 2 years, at least half a year. After I cultivate to the blue-robed emperor, I will reunite with you. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae-ho revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, the impact of these words was too great. Lan Xiaobai was very clever. After thinking about it, he guessed Xiao Chen's thoughts. He nodded and said, You are worried that you are too big of a target and will bring us danger? Most of it is like that. However, there is also a small part that is because of me. The danger of this trip surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. They had only just crossed the chaotic demonic sea when they met with the blue-robed emperor's ambush. Even the Xianshui sex Emperor Wu made a move. Of course, the Xianshui sex Emperor Wu was a special case in most situations. Most Emperor Wu would not disregard his status to make a move for a Holy Spirit vein. The Xianshui sect was the sect's Holy Spirit vein. It was about to run out, so they needed to find a replacement. Hence, they had no choice but to make this move. However, this was just the beginning. After entering the heavenly starry ocean, they did not know what kind of danger they would run into. Perhaps there might even be an ambush near Heavenly Star Island. As long as Xiao Chen left temporarily, the people eyeing the treasure would naturally not make a move on Lan Xiaobai and the others. Lan Xiaobai and the others had extraordinary backgrounds. They were of noble birth in the Azura race. Without sufficient benefits, even the blue-robed emperor would not be foolish enough to offend this group of people. Xiao Chen split into 2 groups. Kim Tae-ho and the others would go to Heavenly Star Island first, leaving them to develop Heavenly Star Island. As for Xiao Chen, he would hide his cultivation and identity. The other group would go in another direction to search for the Despair Throne. At the same time, he would focus on cultivating and reach the level of the blue-robed emperor before coming back to regroup. Since Xiao Chen had the treasure but could not protect it, he had to keep a low profile. This was the norm of the cultivation world. After the two heard what Xiao Chen said, they had no objections. This was indeed the best plan at the moment. Seeing that the two agreed, Xiao Chen called over Yu Chenxi and the others. Then, he searched through the universe ring and found some good secret treasures that he had obtained from killing others. Then he gave them all to the 4. Then of the 38 peak spirit veins on him, he kept 10 and handed over the rest. He also gave the king medallion to Lan Xiaobai as well. Senior brother Xiao Chen, you can leave in peace. We will definitely help you develop Heavenly Star Island, Jean Lin, who worshipped Xiao Chen, consoled him. When you return, I will definitely not leave you with a mess to clean up, Lan Xiaobai said seriously. The others all gave Xiao Chen their blessings, not giving Xiao Chen any pressure. If they were in his shoes, they would know that Xiao Chen was not in a good mood right now. Before reaching his conferred land, Xiao Chen, who had just been conferred the Blue Dragon King, would definitely feel dissatisfied. With this group of people around, Heavenly Star Island would definitely be able to develop. There was no need to say anything pretentious. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, I'll take my leave first. When I return, I will definitely be the blue-robed emperor. In the night, Xiao Chen moved very quickly, leaping into the vast sea and sinking into the water. Half a month later, the 7 heroes of the dragon gathered together. They had already learned that Xiao Chen was not on the Dragon's Gate's warship, and that he was nowhere to be found. They were all furious. The 7 of them worked together to set up a huge formation. Not only did they mobilize all the forces they could, but they also mobilized all the forces they could. They even used a lot of money to befriend many pirates. Even experts with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor were invited out. The 7 of them planned to wipe out their previous humiliation by blocking Xiao Chen at a place he had to pass on his way to Heavenly Star Island. They wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson, to show him the consequences of offending the 7 heroes of the dragon. Who could have imagined that after spending so much time and effort, they would not be able to find Xiao Chen in the end? It was like they had been holding back a lot of energy. When they saw that the enemy was approaching, they could vent it out. Who could have imagined that they would suddenly receive news that they had to hold back their anger? They had no choice but to do so. Damn it! This Xiao Chen is really crafty. He does not even want his conferred land, the purple-robed youth said angrily. Qiuyu, what should we do now? Xiao Chen is not around. There is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship. Another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. The others immediately looked at the black-robed Huan Qiuyu as well. Qiuyu, what should we do now? With Xiao Chen not around, there is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship. Another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. Chapter 1018. Huan Qiuyu said after some thought, this Xiao Chen is indeed not easy to deal with. Even though he was conferred king, he does not seem arrogant at all. Instead, he is very cautious. However, don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He is someone who wants to re-establish his sect and restore the Dragon's Gate. He absolutely will not give up on Heavenly Star Island. For now, we will send people to guard the vicinity of Heavenly Star Island. At the same time, we will bribe the surrounding factions, not giving Heavenly Star Island a chance to develop. When he returns, we will denounce him. The other 6 did not have any good ideas, so they could only listen to Huan Qiuyu's arrangements. As for the large sum of money spent on handing over the loose cultivators, it would all be for naught. They were not the only ones disappointed. Several of the blue-robed emperors in the entire western seaside. Most of the congratulatory gifts that Xiao Chen received during his conferment of king would not catch Emperor Wu's eye. However, to the blue-robed emperor, they were a piece of extremely tempting fat meat. However, Xiao Chen had vanished without a trace. The fat meat that was about to fall into the blue-robed emperor's hands vanished just like that. Leng Xiaofan, who received the news immediately, felt extremely furious. He had not expected Xiao Chen to give up on his conferred land and leave just like that. However, Leng Xiaofan hid all his emotions in his heart, not showing any change in his expression. He paced around slowly, thinking of countermeasures. However, the heavenly starry ocean was boundlessly vast. In terms of size, it was no smaller than the Kunlun continent. Aside from the 4 clear sea regions, there were many other sea regions of various sizes. Even beyond the heavenly starry ocean, there were even vaster sea regions. Since ancient times, no one had been able to completely figure out the secrets of the sea. Trying to find a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This phrase was no exaggeration. Behind Lang Xiaofan, a beautiful girl slept amid a cluster of flowers. Her skin was as white as snow, rosy. As she lay among the flowers seemed to pale in comparison. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this girl. It was Princess Qin, who had been sleeping in Neptune's palace for 10,000 years. Find him. I have to find him. Leng Xiaofan's eyes shone brightly. His expression was firm, and he had a determination that no one could shake. Back to Kim Tae-ho, Lan Xiaobai, and the others. After drifting along the ocean for a month, they finally arrived near Heavenly Star Island. The conditions were much worse than expected. The surrounding islands had already been divided up by other nearby forces. The spiritual qi on the island was thin. It was obvious that the spirit veins that once existed had all been taken away, leaving only a wasteland for them. Several malicious gazes came from the subsidiary islands, staring at this warship with the Dragon's Gate's insignia. However, the people on the ship did not care. Before they came, they were already prepared to accept the challenge, so they were not afraid of these people. Kim Tae-ho stood at the bow of the warship and looked around. Then, he looked at the map in his hand and smiled. Not bad. This location is pretty good. We can open up trade routes in all directions. We do not have to worry about being sealed off. Lan Xiaobai took out the king medallion and fiddled with it. Then he muttered, I wonder where that fellow went. He wants to reach the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. That is too shocking. Fatso smiled and said, Don't overthink. That fellow always surprises people. He might be having fun somewhere right now. Quickly, go and prepare for the handover. This fat lord can't wait to show off. Lan Xiaobai smiled, and the group flew off the Dragon's Gate's warship, officially stepping onto the secret-filled Heavenly Star Island. Heavenly Star Island. Heavenly Starry Ocean. Were these names really a coincidence? Why did Xiao Chen think that the 3 holy masters chose this island for him and not the Thunder King? The results of many things were often unexpected. 2 years later, when Xiao Chen returned, he discovered what kind of wealth this desolate island had given him. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen was not as happy as Fatso made him out to be. In fact, he looked somewhat miserable. Xiao Chen sat weakly on a wooden plank, drifting in a strange sea region. He had no idea where he was. Ao Jiao revealed herself and stood guard by Xiao Chen's side, preventing the sea beasts from attacking. Then she smiled at him and said, Let's see if you still dare to speak such lofty words about reaching the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. Right now, you would not be a match for any martial monarch. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile on his pale face. How would I know that the item spirit of Neptune's crown is still around? Furthermore, it still hates the blue dragon martial spirit so much. Right now, Xiao Chen was in a miserable state, too miserable to look at. After parting ways with Kim Tae-ho and the others, Xiao Chen followed the clues Long Fei left behind and prepared to go to a forbidden land of the Southern Sea to obtain the Despair Throne. Originally, Xiao Chen had been traveling smoothly, cultivating at the edge of the Southern Sea. Thousands of islands dotted the sea, looking bustling and bustling. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen remembered that he still had Neptune's crown in his universe ring. Back then, after First Elder Han Qinghe interrupted him, he still had not left a mark on it. A crown-type secret treasure represented the might and aura of a monarch. It supported luck and carried the mandate of heaven. Normally, people without a sovereign bloodline could not wear such secret treasures. Such secret treasures had always been rare. The benefits were obvious. They did not have high requirements on the user's cultivation. Xiao Chen thought that, as an emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown should have some other special effects aside from increasing the might and luck of a monarch. After leaving a mark on it and wearing it, it was as he expected. With Neptune's crown on, Xiao Chen vaguely felt a strong might spread throughout his body. The vast ocean under his feet was his territory. Within a breath, Xiao Chen could flip rivers and seas. His anger and laughter could kick up huge waves. A domain. The special effect of Neptune's crown was actually a domain of the ocean that spanned 500 kilometers. As long as there was an ocean under his feet, the area within 500 kilometers would be his domain. He would be the king of this world. As long as anyone entered, they would suffer from severe restrictions. That person would only be able to bring out 70 to 80% of their strength. Of course, cultivators with domains and powerful experts like Emperor Wu would not be affected. Aside from that, the crown could control the seawater within 500 kilometers at will, suppressing and taming strong spirit beasts. How strong was a domain? It was an existence that could not be comprehended. Even now, Xiao Chen had no idea how to use his saber domain. After wearing the crown and exhausting law energy, Xiao Chen could immediately form a strong domain, nearly doubling his strength. This domain even gave Xiao Chen the confidence to truly fight the blue-robed emperor and defeat him. However, just as Xiao Chen rejoiced, the item spirit in Neptune's crown woke up. When it sensed the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body, it immediately turned into an evil spirit. The will of thunder entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The domain flowed backward and filled every meridian in his body. Then, before Xiao Chen could react, it exploded. Luck was ethereal, changing unpredictably. This crown also contained Neptune's great luck. Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon King's luck clashed with it, forming bad luck and bad luck. This explosion injured Xiao Chen's origin energy. The resplendent purple lightning talisman dimmed and became indistinct. Even his great perfection saber soul scattered in his sea of consciousness. The domain energy that spread throughout Xiao Chen's body injured his meridians. The law energy in his dantian also showed visible damage. If Xiao Chen could not recover from his injuries, he would not be able to circulate law energy. His cultivation immediately fell out of martial sage. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's will had the immortal attribute. Otherwise, this explosion would have destroyed his entire sea of consciousness, and his head would have exploded in an instant. The only benefit was that the item spirit in Neptune's crown was no longer present. Thus, there was no more bad luck. In the future, when Xiao Chen used it, something like this would not happen again. However, now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had fallen to Martial Monarch, he could not use it even if he wanted to. After the item spirit exploded, Xiao Chen fell unconscious. When he woke up, he did not know where he was. If one ran into an ocean current in the sea, it was possible to drift for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in one day. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao told Xiao Chen that he did run into an ocean current and drifted with it for 3 days. Xiao Chen was completely lost in this vast sea. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Although his cultivation had fallen, his physical body remained. 5 Dragon Force was sufficient to fight a Grandmaster level martial sage. Right now, Xiao Chen was only in a rather weak state. After resting for a few days, his complexion would recover. There was no need to worry about his safety. Xiao Chen's injuries were rather complicated. His great perfection saber soul scattered, his will weakened, his meridians damaged, and his law energy shattered. Any one of these would be a bolt out of the blue for other cultivators. When combined, it would be a calamity that could destroy any cultivator's future. However, to Xiao Chen, the first few injuries were nothing. Xiao Chen's saber soul had been in the immortal will for a long time and was already close to immortality. As long as the saber intent in his heart was not extinguished, it would never truly scatter. Since the immortal will was called immortal, as long as Xiao Chen was alive, it would not disappear. The damage to his meridians was a small matter for his physical body. As long as Xiao Chen slowly polished himself, he could recover from this. Furthermore, he would be even stronger than before. The only problem was the shattering of his law energy. This made Xiao Chen frown somewhat. He heard from Ao Jiao that he needed an extremely rare medicinal pill to recover. Chapter 10:19. There seems to be another ship coming in front, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chen did not look at it, only answering casually. Over the past few days, many large ships passed by him. However, after a few glances, they all passed by, ignoring him. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Since there were ships passing by, he just needed to drift slowly in the direction of these ships. He would eventually find a place with people. This ship seems to be heading for you. I'll enter the immortal spirit ring first. Ao Jiao's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light and entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen sighed softly and looked up. This ship was completely purple, made of purple cloud rock. It was huge but strangely streamlined. It was a peak sage ranked ship, considered a pretty good ship. However, it could not compare to the 7-colored warship of the 7 heroes of the dragon that Xiao Chen possessed. Compared to the Dragon's Gate's warship, the difference was like mud to clouds. A flag with an ancient MO embroidered on it was stuck in the bow. MO? This surname is rather rare, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. As the purple warship approached, Xiao Chen heard some voices coming from the deck. Young miss, it is just an unremarkable martial monarch. Furthermore, he is significantly injured. He probably overestimated himself and failed his adventure in the Forbidden Sea. Ask him where he is going. If it is on the way, give him a ride. Young miss, there is no need to bother with this stranger. Furthermore, this trip is very important. We cannot afford any accidents. It's fine. Uncle Wang, you can ask him. A martial monarch is not a threat to us. The voices belonged to an old man and a young girl. The girl's voice was very melodious. When one heard it, it sounded like a mountain spring, very pleasing to the ear. She had to be a great beauty just from her voice. After the conversation ended, an old man who looked like a housekeeper asked rudely, "Little friend, are you going to Starry Cloud Island? If it is on the way, we can give you a ride." Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this old man, so he ignored him. The other party's words were very rude. Even if he went up, he would have to listen to this person's expression. He might as well drift for a while longer. Seeing that Xiao Chen ignored him, rage flashed on the old man's face. He cursed Xiao Chen for not appreciating favors and withdrew. He whispered a few words to the young lady. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Xiao Chen caught a glimpse of her. She was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, his gaze stopped on her chest and didn't move away. The woman's eyes turned cold and she quickly retreated. The ship quickly turned around and ignored Xiao Chen. Hee, idiot master. When did you start to like this? You scared the girl away, didn't you? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, giggled. However, her figure is pretty good. It is just a little bit inferior to mine. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that it was really a misunderstanding, but he couldn't miss this ship no matter what. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and spread his arms. Then, he soared like a flood dragon and landed on the deck of the ship. How dare you barge into the ship? Kill him. The old man who looked like the steward snorted coldly. Two inferior-grade martial sages immediately leaped off the ship and blocked Xiao Chen in midair. They revealed their killing chi and each executed a move at Xiao Chen. Their attacks were cold and emotionless, surging with killing intent. One used a saber, and the other used a sword. The arm-thick heavenly sage laws behind them moved like waves, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. If Xiao Chen were an ordinary martial monarch, he would die instantly under the lightning-quick attacks of these two. However, naturally, Xiao Chen would not do that. His combat experience and vision were very rich. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he would not be able to defeat him. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he could still quickly find openings and easily pass through them. Before the startled gazes of everyone on the deck, Xiao Chen seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the two's attacks. He waved his hands and moved like a dragon, landing directly on the deck. The feeling he gave was like the two inferior-grade martial sages were like air, allowing Xiao Chen to pass through them. Plop! The moment he landed on the deck, before he could stand firmly, he felt dizzy. Pain came from the damaged meridians in his body. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Damn it! I forgot that I am still in a weakened state and should not be able to use force. At the very least, I have to wait for my meridians to recover before I can circulate my quintessence. The two movements just now seemed simple and unremarkable. But in the space of an inch, a powerful explosive force, accurate to the millimeter of positioning. In those few movements, not only did Xiao Chen need to be highly focused, but his quintessence also needed to burst forth rapidly, exhausting a vast amount of mental energy and quintessence. In an instant, Xiao Chen's old injuries were aggravated. He was already very weak in the first place, and his body needed to rest and recuperate. Originally, Uncle Wang was still immersed in the miraculous scene that Xiao Chen performed earlier. When he saw Xiao Chen fall flat on his face, he could not help but laugh loudly. I was wondering where an absolute genius came from. It turns out that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Capture him. Even Uncle Wang, a superior-grade martial sage, could not understand what Xiao Chen had demonstrated earlier, the mountain rampart technique. At first, Uncle Wang thought that it was Xiao Chen, who had a startling movement technique. However, Xiao Chen's subsequent performance caught him off guard. He thought to himself that he had nearly been fooled. Cassier! Cassier! The moment Xiao Chen flipped over, a weapon flickering with cold light pressed against his neck. The cultivators on the ship surrounded him tightly. The weapons pressed against his flesh and scratched his skin. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, he would be decapitated and die without a complete corpse. When Xiao Chen saw such a lineup, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It had been so many years. Ever since Xiao Chen made his debut, he had never been in such a situation, with so many people pressing their weapons against his neck. Furthermore, these were a group of martial monarchs that he did not care about at all. However, his current situation was extremely dangerous. With 10-odd weapons pressed against his neck, if the other party really wanted to kill him, even if Ao Jiao possessed his body, it would be too late. However, given Xiao Chen's physical body, if these people did not use their full power, they might not be able to kill him in one strike. However, injuries on top of injuries were unavoidable. Speak honestly. Are you a member of the Lu clan? What is your purpose in waiting here? Uncle Wang did not like Xiao Chen in the first place. When he saw that Xiao Chen was restrained, he immediately berated him. Xiao Chen looked around and casually sized up the cultivators on the ship. Aside from the 4 martial sages, the rest were all martial monarchs. He immediately guessed that this was a rank 6 clan. In the Kunlun continent, this clan would only be a third-rate faction, not worth mentioning. In the heavenly starry ocean, it would probably be an unknown small clan. Hearing the old man's question, Xiao Chen replied calmly, "What purpose does old sir think a martial monarch like me can have by waiting here? I just want to ask for a free ride. Just give me a ride." However, this old man asked you earlier, "Are you deaf?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I used my actions to answer old sir. However, old sir welcomed me with a sword and saber. I wonder what your intentions are?" Xiao Chen's words were flawless, without any flaws. However, Uncle Wang felt that Xiao Chen had another purpose. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed just a martial monarch, Uncle Wang waved his hand and said, "Toss him off the ship. There is no need to care about him." The group immediately put away their weapons and picked up Xiao Chen. Then, they prepared to toss him into the sea without any hesitation. "Wait a moment. Since it is on the way, give him a ride. Let him leave when we reach Starry Cloud Island." That melodious voice came from the ship's hold again. The cultivators immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang thought for a while. He knew that his young miss had always been kind-hearted. He sighed to himself and waved his hand. "Clean up a room in the warehouse for him to stay in. I'm warning you, you'd best stay in the room and not barge around. Otherwise, it will not be as simple as tossing you into the sea." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Right now, he indeed needed a quiet environment to recuperate. "Go in then. This is your room. If there is nothing important, don't come out." The 2 Mo clan cultivators led Xiao Chen into the room. After giving him a warning, they quickly left. Naturally, the room that was cleaned up in the warehouse was not much better. Aside from a simple bed, it was littered with junk that had not been moved out in time. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead as he circulated the will of ice in his sea of consciousness. A cold wind blew, clearing the room once more. Then he stopped using the will of ice. Right now, the immortal will of thunder was indistinct and difficult to use. The only thing that Xiao Chen could use freely was the will of ice that he had looked down on previously. "How is it? Are you all right?" Ao Jiao appeared in the immortal spirit ring. She asked out of concern as she held Xiao Chen's wrist with one hand. The scene just now had frightened her badly. Xiao Chen smiled and let Ao Jiao check his injuries. "Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, if I really made a move, the injuries to my meridians would have been problematic." Ao Jiao withdrew her hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao returned to her normal self and joked, "Oh right. Why did you insist on boarding this warship? Did you really? How could that be? There should be a pendant under her clothes. I feel that it was refined from one of the 7 thrones." Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock, "That can't be. What a coincidence." Xiao Chen said seriously, "Most likely. The 3 thrones in the cycle banner all had an intense reaction. As long as I take another look, I will be 100% sure. The 7 thrones were massacre, ruin, pain, grief, despair, and death. Now, Xiao Chen had collected 3: massacre, death, and ruin. He already knew the location of the despair throne. It was in a forbidden land of the southern sea. If the pendant on this girl's chest was really refined from one of the thrones, then it should be one of the grief, pain, and ruin thrones. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That is really a change in luck. The misfortune brought by Neptune's crown is completely gone. There is no need to worry anymore." Xiao Chen nodded and thought for a while. Then he said, "I'll treat my injuries first. Go out and scout out where exactly this place is in the heavenly starry ocean. Don't expose yourself." Ao Jiao smiled faintly. Then, her figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning as she left through the crack in the door. At the same time, in the most important control room of the warship, the veiled Miss Mo and Uncle Wang were discussing the new passenger. "Uncle Wang, with your eyesight, was that person's dodging 2 killing moves a coincidence or was it really that miraculous?" Uncle Wang smiled and said, "It was definitely just a coincidence. That kind of dodging in such a small space, the precise positioning, the skill and eyesight involved are things that even I can't do. How could an insignificant martial monarch do it? Chapter 10:20. Is that so? Hesitation flashed in Miss Mo's eyes. Then, she did not linger on this topic. She said, "The Lu clan's people have not appeared yet. Tell our subordinates not to let down their guard. Before we return to Starry Cloud Island, we cannot relax. This old man has his own plans. Young miss, there is no need to worry. We have to worry. It was not easy for us to find enough cyclic meteor metal on this trip. If something happens, we will not be able to complete the City Lord's mission. At that time, the consequences will be dire. In that case, I'll tell my subordinates to pay more attention. I'll take my leave first." Uncle Wong turned around and left, leaving only Miss Mo in the control room. He frowned heavily. The scene of Xiao Chen calmly dodging appeared in his mind. A miraculous scene of Xiao Chen dodging. She muttered to herself, the confidence and sharpness on that person's face. No matter how I look at it, it does not seem like a coincidence. However, Miss Mo's expression turned cold in the blink of an eye. When she thought of Xiao Chen's frivolous gaze earlier, she no longer cared about this person. Even if he is strong, he is just a lecher. After traveling for 7 days, the injuries to Xiao Chen's meridians had mostly recovered. He could now circulate his quintessence and fight without any problems. As for Ao Jiao, she finally found out the location and name of this sea region. She also gained a better understanding of what kind of faction the Mo clan was. If she did not want to expose herself, she could only learn from the words of the cultivators on the ship. The information she obtained was not complete. However, with the sea map in Xiao Chen's hand, she still had a clear idea of where they were. This sea region was called the Shattered Cloud Sea. It was a small independent sea region between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. There were 7 other similar sea regions in the vicinity. They were the Broken Cloud Sea, the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the Separated Cloud Sea, the Heavenly Cloud Sea, the Connected Cloud Sea, and the Misty Cloud Sea. On the sea map, this region was collectively known as the Cloud Sea Domain. The Cloud Sea Domain was definitely not as large as those super sea regions named after their locations. However, it was not much smaller than the Tianwu Domain, where Xiao Chen was. The reason was none other than the desolate sea regions above the sea regions, which were too vast and could not be compared to land. The Shattered Cloud Sea, where Xiao Chen was now, was about the size of 10-odd provinces of the Tianwu Domain. There were tens of thousands of islands. As for the Mo clan, just as Xiao Chen had guessed, it was a rank 6 clan. The Mo clan was famous for refining weapons, and it could be considered a considerable force in the Shattered Cloud Sea. However, the one who is truly famous in the Mo clan is the Mo clan's eldest young Mississippi. Her name is Mo Chen. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea Domain. Even in the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea, she is quite famous. Young talents go to visit her every year. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen mischievously. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Beauty? How beautiful can she be? I've seen so many beauties. Xiao Chen did not care about it. What he cared about was the strength of the Mo clan and the strength of the peak experts in this sea region. However, it was very difficult to obtain this information from the Mo clan's cultivators in secret. Xiao Chen still had to go out and personally talk to the others before he could gain any information. The purple warship was very large. The interior of the warship was very spacious. Furthermore, aside from the guest rooms and storehouses, there were other entertainment rooms. The most popular one was a tavern. Aside from the Mo clan's cultivators, there were also many wandering cultivators hired by the Mo clan. There were also a few cultivators like Xiao Chen who wanted to hitch a ride. Indeed, the warships of the heavenly starry ocean were very different from those of the continent. For example, the tavern that Xiao Chen was currently in. The warships of the continent rarely went to such a bustling place. The interior of the tavern was exquisitely decorated, and the environment was elegant. It was not as noisy as the tavern outside. After all, this was the Mo clan's internal tavern. Even cultivators would control their drinking and not let it affect official business. The moment Xiao Chen stepped into the tavern, he felt many gazes on him. Then, they started discussing in low voices in the tavern. That's him. 7 days ago, when the 2 elders made a move, he charged over like a ghost. That can't be. No matter how I look at it, He is just a martial monarch. How could he dodge the killing moves of two martial sages so easily? It is indeed true. However, Steward Wang said that it was a coincidence. The two elders were careless, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. I think it is also a coincidence. Otherwise it would be too strange. Ignoring these discussions, Xiao Chen found an empty table and sat down. Then he called over a manservant and asked, "What good wine do you have? Give me a flask." That manservant was clearly a member of the Mo clan. He smiled and said, "If we are talking about good wine on the warship, naturally, it is the 1,000-year flame that our young miss brewed herself." 1,000-year flame. What a strange name. Give me a flask then. Xiao Chen sighed softly. The name 1,000-year flame really piqued his interest. The meaning of the 1,000-year flame was easy to understand. It was a flame that burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. However, what kind of wine could be called the 1,000-year flame? Hee. Friend, I was just joking about this 1,000-year flame. You probably cannot afford it. Furthermore, the wine is priced by the cup and not by the flask. That manservant looked at Xiao Chen with some disdain. The 1,000-year flame was normally prepared for martial sages. Without a martial sage's status, one would not be able to afford it. The other Mo clan cultivators in the tavern all laughed, mocking Xiao Chen for being a country bumpkin who had not seen the world. However, when the manservant said that, Xiao Chen became even more interested. How much is one cup? 1,000 astral coins. Hey, that is not very expensive. Give me 10 cups. Huang dang. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and 100 black astral coins neatly landed on the table. Before the laughter of the others faded away, when they saw this scene, they could not help but goggle. Their smiles froze on their faces. Black astral coins. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen took out black astral coins. Furthermore, he did not even blink, directly taking out 100 black astral coins. That was 10,000 astral coins. 10,000 astral coins. To a martial monarch, this was a huge sum. An ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch would have to work hard for at least a month to save up such a sum. The manservant checked the black astral coins and carefully put them away. However, he rejoiced in his heart. The quality of the astral iron in black astral coins was much better than that of ordinary astral coins. For the sake of refining secret treasures, the Mo clan had to use astral coins to exchange for black astral coins at a high price every year. Xiao Chen handed over 100 black astral coins, which was considered a significant contribution within the clan. 10 cups of 1,000-year flame. They will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. The manservant moved very quickly. Soon, he carried a tray and placed 10 transparent purple crystal cups on the table. The wine in the cups was scarlet. There was not much wine in the cups. They looked like clumps of burning blood. Together with the glowing purple crystal cups, they gave off a dreamlike visual enjoyment. The purple crystal cups were similar to the goblets of Xiao Chen's previous life. However, they were more elegant and aloof. Did your clan's young miss design these cups as well? Xiao Chen asked. When talking about his clan's young miss, the manservant said proudly, "That is natural. You are lucky. Our clan's young miss is very talented. Be it brewing wine, refining secret treasures, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, formations, medicine, or astrology, there is nothing she cannot do. You are very lucky to be able to buy this 1,000-year flame from the tavern of our Purple Cloud warship. If you went to another place, this cup of wine would be 10 times more expensive. Even if you had the money, you would not be able to drink it. 10 times more expensive? Wouldn't that mean that one cup of wine could sell for 1,000 black astral coins? This price shocked Xiao Chen somewhat. If he sold 10 cups of wine every day, that would be close to 4 million black astral coins a year. However, after thinking about it, he smiled to himself. This was somewhat unrealistic. The brewing of this wine was probably not a simple matter. There had to be some restrictions. Xiao Chen carefully sized up this wine. The wine was as scarlet as blood. However, it was very different from true blood and did not seem repulsive. It gave off an intoxicating feeling of redness, tender and alluring, causing one to be intoxicated. It was as delicate as clear water and as bright as blood. However, there seemed to be something else in the wine. Xiao Chen could not just drink it down like that. Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup and swirled the wine in it. Tiny specks of golden light floated up from the wine and quickly filled the cup. Boom! A golden flame soared up from the wine cup and turned into a legendary holy beast, the golden crow. It cried out in the air of the tavern and flew around. Interesting. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then, he started tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. The remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame also started swaying slowly. Bang! 9 flames soared out from the wine like a blazing sun. In an instant, a dazzling golden light lit up the dim tavern, making it seem like it was brightly lit. It was a great honor to have such a humble place lit up by such a bright light. 10 golden crows chased each other in the sky above the tavern, forming a miraculous scene of 10 connected suns. This magnificent scene stunned the others. Originally, these people were prepared to watch Xiao Chen make a fool of himself. The thousand-year flame could not be drunk directly. He had to shake it for a while. Otherwise, if he drank it in one go, he would not be able to extinguish the fire in his body. However, his body would catch fire in that instant. His clothes, eyebrows, and hair would all be burned away, making a fool of himself. In the end, not only did Xiao Chen not make a fool of himself, but he even created a magnificent scene of 10 connected suns, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. The golden crows turned into motes of sparks and slowly faded away. The tavern returned to normal. Xiao Chen, who was preparing to drink, looked at the sky and frowned. Then, he quietly withdrew his left hand from the table and spread it out. A weak suction came from it. Without anyone noticing, all the scattered motes of sparks in the air gathered together. "Friend, this wine is ready to drink already," that waiter smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Clearly, he worried that Xiao Chen would blame him, so he did not remind him. When all the sparks gathered, a resplendent golden light appeared on Xiao Chen's left hand. In that instant, he clenched his fist tightly, not letting any light leak out. "Ao Jiao, it looks like this Mo clan's young miss is not just pretty. Why do you care so much? Quickly drink. Just looking at this thousand-year flame makes me want to drink it. Quickly drink. Quickly drink. Tell me what it tastes like," Ao Jiao urged as she stared at the wine cup. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly. "That's fine, I'll drink first." Chapter 10:21. Xiao Chen really wanted to know what this wine called the thousand-year flame tasted like as well. Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Compared to its fiery name, this wine felt extremely cool when it entered his mouth. An icy chill instantly spread throughout his body. From the inside out, it felt like his body had fallen into an ice cave. This extreme change stimulated his entire body and made him tremble. The cold was too strong, covering up the wine's taste at first. Just as one was about to forget it, the wine's taste slowly permeated the body. The intoxicating fragrance was like a clump of gentle fire, slowly pushing its way into Xiao Chen's body, slowly dispelling the bone-chilling cold. The fire was neither fast nor slow as it slowly dispelled the cold. Together with the intoxicating wine fragrance, it slowly conquered the cultivator's heart. This was an extreme enjoyment. Xiao Chen could not help leaning back in his chair in satisfaction. Then, he held the dreamy purple crystal cup in his right hand and closed his eyes. As the ice and fire clashed, time seemed to move extremely slowly. When the cold qi was completely dispelled, his body felt like it had been ignited by the flame, reaching the peak of enjoyment. Thousand-year flame. This clump of flame truly burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. The instant the cold qi was completely dispelled, it reached great heights, reaching the peak. The flame was ferocious, and the after-effects of the wine burst forth. Xiao Chen felt boundlessly carefree. His sweat soaked through his clothes. This was practically a perfect cup of wine. In this half-drunken, half-awake state, Xiao Chen discovered that the will of ice in his sea of consciousness had silently strengthened. It was like it had undergone some kind of tempering, improving significantly. The cold qi spread in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to maintain a trace of consciousness and not fall over from the after-effects. Great wine. The thousand-year flame truly lives up to its name. Xiao Chen could not help blurting this out when he opened his eyes. The intoxicating red on his face made him blush involuntarily. The manservant smiled and said, "Haha, that is natural. My clan's young miss personally brewed this thousand-year flame. Even if others knew the method, they would not be able to brew it. Indeed, without her conditions, even the most incredible master brewer would be helpless, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Chen raised his head and glanced at the manservant. Then, he looked at the remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame on the table. He could not help but laugh helplessly. The manservant was clearly tricking him. If a normal person drank 1 cup, they would be drunk. If they drank 3 cups in a row, they could be considered a man. If they drank 10 cups in a row, he reckoned that even a great grandmaster would collapse. Ordinary people would not buy so many cups in one go. The manservant took advantage of Xiao Chen being an outsider and did not say anything. However, this was precisely why Xiao Chen discovered some secrets that he was very interested in. Even so, he would be fine even if he drank more than 100 cups. Bang! Before the manservant's horrified gaze, Xiao Chen emptied the remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame in one go. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and carefully sensed it. He discovered that what he saw earlier was not an illusion. His will of ice was indeed slowly growing stronger. The Chen's 9 cups of the Chen as year flame. And Xiao Chen could not help rejoicing in his heart. This was truly an unexpected gain. He immediately asked, "Do you still have more thousand-year flame?" "Another 10. The waiter was a little stunned. After a long time, he reacted and said with an embarrassed smile, "Your alcohol capacity is really shocking. I've been in this tavern for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can drink 3 cups in a row without collapsing. But it's a pity that there's no more of this wine. I'll sell you the last 10 cups. When Miss is in the mood, she'll sell it." What a pity! Xiao Chen discovered that with the aid of these 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his will of ice was approaching small perfection. Just 1 more cup and he would be able to reach the minor accomplishment realm, saving him a few years of time. The other martial artists in the tavern were also shocked by Xiao Chen's heroic act of drinking 10 cups in a row. Amazing! If it weren't for his martial monarch cultivation, I would have thought that he was a big shot. I heard that if those talented youths want to meet with young Miss alone, the first test is to drink 3 cups of thousand-year flame. Even the outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain, who are inferior-grade martial sages, do not dare to drink 3 cups in a row, making them very depressed. This fellow drank 10 cups in a row. This is really unheard of. I wonder what will happen to Miss Mo Chen. What can he do? He is just an inferior-grade martial monarch. He cannot even compare to us. Does he think he can compare to the outstanding talents of our Cloud Sea domain? After a long time, all sorts of envious and disdainful voices filled the tavern. Xiao Chen smiled and ignored them. Even if he wanted to, he could not do anything. After drinking 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his legs had already turned soft. If not for the will of ice, he would have collapsed long ago. Young Master Xing is here. 2 old men with extraordinary auras wearing embroidered clothes slowly walked into the tavern. The Mo clan cultivators immediately noticed them. The Mo clan cultivators all stood up and greeted them respectfully. Martial sages could become Mo clan elders, possessing extraordinary statuses. This young Master Xing was very young, but he was already an inferior-grade martial sage. With one look, it was clear that he was an outstanding talent of the Cloud Sea domain. Even the 2 servants beside him were peak martial monarchs. His clan was definitely extraordinary. Xiao Chen sized up the Mo clan cultivators before withdrawing his gaze. While everyone's gazes shifted away from Xiao Chen, he slowly opened his tightly clenched left hand. A squarish ice crystal appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he used it to seal that spot of golden light, concealing its light. Even so, at such a close distance, he could feel the extreme yang heat. Just a little flame could give him such a feeling. If he could obtain a clump of this flame, how powerful would it be? Ao Jiao, you figured something out, right? Ao Jiao's eyes lit up in the immortal spirit ring. She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "This is the solar true flame." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It is even denser than the pure yang qi of my purple thunder true fire. This Mo clan's young Mrs. Ancestor is not simple. She probably has the solar true flame's origin flame." Given the Mo clan's strength, it was clearly impossible for them to obtain the solar true flame. Xiao Chen felt that even if he reached the level of the blue-robed emperor, he would not dare to barge into that blazing sun. It was even more impossible for a rank 6 noble clan to do so. The solar true flame in her could only be inherited. This young Miss Mo hid it very well. If not for the golden crows soaring and forming the scene of 10 connected suns, the golden crow egg in the dragon phoenix cauldron in Xiao Chen's body would not have reacted. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he would not have discovered that this young miss had infused the solar true flame into the brewing of the 1,000-year flame. However, this wine was indeed a rare wine. Since ancient times, no expert had ever thought of using the sun's true fire to make such a small thing as wine brewing. Xiao Chen was not sure why Xiao Chen could use the 1,000-year flame to raise his will of ice. However, he was sure that the 1,000-year flame contained the solar true flame. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "In that case, this young miss is really your lucky star. Your golden crow egg can hatch while you are still alive. This is not easy. With my current strength, even if I use the strength of my physical body, it would still be difficult for me to deal with a rank 6 noble clan. Furthermore, this clan might have some hidden cards. Snatching it by force will not work. I do not like this method, either." Xiao Chen shook his head. He felt that the situation was somewhat thorny. Then, he continued, if we use other things to exchange, not to mention whether the other party is willing or not, without sufficient strength, if we expose our treasures, the other party might not have any malicious intent. If a martial monarch took a treasure that even a great grandmaster level martial sage did not have and ran off to trade with someone else, the consequences would be obvious. What should we do then? I'll take it one step at a time. The most important thing now is to recover my strength. I'll look for that manservant first and ask about the situation in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chen called the manservant over again and gave him some benefits. Finally, he obtained the information he wanted. The ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea was the Shattered Cloud City Lord, who had the cultivation of a blue-robed emperor. Every year, the thousands of islands in the vicinity had to pay a large sum of resources to Shattered Cloud City. As for the 7 small sea domains in the Broken Cloud Sea and the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the situation was similar. They were all ruled by a blue-robed emperor. Although the Shattered Cloud Sea's Mo clan was only a rank 6 noble clan, they excelled at refining. In terms of status and influence, they were even greater than several rank 7 sects in the Shattered Cloud Sea. This time, the Mo clan had promised the Shattered Cloud City Lord to refine a set of sage-grade secret treasures for his young master. Hence, they had gone out to sea to search for raw materials. There were also some scattered pieces of information. After asking around, Xiao Chen intended to leave. However, when Xiao Chen turned around, his gaze happened to meet that young Master Xing's. The other party's gaze was hostile, like he was waiting for Xiao Chen to turn around. Xiao Chen did not want to cause trouble, so he immediately left. When he passed by that young Master Xing, the other party said, "I heard that you drank 10 cups of 1,000-year flame in one go. Your alcohol tolerance is astonishing. Tell me the secret." "It is just drinking wine. It depends on the person." "There is no secret," Xiao Chen said in a hurry before continuing on his way. However, 2 of young Master Xing's servants blocked Xiao Chen's path. "Did I say you could leave? I'll give you 3,000 black astral coins." "Tell me the secret," young Master Xing said indifferently as he put down the wine cup in his hand. The originally calm atmosphere, upon hearing young Master Xing's words, caused the tavern to become lively once again. "I heard that young Master Xing always wanted to meet with young Miss alone. However, he could not get past 3 cups of 1,000-year flame. This unknown fellow is going to be unlucky. Young Master Xing is a peak expert of our Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation. He is even on the Cloud Sea domain's proud son of heaven ranking in the top 20. It is best to be low-key. He is clearly only a martial monarch, yet he is so ostentatious. It is impossible for him not to be unlucky." The Mo clan cultivators looked at Xiao Chen with sympathy. It was easy to imagine the outcome of a martial monarch facing an inferior-grade martial sage like young Master Xing. The 2 peak martial monarchs stood in front, looking at Xiao Chen coldly with an aloof air. "Brat, our young master told you to hand over the secret, so hand it over. We gave you face, but you do not want it. You will not repent until you see the coffin. You are seeking a beating." When the taller servant on the right saw young Master Xing give him a look, he raised his hand and sent a slap at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's quintessence surged, and a flame burned on his right hand. If this slap landed, it would not be as simple as leaving a palm print. Chapter 1022. The Mo clan cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too much. Even if he did not give you the secret, There was no need to be so ruthless. Without his cultivation, anyone could bully him. Even a peak martial monarch dared to make a move against him. When Xiao Chen kicked, no one saw how he did it. A crisp sound came from the right knee of the servant who attacked him, and he let out a miserable cry of pain. The quintessence in that servant's body turned chaotic, and he lost his balance. Then he fell to one knee. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other servant. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that Xiao Chen's palm had pressed on his chest at some point in time. Before that servant could react, he saw Xiao Chen push gently. His ribs broke, and he flew back like a sandbag. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly so fast that no one could react. By the time everyone's gazes returned to Xiao Chen was already at the entrance of the tavern. Before he knew it, he had already walked to the entrance of the tavern and was about to leave. Damn it! How dare you injure the people of my Xing clan? Are you tired of living? Puting! Young Master Xing reacted and soared into the air from his seat. He instantly drew a sword flickering with a cold light from his waist, and an indistinct sword light appeared. Strands of heavenly sage laws appeared behind young Master Xing, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. This made his sword strike, which contained his rage, look very mighty. It looked like young Master Xing's aura was boundless, surging with killing intent. It looked like this lightning-fast sword strike would pierce through Xiao Chen's back. If it did, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and turned around. In that instant, countless trajectories of young Master Xing's sword appeared in his eyes. In one breath, Xiao Chen simulated thousands of variations of the trajectory of this sword strike in his mind. No matter how the other party changed his moves, Xiao Chen had control over everything. Bang! When the sword light was only 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chen, 2 fingers suddenly appeared and clamped down on young Master Xing's sword strike, which was filled with rage and might. Unexpectedly, an inferior-grade martial sage's sword strike was easily countered by Xiao Chen. It was like a child throwing a tantrum. The cultivators in the tavern were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Was this the strength of a martial monarch? Was this still the same guy who had fallen on the deck like a dog eating sh*t 7 days ago? It was completely beyond their imagination, and not within the scope of their understanding and acceptance. Young Master Xing, who was in the air, revealed a look of fear. He used all his strength to pull out the sword, but to no avail. Getting physical over such a trivial matter. Young Master, you probably don't know how high the sky is outside. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, the 5-dragon force in his body roared. Thunder sounded, dragon roared unceasingly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. Before he even used his strength, just the vast aura of the 5-dragon force shattered the sword in young Master Xing's hand. Young Master Xing vomited blood and went flying back. Young Master Xing fell to the ground and looked at Xiao Chen in horror. He muttered, "Advancing Sage of the Physical Body, you are an outstanding talent of the Advancing Sage of the Physical Body." Xiao Chen still held the 2-centimeter sword tip in his right hand. He glanced at young Master Xing and slowly withdrew his killing qi. In the end, Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. Such a minor character would not be able to cause any big waves. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the sword tip flew out and stabbed into the ground beside young Master Xing. This frightened young Master Xing into trembling, his face drained of blood. There was complete silence. No one could say anything. The entire tavern was silent. The manservant who served Xiao Chen wine earlier opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to do. He had actually underestimated such a person, and even planned to watch him make a fool of himself. Such a person could casually send young Master Xing flying. If young Master Xing had gotten angry, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn! That startled me. This world is really unpredictable. Unexpectedly, a random martial monarch is an outstanding talent of the Advancing Sage of the Physical Body. I knew it. How can someone who can drink 10 cups of 1,000-year flame be a minor character? There must be a trick to the test that young Miss set. What do you think? How does this person compare to the demonic geniuses of the Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation? Can he compare to the Shattered Cloud City's young city lord? What kind of joke is this? Young Master Xing could last 3 moves against the young city lord. However, he could not even last half a move against this person. In the entire Cloud Sea domain, There are no more than 5 youths who can compare to this person. The Mo clan cultivators chattered endlessly. However, they suddenly thought of such a person appearing on their warship. If he harbored malicious intent, it would be very dangerous. Quickly, inform Steward Wong. Someone in the tavern immediately rushed to Steward Wong's residence in a fluster. In the control room of the purple warship, the 4 martial sages of the Mo clan and Uncle Wong, who was a peak superior grade martial sage, all gathered together as though they were facing a great enemy. Young miss, this old man was blind. I really did not expect this person to be an expert of the advancing sage of the physical body, Uncle Wong said sullenly. Young miss, give the order. I am willing to personally make a move and chase this person away. Mo Chen, who wore a veil and had an exquisite figure, did not seem surprised by this. Her eyes alone could mesmerize anyone. Mo Chen waved her smooth, jade-like hand and said, "There's no need. This person should not have any malicious intent. Tell me what he did in the tavern first." Uncle Wong answered honestly. He ordered 10 cups of 1,000-year flame and created the scene of 10 connected suns. Then he drank 10 cups in one go. When Mo Chen heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. However, it quickly vanished as she waited for Uncle Wong to continue. After that, he asked the manservant about the distribution of the factions in the Cloud Sea domain, and the strength of the ruler of our Shattered Star Sea. He also asked about our Mo clan. Why did he ask about our Mo clan? With the strength of such a person, why would he care about a rank 6 clan? Mo Chen muttered to herself, finding it strange. Could he have figured something out? Young miss should already know what happened after that. That young Master Xing drank 1 cup of 1,000-year flame and nearly got drunk. Then, he suddenly saw a person drink 10 cups in a row and not get drunk. He immediately tried to force out the secret and ended up provoking this person to make a move. Mo Chen's thoughts were very sharp. She pointed out the crux of the problem and asked, "Are you sure that he only made a move against young Master Xing after asking the manservant?" "I am sure. However, what does that matter?" Uncle Wong asked, feeling confused. Mo Chen entered deep thought. No one could make out her expression behind the white veil. After a while she said, "In that case there is nothing else. I will go and meet him alone. There is no need for you all to follow." The others felt confused, feeling somewhat confused. They asked worriedly, "Old Wong, can we let young miss go alone? With that person's strength, I think that even if we work together, we will have a 50-50 chance of victory." Indeed. Although young Master Xing just advanced to Martial Sage, he was defeated by someone in half a move. That is too much. Uncle Wong sighed and said, "Let's leave it to young Mississippi." This time, he really accidentally picked up a huge dragon. However, it is hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Young Master Xing is just a minor character. There is no need to expose his strength, right? Ao Jiao asked, feeling confused after they returned to the room. Right now, Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws were shattered, and the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was sparse. However, he still had his physical body. When he circulated 5 dragon force, he could exert 25,000 tons of force. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage came, he would only be on par with Xiao Chen. The possibility of him completely suppressing Xiao Chen was very small. If not for Xiao Chen's magic energy having not recovered yet, his heavenly sage laws were shattered, and he could not execute deities descending. He would be able to kill a Grandmaster-level martial sage with 1 punch. Young Master Xing was just an inexperienced person who just advanced to martial sage. Xiao Chen only needed to use 1 dragon force to force him to retreat. However, in the tavern, Xiao Chen had used the aura of 5 dragon force to send the other party flying. This confused Ao Jiao. After all, Xiao Chen now had many enemies. The old subordinates of Neptune were probably searching for him everywhere. The people of Zodiac Hall were definitely searching for him as well. The loose cultivators who coveted the treasures on him were also searching for him. He should have been more low-key. For the sake of hiding his identity, the clear wind robes that the Blue Dragon King's insignia had turned into azure had been replaced with ordinary clothes. Xiao Chen had also taken off the iconic Neptune headscarf long ago. This was to reduce the chances of his identity being exposed in the sea region. Now, Xiao Chen did the exact opposite. This was very puzzling. Xiao Chen took out the blue crystal again and looked at the solar true flame sealed in ice. He said, You will understand in a while. Oh right, let me take a look at the recipe for the medicinal pill that recovers law energy. The medicinal pill was called the Heavenly Origin Pill. Ao Jiao had already written down the recipe. It was a medicinal pill that she had come into contact with when she followed the Thunder King. The Heavenly Origin Pill reached King grade. Its ingredients were extremely precious and required a lot of money. To Xiao Chen, money was not a big deal at the moment. What was rare was a grandmaster alchemist who could refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chen only knew the immortal epic's alchemy methods, and not the orthodox alchemy methods of the martial epic. Even if Xiao Chen spent a lot of money and found the ingredients, it would be pointless if there was no one to refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Grandmaster alchemists were not easy to find. Someone is coming, Ao Jiao said softly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense. She came earlier than he expected. This Mo clan's young miss was indeed a smart person. That was right. Xiao Chen made a move in the tavern to lure this girl over. Be it the solar true flame or the pendant on this girl's chest, Xiao Chen was determined to obtain them. From the manservant's words, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding that the Mo clan's situation in the Shattered Cloud Sea was not good. Because of Miss Mo's beauty, she faced a lot of trouble. Although she dealt with them with ingenious methods, it was not a long-term solution. Since that was the case, there was room for negotiation. Xiao Chen could help her deal with these problems in exchange for the pendant on her chest and temporarily borrow the solar true flame. If that was not enough, he could add something else. If Xiao Chen wanted to negotiate, he naturally had to reveal some of his strength first. It would be best if the other party spoke first. In any case, Xiao Chen did not have any good ideas on how to borrow the lunar true flame and obtain the pendant on her chest. He might as well give it a try first. If he succeeded, that would be for the best. If not, he would think of something else. After Xiao Chen put away the alchemic recipe, he raised his hand and waved. The door opened with a creak. The veiled Mo Chen happened to be standing outside, about to knock. Chapter 1023. Miss Mo, please come in. Mo Chen drifted over and looked at Xiao Chen with her gem-like eyes. Xiao Chen wore ordinary clothes, and his long hair was unkempt, casually draped over his shoulders. She could not see any precious secret treasures or ornaments that could reveal his identity. Xiao Chen's cultivation was indeed only that of a martial monarch. However, such a person had beaten up young Master Xing to the point where he could not even retaliate. Mo Chen compared Xiao Chen to the outstanding talents of the great seas that she had seen. She had seen many true outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. They were all young, and they were all superior-grade martial sages. There were even some geniuses of the Zodiac Hall who were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Compared to those people, Xiao Chen's aura was clearly different. There was no trace of the arrogance of a genius. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were boundlessly deep, unfathomable and unfathomable. Young Master does not seem surprised at Mo Chen's appearance, Mo Chen said softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I was the one who lured you here in the first place. How could I be surprised? Sit. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a chair flew into the air and landed firmly beside Mo Chen. The two sat down, and Mo Chen took out the pendant around her neck. There was a red remnant white flower ornament hanging from the green leaf-like necklace. It was bright in color and gave off a beautiful glow. However, the feeling it gave off was one of uncontrollable grief. In the language of flowers, the remnant white flower represented passionate love. However, this remnant white flower before Xiao Chen was a wilted flower. At its most beautiful moment, it wilted and withered, no longer passionate. The lover was gone, leaving only grief lingering in the heart. Before Xiao Chen's eyes, the remnant white flower gave off a flowing light. A strong wind blew, and crystalline petals flew out. The strong wind was merciless, and the remnant white flower was like blood, piercing one's heart and filling it with grief. That's right. This is definitely refined from the grief throne. It is horrifying enough to affect my emotions. If I get affected by this pendant in battle, I will be consigned to eternal damnation if I get careless. Xiao Chen stabilized his emotions and raised his guard. You boarded the Purple Cloud ship for this broken flower pendant, right? Given Mo Chen's intelligence, if she still could not guess why Xiao Chen had been staring at her chest back then, she would really be living up to her reputation. Broken flower pendant? Could it be that the other party did not know that this was the original form of the grief throne, forged by the ancient era's paragon, the evil king? This is a pendant passed down in my MO clan. In terms of usage, it is even more valuable than some strong king-grade secret treasures. Mo Chen continued, if young master wants this pendant, it is not impossible. Just be my bodyguard for 1 year. After 1 year, I will hand it over to young master. A year of bodyguard meant that he had to ensure the other party's safety for a year. Xiao Chen replied calmly, it is not impossible for me to be your bodyguard for a year. However, a pendant alone is not worth me staying in the Mo clan for a year. Mo Chen frowned slightly and said, what bold words! A sage body that can bring out 5 dragon force is barely equal to a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, although Grandmaster-level martial sages are strong, they are not at the peak. My Mo clan does not fear Grandmaster-level martial sages, either. If not for the situation forcing me, I would not have made such a decision. After all, this broken flower pendant is an item passed down in my Mo clan. Mo Chen's tone was very forceful, even somewhat angry. She felt that Xiao Chen overestimated himself. Using the broken flower pendant to hire the other party for a year already cost him a lot. Yet he was still not satisfied. Xiao Chen clearly grasped the other party's tone. He smiled and did not argue. Very well, you are right. I am only as strong as a martial sage. How about this? I will agree to your request first. However, how about we make a bet? What bet? If one day, you feel that using the broken flower pendant to hire me for a year is a good deal, then agree to another request of mine. Of course, this request will not cross the line. It will not violate the most basic etiquette. Under the veil, Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly. She smiled confidently and said, you are extraordinarily arrogant. Even those genius disciples of Zodiac Hall would not speak to me like this. I'll bet with you. This girl was indeed someone who had seen the world. No wonder she was so disdainful of that young Master Xing compared to the disciples of Zodiac Hall. The outstanding youths of the Cloud Sea domain were not worth mentioning. However, what were the disciples of Zodiac Hall in Xiao Chen's eyes? Even the top female disciple of the Moon Palace had to flee while covering her face. Hee. Xiao Chen, you have really suffered a great loss this time. In less than half a year, you will recover your strength. At that time, your heavenly sage laws will immediately take form. Together with Neptune's crown, even a regular blue-robed emperor would not be a match for you. After Mo Chen left, Ao Jiao smiled gently. I have to obtain the waning flower pendant. However, in her hands she can immediately destroy it with a thought. I might as well agree to it first. After all, she will definitely lose the bet. At that time, it will not be a loss if I borrow the solar true flame. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently. The matter of Xiao Chen becoming Mo Chen's bodyguard quickly spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire warship. That's impossible. This was the first thing all the Mo clan cultivators said when they heard the news. Miss Mo Chen's standards had always been very high. She had rejected many outstanding young talents of the Cloud Sea domain, even those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. She had even rejected them mercilessly. However, this was the truth. Xiao Chen had indeed become Mo Chen's bodyguard. Miss, this person's origins are unknown. Isn't it too unreliable to make him a bodyguard? Uncle Wang said anxiously to Mo Chen in the control room. Is that so? Does Uncle Wang feel that there is a better candidate? Uncle Wang, you should be very clear on the intentions of those people who approached me in the Cloud Sea domain, Mo Chen countered. Steward Wang was speechless. These people were just drooling over her beauty and the Mo clan's unique refining techniques. While their origins were very clean, their intentions were not that simple. Aren't there still the few outstanding young masters of the Southern Sea? I think the disciples of the Zodiac Hall and the Southern Sea King's scions are pretty good. Mo Chen said sullenly. These people are indeed pretty good. Their family backgrounds are vast and do not care about the current Mo clan. However, they are too strong. If they are tempted by benefits, the consequences will be worse. This person is the most suitable candidate. His goal is clear, and I know what he wants. His strength is also passable. However, he is somewhat arrogant and wants to make a bet with me. Bet? What bet? Uncle Wang asked out of curiosity. Mo Chen stopped speaking and changed the topic. Nothing much. Just a bet that he will definitely lose. Uncle Wong, how many more days until we reach Starry Cloud Island? 7 days. It looks like the Lu clan's people will not appear. We can successfully complete the City Lord's request this time. We cannot continue like this. We should think of a way to resolve this once and for all. Emo Chen did not show any joy on her face. How could Uncle Wong not think the same way? He sighed and said, "It will be difficult. The Lu clan's refining skills are not as strong as ours. However, the clan head is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the largest merchant association of the Cloud Sea domain, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, behind him." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire purple warship shook intensely. Emo Chen's expression changed, and she waved her hand. Formations flickered in the control room. Formation markings immediately spread out on the ground, walls, and inside the control room. The entire space turned resplendent. A water screen appeared around Emo Chen, showing the situation around the purple warship. 4 black warships descended from the sky like specters and surrounded the purple warship. Beams of light from the ancient demonic energy cannons bombarded the purple warship continuously. They really picked the right time. In another day, the purple warship would enter the range of Starry Cloud Island. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the Lu clan's people finally charged out. "I'll go out and take a look." Right after Steward Wong spoke, he quickly left the control room and went to the deck. The normally empty deck was now filled with Mo clan cultivators. All of them had grave expressions and had drawn their weapons long ago. Killing chi radiated from their foreheads. "Hee. Old Wong, we meet again. Call your clan's young miss out." Opposite the purple warship was a tall, wolf-headed warship. 2 black-clad cultivators, one old and one young, stood on the wolf-headed warship. The youth on the right smiled evilly at Emo Chen. The old man beside him gave off an indistinct aura. Unexpectedly, it was the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. 3 old men walked out of the other 3 wolf-headed warships. A strong wind blew. They were all superior-grade martial sages. Including the 2 old men beside the youth, the Lu clan had a total of 3 superior-grade martial sages and 1 Grandmaster-level martial sage. In terms of strength, they definitely surpassed the Mo clan's cultivators. Uncle Wong could not be bothered with this person. He analyzed his countermeasures. The Lu clan's people exceeded his expectations. Aside from the clan head, who was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, the peak combat power of the Lu clan had practically come out in full force. This was completely different from the small skirmishes of the past. Were the 2 clans going to start a decisive battle? The Mo clan and the Lu clan focused on refining. There was a lot of competition between them in the shattered Cloud Sea. Normally, there would be small skirmishes. However, they were far from falling out with each other. The Mo clan was not as strong as the Lu clan. However, if they fought indiscriminately, the Lu clan would not be able to bear it. That would only benefit the other factions that were watching the excitement. Seeing that Uncle Wong ignored him, the black-clad youth smiled and said, "Was my voice too soft? In that case, come closer." This youth was called Lu Feng, the first young master of the Lu clan. His cultivation was pretty good, stronger than young Master Xing's. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Feng and the old man beside him soared into the air and landed on the purple warship's deck at the same time. The other 3 Mo clan elders quickly followed. Instantly, the Mo clan cultivators on the purple warship felt like they were facing a great enemy. Before the other party's strong aura, they could not help taking a step back. The 4 elders of the Mo family took a step forward and stood together with Uncle Wong, confronting the experts of the Lu family. Although they all looked like martial sages, the strongest of the 4 Mo clan elders was only a medial-grade martial sage. Only Uncle Wong was a superior-grade martial sage. Their aura was far inferior to the Lu clan's. Lu Feng said sullenly, "I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the cyclic meteor iron." Chapter 1024. Dream on. Uncle Wong replied rudely, "If you have the guts, then kill everyone on our ship. At worst, we will just die together. In any case, if you spoil the City Lord's residence's matter, the Mo clan will not have a good ending either. Your old bones are really tough. Since I rushed over this time, I am not afraid of your Mo clan dying together. Lu Feng smiled sinisterly. The Grandmaster-level martial sage Lu clan's first elder stepped forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Electricity flickered on his fist, crackling endlessly. A huge eagle image encased the old man. When he punched, the eagle spread its wings. The electric light on the old man's body flowed down his arm. The instant the eagle spread its wings, horrifying electric energy burst out of his fist. When facing this lightning-fast punch, Uncle Wong crossed his arms and blocked it in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he went flying back like a cannonball with a loud bang. Blood leaked out of Uncle Wong's mouth, and his feet sank. After he landed, he staggered a few steps back. At this moment, the difference between a Grandmaster-level martial sage and a superior-grade martial sage became clear. All the Mo clan cultivators felt horror spread in their hearts. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had arrived in the control room. Together with Mo Chen, he saw the situation clearly through the water screen. Mo Chen said softly, "A Grandmaster-level martial sage. This is really problematic. Even if the Lu clan falls out with them, they will still spoil the mission that the City Lord's residents gave us." "Are the consequences of failing the mission very severe?" Xiao Chen asked. "The City Lord's residence is the sky of the Shattered Cloud Sea. The City Lord is the blue-robed emperor. He is a major character who can stir up a storm with a raise of his hand. If he angers the City Lord, the consequences will be severe." "Strange. It is clearly the Lu clan that caused your mission to fail. The City Lord should be looking for trouble with the Lu clan." "That won't happen. The City Lord only cares about the results and not the process. He never interferes with the conflicts between the factions. We just have to pay him the resources on time." Mo Chen took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Help me hand the cyclic meteor iron to the other party. Later, we will think of a way to deal with the City Lord's questions." He didn't expect the lady before him to be so decisive, letting go of him as soon as it was time. Xiao Chen did not take the ring. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, a bodyguard can help you solve the problem in front of you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you admit defeat." "Under the veil," Mo Chen said calmly, "with your strength, you can barely deal with that Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, there are still 3 superior-grade martial sages. Housekeeper Wong can deal with 1, and the remaining 2 can sweep through the entire warship. Don't do anything rash. I asked you to be my bodyguard because I have something important to do. Don't tell me what to do now," Mo Chen said anxiously when she saw that Xiao Chen was not going to take her ring. "Remember to accept your defeat. I'll help you settle this trouble." With a tap of his foot, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the control room. After sending Uncle Wong flying with a single punch, the great elder of the Lu clan did not stop moving. He transformed into an eagle, and as he attacked, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. He was completely suppressing Uncle Wong. In less than 10 moves, Uncle Wong was severely injured and weak. "Come, let's go to the control room. I'll go and look for the Mo clan's young miss personally." When Lu Feng saw Uncle Wong stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, he did not say anything even after being beaten up so miserably. Then, he headed for the warship's hold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing this, the originally fearful Mo clan cultivators all moved to block the warship's hold. They pointed their weapons at Lu Feng's group with determined expressions on their faces. With such subordinates, it was no wonder that Mo Chen was willing to give up on the cyclic meteor iron rather than leave alone. "Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless," Lu Feng said coldly with a frown. He had not expected the Mo clan cultivators to be so unyielding. He frowned and said coldly, "The Lu clan is too much of a bully. The Lu family has gone too far. Let's fight it out with them." Someone shouted, and a group of Mo clan cultivators charged over. "What a joke. What is the point of having more people?" Lu Feng snorted coldly, and the 4 people beside him attacked at the same time. With a Grandmaster-level martial sage leading the way, when the 4 worked together, no one could block a single move. Before absolute strength and a tenacious fighting spirit, miracles could not happen. Lu Feng's group easily pushed forward. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. The many Mo clan cultivators were severely injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Not long after, there was no one left standing on the deck. Lu Feng smiled coldly and said, Just a bunch of trash. You want to block this young master's path? Go. If you want to seek trouble for the young miss, you will have to ask this old man first. Uncle Wong, who was lying on the ground heavily injured, burst out with the last of his strength. He roared ferociously and charged at Lu Feng with bloodshot eyes. Uncle Wong's berserk aura and killing chi were startling. He pushed his heavenly sage laws to their limits in this full-power strike. When Lu Feng looked back, he was startled. If Uncle Wong's furious punch landed, given Lu Feng's cultivation, he would be severely injured on the spot. You overestimate yourself. The Lu clan's first elder, who was beside Lu Feng, smiled, and a pair of wings made of electricity appeared on his back. The first elder folded his wings and stored up power. The electricity formed a pillar of light and soared into the sky. When Uncle Wong attacked, the first elder's wings suddenly unfurled. In that instant, resplendent electric light appeared. With a single punch, he sent the ferocious Uncle Wong flying backward. After Uncle Wong fell to the ground, he fainted. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Old Wong. Several Mo clan cultivators carried Uncle Wong up and glared at the Lu clan's first elder in grief and indignation. Lu Feng laughed loudly and said, You scared this old man. In the end you are still trash. Let's go. Lu Feng laughed loudly and took the lead, heading for the warship's hold. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to hold back on this Mo Chen. Not only did he want to obtain the cyclic meteor iron, but he also wanted the person. Aren't you very virtuous? You even look down on the top 10 experts of the Cloud Sea domain. Let's see how virtuous you are going to be today. Bang! Suddenly, just as Lu Feng stepped into the warship's hold, a hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed his neck, raising him high in the air. Before Lu Feng could understand what was going on, he felt his breathing quicken. Blood covered his face, and a feeling of suffocation filled his entire body. Lu Feng grasped that iron-like hand with both hands as he flailed his legs in the air. However, it was to no avail. That hand did not move at all, grabbing his life veins. As long as it squeezed gently, it could break his soul and kill him. Horror spread throughout Lu Feng's entire body. However, he could not say anything and could only stomp his feet. Just a moment ago, Lu Feng was thinking about how to use this opportunity to obtain both the person and the riches, humiliating the famous top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. In the next moment, he was lifted up like a dead pig. The sudden turn of events did not give the 4 Lu clan elders any chance to react. They simply could not figure out when the Mo clan gained an expert who could suppress Lu Feng with one move. With such strength, why did he not show himself earlier? Could it be that he was waiting for this moment? Chi! Electric light lit up on the Lu clan's great grandmaster level martial sage. He immediately made a move to save Lu Feng. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. Xiao Chen, who was holding Lu Feng up, slowly walked out step by step. His face, which was originally covered by the shadows, now appeared before the 4 Lu clan elders. Xiao Chen's sinister words did not contain any emotion. No one doubted that as long as the Lu clan's first elder made any strange movements, Xiao Chen would mercilessly snap Lu Feng's neck. Let's talk things out. When Lu Feng saw Xiao Chen's grip on his neck increase, the pain on his face intensified. The Lu clan's first elder quickly dispersed the electric light on his body. Xiao Chen casually carried Lu Feng and walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived at the bow of the warship. As he looked at the Mo clan cultivator lying on the ground, his expression turned sullen. This group of people was a little too heavy-handed. The figures of the Lu clan cultivators leaped out of the 4 black mountain warships surrounding the warship. They held their bows and drew their bowstrings, aiming their arrows at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over them coldly and said indifferently, I will say this only once. Take away all your warships. Damn it! The Lu clan's first elder was so angry that his heart trembled. He could feel that Xiao Chen was only a martial monarch. However, at this moment, he spoke like he was the emperor of this place. However, the Lu clan's first elder did not dare to disobey. Lu Feng's life was in Xiao Chen's hands. If Lu Feng died here, it was easy to imagine how angry the clan head would be. The Lu clan's first elder's original plan was foolproof. However, they had not expected such a demonic genius to appear on the Mo clan's warship. Take away the warship. the Lu clan's first elder said through clenched teeth, his face filled with dissatisfaction. As the warship moved, the situation reversed. After Xiao Chen appeared, the insufferably arrogant Lu clan cultivators obediently gave way. The Mo clan cultivators on the deck could not react in time. First elder. A few Lu clan old men at the side called out anxiously as they watched the warship slowly move. The Lu clan's first elder waved his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Friend, are you satisfied now? Can you put down my young master first? We can discuss this further. As long as you let go of my young master, we will leave immediately. In the future, we will come to Starry Cloud Island to personally apologize." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, he did as the Lu clan's first elder said. He casually tossed Lu Feng onto the deck. Bang! Xiao Chen did not know how heavy this fall was. Die! The killing qi that had been accumulating in the Lu clan's first elder's eyes erupted at this moment. A pillar of electric light soared into the clouds as a pair of electric wings unfurled. A strong wind blew, and electricity tore through space. The moment Xiao Chen put down Lu Feng, the old man punched at lightning speed. Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his right foot stomped heavily on Lu Feng's chest. "Cassie! Cassie!" The sound of bones breaking resounded as Lu Feng cried out in agony. Whoosh! After hearing Lu Feng's miserable cry, the Lu clan's first elder's shockingly powerful punch came to a halt a meter away, not daring to make any more movements. When the Lu clan's first elder saw Lu Feng's clearly dented chest, his face could not help but twitch. This person is too ruthless. If the first elder had not stopped and used more force, he would have trampled Lu Feng to death. Do you really think that I am an idiot? Cut the crap. When we are near Starry Cloud Island, I will naturally let go of this trash. The four of you, scram immediately. Chapter 1025. Xiao Chen did not give the Lu clan elders any time to think. He said coldly, "I will count to 3, and you will immediately disappear. If you do not believe me, you can bet with me. Let's see whether I dare to trample this trash to death or not. 1, 2. Let's go." Seeing Lu Feng's face contorted in pain and Xiao Chen's incomparably domineering attitude from the very start, the Lu clan elders did not dare to gamble. From the moment Xiao Chen appeared until now, no more than 15 minutes had passed. The Lu clan experts, even the Grandmaster-level martial sage, withdrew with just a few words from him. Such a scene dumbfounded not only the Mo clan cultivators on the deck but also Mo Chen, who was in the control room. Glancing at the unconscious Uncle Wang, Xiao Chen tossed out a bottle of sage-grade healing medicine and said, "Let him consume it. Otherwise, if this drags on, it might turn into a stubborn disease." As the purple warship advanced, the Lu clan's 4 elders chased anxiously on the water. All of them showed anxious expressions, but they could not do anything. After half a day, 3 large warships with the Mo clan's banner appeared at the limits of the group's vision. The Mo clan's reinforcements had arrived. Xiao Chen raised his foot and kicked Lu Feng, who was in so much pain that he was on the verge of death, into the air. The Lu clan old man quickly reached out and caught Lu Feng. When he saw the Mo clan's warship in the distance, he knew that the operation had failed and that he could not remain here for long. "Might I ask for this friend's great name?" The Lu clan's first elder asked in a quivering voice, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I, Wen Xiren, will never change my name. If you have any grudges, just take it out on me, Wen Xiren." Since he could not use the alias Yi Chen in the heavenly starry ocean, Xiao Chen could only think of a random name. "Good. Wen Xiren, we'll wait and see." The Lu clan's first elder snorted coldly and quickly led the others away. "Brother Xiren." "Sorry." Xiao Chen smiled to himself. 1 Grandmaster-level martial sage and 3 superior-grade martial sages were forced back by Xiao Chen alone. They did not dare to get angry. The Mo clan cultivators felt extremely satisfied. This was especially so for Lu Feng, who was squealing like a dead pig when Xiao Chen stepped on him, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing that the Mo clan's 3 ships were about to leave, Xiao Chen didn't want to have too much contact with people, so he turned around and walked towards the cabin. "Thank you, young Master Wen. I have wronged you for the past few days." Behind him, Uncle Wang, who had woken up with the help of the sage-grade healing medicine, apologized to Xiao Chen after he heard everyone's explanation. It's just a small matter. Old Wang, you don't have to be so polite. You're injured, so it's better for you to speak less. Xiao Chen stopped and replied. Then, he continued on his way. When night fell, Xiao Chen opened his eyes from his cultivation. The magic power in his sea of consciousness was recovering bit by bit. His will of thunder had recovered somewhat. It was no longer as indistinct as before, unable to circulate at all. Xiao Chen's overall strength was recovering in an orderly fashion. The only problem was that his heavenly sage law's origin was shattered, causing him to remain stuck at martial monarch. The refinement of the heavenly origin pill was urgent. As long as Xiao Chen could reassemble his origin, his strength would instantly recover. His cultivation was still there. It was not that his cultivation had fallen. It was just that his origin was shattered, preventing him from using his heavenly sage laws. Once Xiao Chen's origin was reassembled, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the manifestation of heavenly sage laws. Xiao Chen stretched his legs and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, he planned to go out for a walk. The changes of the day had already returned to normal. The purple warship had recovered to its original state. Xiao Chen walked to the bow. The deck was cold and quiet. There was no one on it. The waning moon hung alone, and the sky was filled with stars, glistening brightly. This night was very beautiful, and the stars were even more beautiful. Only the moon shone with a pale white light, covered by the starlight. It looked lonely, ethereal, and cold. As Xiao Chen looked at the distant moon, he felt excited. He felt like he was like this moon, far away from the many stars, walking alone on the lonely path of the martial Tao. It was like the will of the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like this pale moon, dim and lightless. He did not even dare to go to his conferred land. Xiao Chen was the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the one who swept through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. However, during the day, Xiao Chen had needed to threaten a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If it were in the past, such a person would not even dare to speak loudly in front of him. "Young Master One, are you admiring the moon?" A clear and exquisite voice rang out. At some point in time, the Mo clan's young miss had appeared. Xiao Chen turned around and said, "Strange. There are so many stars in the sky. So resplendent. Why do you think that I am admiring the moon?" Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, "In that case, it looks like Mo Chen guessed wrong. I am willing to admit defeat for what happened during the day. If young Master One has any requests, you can state them. I need to borrow Miss Mo's solar true flame for half a year. I will return it to you after that." Shock flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. However, she quickly calmed down and said, "I do indeed have the solar true flame. It is not a problem to lend it to young Master One for half a year. However, may I ask about young Master Wen's true identity?" Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "My identity is Mrs. Bodyguard. For 1 year in the Cloud Sea domain, I will be Mrs. Bodyguard. With me around, no one can harm you." "You are bragging." The City Lord of Shattered Cloud City squeezes the Mo clan every year, using all sorts of reasons to demand a set of peak sage grade secret treasures. If I do not agree, my life will be in danger. You will be able to protect me. The 7 seas of the Cloud Sea domain were like 7 rank 8 sections. The City Lord of each sea was at least as strong as the blue-robed Emperor. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He only made a mental note of what Mo Chen said. Under the veil, Mo Chen laughed softly. "Haha, you are still as arrogant as before. However, don't worry. I will not offend such a strong enemy. 2 months from now, a treasure mountain at the bottom of the Cloud Sea domain will rise from the water. At that time, I would like you to accompany me as my bodyguard." "Treasure mountain at the bottom of the sea?" Mo Chen nodded and said, "That is the mountain of the Firely sect, an ancient sect. Legend has it that the Firely sect invented the secret treasures. Today's refining methods are all derived from this sect. Because it is located at the bottom of the sea, a deep abyss that no one can reach, aside from the Firely sect's remnants, there are natural treasures everywhere. Herb kings that are more than 10,000 years old and rare divine materials can be found there. The people of the Cloud Sea domain have always called it a treasure mountain. I am entering this time to find the Firely sect's supreme divine canon, the Book of Heavenly Works, so that the Mo clan will no longer be controlled by others. Firely sect. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. When he was in the lower realm, he had visited a branch of the fiery sex remnants. He had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his body at that time. Several memories flooded his mind. Duan Muking, Chu Chaoyun, Hua Yunfei, Ji Chongkong, and that person with an incredible body tempering technique. Now that 10 years had passed, these names aside from Chu Chaoyun were like smoke in the past, vanishing like smoke, never to appear again. Just like the countless stars in the sky, there was no end to them. As they flickered, it was unknown how many stars would shatter and disappear every minute. Only he was like the moon hanging high in the sky, watching the resplendent stars and the withering stars. Only the moon existed. Only he existed. In the next 10 years, how many stars would disappear and how many new stars would rise? Would he still exist like the moon? What's wrong? Mo Chen suddenly asked when she discovered a rare confusion on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and changed the topic. Why did you choose me? With your charm, those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will not reject this invitation. Because I have this. Mo Chen smiled faintly, and a scarlet pendant covered in grief appeared in her smooth, jade-like hand. It flickered with a faint light. What's the use of having a pretty face in the face of absolute benefits? If I cannot take out something that can rival the Book of Heavenly Works, I will only be killing myself for nothing. The Book of Heavenly Works was a divine canon that every blacksmith dreamed of. Not only did it record the refining methods of all sorts of strong secret treasures, but it also recorded miraculous refining techniques. If Mo Chen had this divine canon, she might be able to become a divine refiner that existed only in the ancient era. At that time, the insignificant Cloud Sea domain would no longer be able to trap a genius like her. I will also give you a copy of the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo Chen said softly. There's no need. I do not have any talent for refining, nor do I have much time to study it. Since it is a divine canon, most people probably would not be able to understand it. It would be useless even if you gave it to me. I just want your grief pendant and the solar true flame. After Xiao Chen spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron containing the golden crow egg slowly appeared. Xiao Chen turned his right eye and sucked in all the purple thunder true fire in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Fine cracks had already appeared on the surface of the golden crow egg. Based on this efficiency, it would take at least 10 years to hatch this golden crow egg. Only the solar true flame could increase this speed. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When Mo Chen saw this cauldron, she was clearly astonished. There was even a trace of excitement in her eyes. Xiao Chen was not surprised. Any blacksmith would have such an expression when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The Firely sect only had 3 genuine Dragon Phoenix Cauldrons. These were the legendary divine cauldrons for refining. They could greatly increase the efficiency and success rate of refining. Unfortunately, they were covered in dust in Xiao Chen's hands. He had learned too many things. Saber techniques, immortal arts, cultivation techniques, and physical body. All of them took up a lot of time. Xiao Chen simply did not have much time to focus on refining. What kind of egg is this? This is the one that needs to be hatched with a solar true flame? Even though Mo Chen was very experienced and knowledgeable, she could not think of the golden crow egg that was as hard as a rock. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Send in the solar true flame. We will know what kind of egg it is after half a year." The golden crow was a legendary holy beast. Don't disappoint me after half a year. Mo Chen opened her right hand. A spot of golden light appeared on her smooth, jade-like palm. She squinted, and the spot of golden light suddenly grew larger. The light was resplendent and resplendent. The night was as bright as day. A clump of blazing fire appeared on Mo Chen's fair palm. It looked like she was holding a small sun. Xiao Chen looked carefully. The origin flame was about 6 centimeters in diameter. Unexpectedly, it was larger than his lunar true flame. Xiao Chen pressed his palm down and the solar true flame entered the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The blazing fire spread throughout the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Chapter 10:26. Night fell once more, and the light disappeared. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy as he carefully put away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Many thanks. It's fine. I lost the bet. Indeed, one grief pendant cannot hire you for a year, Mo Chen said softly with a smile. Then, Xiao Chen thought of something else. He asked, "Are there Grandmaster alchemists in the Shattered Cloud Sea?" Emochan answered, Grandmaster alchemists are not easy to find. I believe that it would be hard to find one in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Even if there were, the city lords of the various sea domains would treat them as honored guests. They would not easily refine medicinal pills for others. Indeed, it was a Xiaochen guest. Even in the Medicine God Valley, there were only 3 Grandmaster alchemists. More accurately, there were only 2 now. Mr. Wei and Mr. Qin both died at Xiaochen's hands. However, the Medicine God Valley had a divine-grade alchemist. The death of 2 Grandmaster alchemists was not a calamity. With the nurturing of the Medicine God, there would be no shortage of Grandmaster alchemists. In the Cloud Sea domain, where the peak combat power was only the blue-robed emperor, it would be difficult to find a Grandmaster alchemist. What medicinal pill do you want to refine? Perhaps I can help, Emochan said with a gentle smile. You know how to refine medicinal pills? Right after Xiaochen finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that when the manservant introduced Emochan earlier, he said that she was skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was skilled in medicine, and could even make weapons into armor. She was skilled in all of them. She was skilled in refining treasures, refining medicinal pills, brewing wine, and many other miscellaneous things. Xiaochen handed the alchemic recipe to the other party with the attitude of giving it a try. Heavenly Origin Pill. This is a king-grade medicinal pill that can repair law energy. No wonder when I first saw young Master One, your complexion did not look good and you looked weak. It turns out that you are severely injured. Emochan was not too surprised. In her opinion, Xiaochen had probably fallen from inferior-grade martial sage to martial monarch. She would never have imagined that Xiaochen was a horrifying great grandmaster-level martial sage. 5 Dragon Force, a rank 4 sage body, great grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, an immortal art magic skill, and a will of thunder and ice. Such strength was sufficient to sweep through the Cloud Sea domain. Even the blue-robed emperor of the Cloud Sea domain, Xiaochen, could not stop him if he wanted to leave. That was in the past. If he had recovered his strength now, he would have been able to rise from the ashes. If Xiaochen was unwilling, he wouldn't have been able to leave even if he wanted to. How is it? Are you confident? A king-grade medicinal pill is a little difficult. I am still a distance away from becoming a Grandmaster alchemist. I can barely achieve a success rate of 30%. Emochan revealed an apologetic look in her eyes. She said honestly, even if I do my best, there is only a 40% chance of success. Young Master One, you should look for someone else. When Xiaochen heard this, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, Then it shall be you. I will prepare 10 sets of materials for you. Unless your luck is extremely bad, you will definitely succeed at least once. 10 sets of king-grade medicinal pill ingredients? Emochan was shocked. Even in the Southern Sea, there were not many youths who could be so extravagant. Immediately, Emochan could not help feeling curious about Xiaochen's identity. 3 days later, the Purple Cloud warship arrived safely at Starry Cloud Island's harbor. Starry Cloud Island was the Emo clan's territory, the foundation of the clan. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, this Starry Cloud Island was rather famous. It was even famous in the neighboring sea domains like the Broken Cloud Sea and the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Merchant associations and cultivators came to purchase secret treasures in an endless stream all year round, creating a bustling place. Right now, Emochan was the one in charge of the Emo clan. She still had many matters to deal with. Naturally, Xiaochen did not have that much time. He followed her step by step, leaving only a strand of his spiritual sense on her before starting his own cultivation. Time passed. The magic energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness had already recovered most of it. Xiaochen's immortal will of thunder reached small perfection again. However, his saber soul was still scattered in his sea of consciousness. Collecting it was rather problematic, but it was just a matter of time. The only thing that excited Xiaochen was the will of ice. He could rely on the 1,000-year flame that Emochan personally asked for. The cultivation speed of the will of ice was gratifying. It had already broken through small perfection and was steadily advancing toward great perfection. Xiaochen thought about the will of thunder. He had spent more than 2 years and relied on all sorts of fortuitous encounters to cultivate it to great perfection. Then, he thought about the cultivation speed of the will of ice. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it advanced at a rapid pace. After 1 month, Xiao Chen finished grinding the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chen had prepared. Now, Xiao Chen's will of ice was at great perfection. It was even stronger than the recovering will of thunder. The crystalline small saber in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness gave off a cold light. Strands of cold qi wrapped around the saber, sending out a boundless cold light. With a thought, Xiao Chen's forehead flashed, and the 3-inch-long ice saber appeared between his fingers, looking no different from a real object. Xiao Chen moved his fingers, and the small saber spun around. The bone-chilling saber qi turned into a saber wind howling. Snowflakes drifted down in the courtyard, dancing in the air. The nimble movements of the small saber were as miraculous as Xiao Chen's extra fingers. Bang! The instant the small saber stopped moving, the wind and snow froze. Space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The small ice saber between Xiao Chen's fingers had already vanished at some point. A tree 100 meters in front turned into an ice sculpture. It was like the ice had completely transformed from the inside out. Bang! The tree shattered, and ice shards flew everywhere. The ground in the courtyard was covered in shattered ice. A cold light flew over, and the small ice saber reappeared between Xiao Chen's fingers. Xiao Chen did not dare to use his full power here, so he could only test it out in a small area. The effects were startling. If he used the full might of this small saber made of the will of ice together with Xiao Chen's current strength, killing Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be difficult. I do not have an ice-attributed saber technique. Even with the great perfection will of ice, I can only injure the enemy like this. It is somewhat of a waste, Xiao Chen said with some regret as he withdrew the small saber. However, if he could infuse the will of ice into the winter saber, the might of the winter saber should increase significantly. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were the peak of the world. However, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he naturally knew that there were even more powerful martial techniques above heaven-ranked. Most cultivators referred to martial techniques that surpassed heaven-ranked as profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash was a martial technique that surpassed heaven-ranked. The 4-season saber technique cycle of seasons could also be considered a profound martial technique. If Xiao Chen infused the will of ice into the winter saber, just this saber strike alone could reach the standard of a profound martial technique. After not seeing you for 1 month, it looks like young Master Wen's strength has improved again. Mo Chen, who was wearing a veil, slowly walked in from outside the courtyard. There was a fatigued expression on her face, and she seemed to be in a somewhat dispirited state. It looked like Mo Chen had been very tired in the past month for the sake of refining that set of sage-grade secret treasures for the city lord's residence. Although the Mo clan was large, Mo Chen was the only one who could refine secret treasures. The others could only act as assistants at best and would not be of much help. However, since Mo Chen already came out, it meant that the secret treasures had been refined and were about to be sent over. You want me to accompany you to Shattered Cloud City, right? With a thought, Xiao Chen guessed Mo Chen's purpose in coming here. Yes. The crucial ingredients for refining the heavenly origin pill can only be bought in Shattered Cloud City. Mo Chen said softly, the Lu clan suffered greatly the last time. They will definitely cause trouble again. To avoid exposing ourselves, I'll go with you alone. Moving alone was fine. If he could rush to Shattered Cloud City, Xiao Chen did not have any objections. Come, let's depart now. Mo Chen led Xiao Chen out of Starry Cloud Island's underground tunnel. Their movements were very secretive. Aside from a few of the Mo clan's upper echelon, no one knew that the two had left. Mo Chen and Xiao Chen walked on the surface of the sea, their figures hidden in the vast sea. The two moved cautiously, flying along the vast sea with their own cultivation. Indeed, they did not run into any trouble. Shattered Cloud City is in front, Mo Chen said as she pointed to the blurry silhouette of a city on the vast sea at the limits of her vision. That was a city built on the sea. Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense and carefully observed it. Shattered Cloud City had transformed a vast island into a city. From a distance, it gave off the feeling of a city in the sea. Aside from Shattered Cloud City, there were 7 other similar cities in the sea in the Cloud Sea domain. Each of the 8 city lords ruled a sea. All of them had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. The position of Shattered Cloud City's city lord in the Shattered Cloud Sea was like that of a noble in the mundane world. He was the absolute ruler of this sea. The other factions had to submit to him in order to survive in the Shattered Cloud Sea. If they disobeyed, the consequences would be severe. However, over the past few thousand years, the City Lord of Shattered Cloud City had changed several times. As long as one had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and was confident of killing the City Lord, one could immediately ascend to the position of City Lord and become the ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea. The current Shattered Cloud City's City Lord was the one who had killed the previous City Lord 100 years ago and replaced him as the new City Lord. For more than 100 years, the other factions of the Shattered Cloud Sea had not dared to resist. This was the principle of the strong being revered. There were many cultivators like the two of them on the surface of the sea. As the center of the Shattered Cloud Sea, Shattered Cloud City naturally did not lack people. It was 100 times more bustling than Starry Cloud Island. Come, let's enter the city directly. We will go to the City Lord's residence first. After that, we will buy the materials for refining the Heavenly Origin Pill. Even though Mo Chen arrived safely in Shattered Cloud City, she did not show much joy on her face. Xiao Chen could understand this. She had spent so much effort and resources to refine a secret treasure. It would be strange if she was in a good mood if she just gave it to someone else. Given Mo Chen's talent, Starry Cloud Island's Mo clan truly limited her development. Shattered Cloud City demanded resources like this every year. Aside from maintaining the clan's development, there was not much left for Mo Chen. If Mo Chen were in a large sect, given her talent and beauty, she would be able to obtain countless resources. Her accomplishments would be many times greater than what she was now. Unfortunately, the Mo clan seemed to be relying on Mo Chen alone. If she left, the Mo clan would definitely be swallowed up in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Is that Miss Mo Chen in front? A large black ship descended behind the two. A flag fluttered on the bow of the ship, with a flamboyant ancient character written on it. A person with a sword at his waist stood below the flag. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an elegant air as he called out to Mo Chen. Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. When Mo Chen saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered his identity. Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered that this person's cultivation was passable, a superior-grade martial sage. Based on this person's appearance, he looked to be about 30 years old. Such talent could barely be considered first-rate in the Kunlun continent. Chapter 1027. Hee, it really is Miss Mo Chen. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Since we've bumped into each other, come up and have a seat. Another person appeared beside Gu Jianga. It was a man who was about the same age as Gu Jianga and wore luxurious clothes, and he gave a faint smile. However, when his gaze lingered on Mo Chen's delicate body, there was an obscure evil light in his eyes. With one look, it was clear that he was not a good person. Separated Cloud City's young city lord, Shi Feng. The two young city lords of the Broken Cloud Sea and the Separated Cloud Sea had also come to Shattered Cloud City. The two of them were outstanding talents of the younger generation in the Cloud Sea domain. Their fathers were both blue-robed emperor cultivators. They were influential people in the entire Cloud Sea domain, extremely strong. Mo Chen did not feel happy in her heart. She rejected, Mo Chen has matters to attend to. I can only apologize for your invitation. With that, he turned around and left. Shi Feng's face turned stiff, and the attendant beside him immediately understood. He jumped down from the bow of the ship and blocked the path of the two. Miss Mo Chen, my young city lord is only inviting you up for a drink and a chat. There is no need to reject him so decisively. This person was about 50 years old and a medial-grade martial sage. He stood in front of the two and stretched out his hand to block the way. Didn't you hear my young miss say that she has something important to attend to? Xiao Chen was unhappy in his heart. He was in a hurry to purchase the key ingredients for the Heavenly Origin Pill, so he did not have the time to waste here. Do you have the right to speak? When the attendant saw that Xiao Chen was merely a martial monarch, yet he dared to point fingers at him, he immediately became angry and took 3 steps forward. With every step he took, huge waves would rise on the surface of the sea, startling the surroundings. As he walked, he used an extremely ingenious footwork. Although it was only 3 steps, it was extremely nimble. His figure turned illusory, moving like a phantom. Then, he swung his hand down like an eagle hunting its prey, wanting to claw Xiao Chen's brains out. 9 roaming dragon transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and his figure also began to change. 9 real and fake figures, with different expressions and movements. Compared to the ghostly footwork, it was even harder to distinguish the real from the fake. That attendant could not help but be at a loss, not knowing where to start. Although he could not see through Xiao Chen's movement technique, it did not mean that Xiao Chen could not see through him. The 9 figures suddenly merged into one and punched. An azure dragon head formed on his fist. This was the dragon claw fist that he had not used in a long time. The dragon roared and struck the follower's chest, sending him flying far away, not giving him a chance to get up again. Xiao Chen's left hand turned into a claw and connected its head to its tail. An azure dragon formed from pure vital qi flew out and knocked the servant away again. "Excuse me, young Master Shi. Mo Chen indeed has important matters to attend to. Farewell." Xiao Chen does have. Mo Xiao, T to say this. Mo to Xiao too. T to say. Xiao. It to jai with T. It. She. He. Gu Chen T jit. T to Mo Chen. Mo to. T think. Mo Chen. Gu Zhonga smiled and said, "It's just a woman, Brother Shi, there's no need to be so angry." "Can I not be angry? Who do you think I am? I am the City Lord of Separated Cloud City. I invited her several times, but she rejected me every time. This time, she even touched my servant." Shi Feng cursed with a murderous expression. Gu Zhonga did not reply. He asked, "Who is that person beside her? His cultivation is not high, but his physical body and vital qi are shockingly strong. He does not look like a Mo clan cultivator." Shi Feng said coldly, "This person is very bold. He even dares to make a move on my Shi clan's people." Gu Zhonga said sullenly, "Let's stop here for now. This time, we 8 young city lords are gathering in Shattered Cloud City to discuss the trip to the Treasure Mountain. We cannot be late." When Shi Feng heard about the trip to the Treasure Mountain, he calmed down from his rage. He only stared at Xiao Chen's back, the murderous intent in his eyes never fading. As Xiao Chen watched Mo Chen walk in front without saying a word, he felt sorrowful in his heart. Sometimes, being too beautiful was a problem. Xiao Chen could not see what Mo Chen looked like because she wore a veil. However, when he looked at her silhouette, her exquisite figure, her eyes that looked like stars and gems, her smooth, fair skin, and the fact that these outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain chased after her, without a doubt, she was a beauty. However, in this Cloud Sea domain where the strong preyed on the weak, without the protection of a clan, such a beauty would only bring disaster. It must have been very difficult for her to persevere all these years. Shi Feng and Gu Zhonga entered the Cloud Sea domain on a boat without any obstructions. Instead, they arrived at the City Lord's residence ahead of Mo Chen. 6 people had already arrived in the Great Hall of the City Lord's residence long ago. These 6 people all had extraordinary appearances and arrogant expressions. They were all superior-grade martial sages. In the Cloud Sea domain, they indeed had the right to be proud of having such a cultivation at such a young age. The one sitting in the middle was the young City Lord of Shattered Cloud City. His father ruled the Shattered Cloud Sea and was the blue-robed emperor. The others also had extraordinary backgrounds, no weaker than the young city lords of the other cities of the Cloud Sea domain. When Shi Feng and Gu Zhonga arrived, the young city lords of the 8 great cities of the Cloud Sea domain all gathered. Wang Ju, the young city lord of Shattered Cloud City, stood up to welcome them. He smiled and said, "Brother Shi, Brother Gu, why are you so late?" Shi Feng replied unhappily, "I ran into some trouble along the way. If not for giving face to Brother Wang, I would have fallen out with you on the spot." Wang Ju's expression changed slightly. The others also revealed interested expressions as they quickly asked about the reason. Shi Feng added fuel to the fire, telling them about his encounter with Mo Chen along the way. This Mo Chen really thinks that she is the Golden Phoenix. She is just managing a mere rank 6 clan, yet she dares to show me attitude and even let her subordinate attack my people. At this point, Shi Feng paused for a moment. Then, he glanced at Wang Ju and said, "Brother Wang, I know that you have always been interested in this girl. So, I gave you face this time and did not lose my temper. However, this time, we went to the Treasure Mountain together to seek fortuitous encounters. No matter what, you have to compensate me for my losses." Frost Cloud City's young city lord, Meng Xingwen, smiled in agreement and said, "We have noble statuses. We can destroy a rank 6 clan with the flip of a hand in the Cloud Sea domain. This Mo Chen is indeed somewhat outrageous. She even dares to attack Brother Shi's subordinate. This is indeed outrageous. We should teach this Emo-chan a lesson. Brother Wang Ju, you can't shield her anymore. The others thought of something and took advantage of the opportunity to apply pressure as well. These people had been drooling over Emo-chan's beauty and unique refining skills for a long time. However, she was in the Shattered Cloud Sea, so they did not dare to use force. Furthermore, they could not rely on their charm to win her heart. In the end, they would still benefit Wang Ju. Naturally, the other 7 felt upset. These people held noble statuses in the Cloud Sea domain, calling the wind and summoning the rain. They were like local tyrants, used to being arrogant and despotic. Emo-chan had worn out their patience long ago. If not for Wang Ju, they would have used other evil methods long ago. Wang Ju's expression changed. Soon, he smiled and said, I understand what you all are thinking. There is no need to affect our relationship for a woman. Honestly speaking, I have worn out my patience as well. Wang Ju's plan all along was to obtain both the woman and the wealth. He wanted to use his charm to subdue the other party. Not only would he obtain the Emo clan's refining skills, but he would also obtain her heart. However, after working hard for so many years, there was no effect. Now that the others were making things difficult for him, he decided to go with the flow. He could not be bothered to continue. Shifeng's eyes lit up. He had not expected his casual words to have such a miraculous effect. He said, In that case, Brother Wang, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wang Ju smiled coldly and said, Soon, she will come to the city lord's residence to deliver a set of secret treasures to me. At that time, I will give her one last chance. If she does not agree, I will directly capture her. I will not have any objections to what you all do. Ha ha ha. Shifeng laughed loudly and said, Brother Wang is really generous. This Emo-chan deserves it. Brother Wang's status is the highest, and you have such deep feelings for her. However, she rejected the face I gave her. She is just asking for it. Wang Ju sat down and took a sip of tea. Let's continue our earlier topic. The treasure mountain is filled with danger. Not only are there many demonic beasts, but there are also many combat puppets refined by the Firely sect, traps, formations, and restrictions. Our 8 clans can only obtain the greatest benefits by working together. The 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain will definitely send people over. Also, some of the old fellows of the Cloud Sea domain will be tempted. These are not the most worrying things. I'm just afraid that people from the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea will come as well. It's fine. A small place like the Cloud Sea domain will not attract the attention of those people. Even if they come, so what? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. With our 8 clans working together, they will have to think twice. The 8 discussed with each other, studying the various variables of the trip to the treasure mountain. Outside the city lord's residence, Xiao Chen and Emo-chan entered together. However, when Xiao Chen entered, a guard stopped him. The young city lord has ordered that only Miss Emo-chan is allowed to enter. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the city lord's residence. The guard at the door said to Xiao Chen coldly and arrogantly with a cold and arrogant expression. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, not liking the other party's tone. Never mind. Young Master 1, go to the herb store in the city first. I'll meet up with you later, Emo-chan advised softly under the veil. Xiao Chen nodded and said, In that case, be careful. Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, Haha, it's fine. I've been to this city lord's residence several times before. It is not a den of wolves or tigers. Just wait for me. Seeing Emo-chan enter the city lord's residence, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen turned and left. He had left a strand of spiritual sense on Emo-chan. As long as she was in danger, he could rush over immediately. Although the two had a cooperative relationship, they did not have much of a friendship. However, Xiao Chen was a man of his word. Since he agreed to be Emo-chan's bodyguard for 1 year, he would definitely ensure Emo-chan's safety for that year. Hopefully, nothing happened. The city lord's residence was filled with experts. With Xiao Chen's current strength, it would be difficult for him to barge in. However, if something really happened, even if the blue-robed emperor came out of closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chen would bring Emo-chen out without hesitation. The largest herb store in Shattered Cloud City was called Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Cultivators needed to use medicine when they got injured, to cultivate, and to break through bottlenecks. They also needed assistance. No matter where, the business of a herb store would never be slow. A large city like Shattered Cloud City was no exception. Rivers crisscrossed the city, waterways crisscrossed, and lakes formed clusters. Xiao Chen called over a small boat and paid some astral coins. The boatman set off, carrying Xiao Chen to Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Chapter 1028. After a few turns, the old boatman called out to Xiao Chen, "Young hero, we have arrived at the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion." When Xiao Chen walked out of the cabin and looked around, he saw many docked boats. An ancient-looking tall building stood beside the river. The signboard had the words, "Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and leaped over the river. Then, he landed in front of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and walked in with large strides. "Hee. Sir, are you here to purchase ready-made medicinal pills, medicinal pill ingredients, medicine cauldrons, or perhaps some herbs?" A very attentive manservant immediately arrived before Xiao Chen and greeted him with a smile. However, when this manservant saw that Xiao Chen was only a martial monarch, he did not show too much respect. He only spoke politely. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was very observant and meticulous. How could he not notice the faint disdain in the manservant's eyes? Very good. Even this manservant has such high standards. This Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion will not disappoint me. I want to purchase more than 100 million astral coins. If the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion can buy them all, I will not go anywhere else. 100 million astral coins equaled 1 million black astral coins. Even a regular superior-grade martial sage would not have so much money. The manservant looked at Xiao Chen with some suspicion. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Friend, you must be joking, right?" Xiao Chen did not explain much. He casually tipped this person 100 black astral coins and handed the list of herbs to him. "All the herbs you want to buy are on there. If you have them, give me 10 sets of each." When the manservant held the bona fide black astral coins in his hand, his expression immediately changed. When he saw the list of herbs, he became so excited that his hands trembled. A fawning expression appeared on the manservant's face as he smiled and said, "Honored guest, please come with me. Let's go into the inner room and rest. I will immediately go and ask the manager." There were many cultivators in the hall. When they saw the manservant's expression, they were all shocked. What kind of large order could make the people of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion lose their composure? When these cultivators looked at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with doubt. They did not know where this person came from. Inside the room, the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion arranged for 2 pretty maidservants to serve Xiao Chen. There was an incense burner, medicinal tea, and a platter of spirit fruits. Xiao Chen had seen even better treatment than this before. Naturally, he did not feel reserved. He sipped the medicinal tea and ate the good spirit fruits as he chatted with the 2 maidservants in soft voices. Soon, the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion rushed over. "Xiao Chen." The manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion rushed over with a smile. "Xiao Chen, please don't. The manager of the Medicinal Dragon Pavilion is a medicinal Chen." This was a large order for 1 million black astral coins. He could not help but lose his composure. If this order was completed, the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion would not be able to do business for half a year. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and waved it off. "As long as you have what I want, I will entertain you however you want." The manager's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and said, "Honored guest, fortunately, you came to my Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you went to another herb store, you would not be able to buy a few items. Even if you could gather them, you would not be able to gather 10 portions. 8,000-year-old yellow chi fruit, 5,000-year-old heavenly snowlingji, 7,000-year-old ginseng fruit, 5-colored gilded flower. Just any one of them is incredibly rare. You can only find some of them at auctions." The manager was very familiar with the various herbs. Hearing that the manager had them, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Even that rather long-winded introduction sounded much more pleasing to his ears. "Fortunately, my Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion has been accumulating for many years and frequents all sorts of auctions. We can fulfill the herbs that the honored guest wants and your requests. However, the price..." Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a faint smile. Right now he was very wealthy. He had more than 20 million black astral coins on hand. If he sold all the other treasures, not counting the Holy Spirit vein, he could sell them for a horrifying sum of 100 million black astral coins. To Xiao Chen, 1 million black astral coins was just a drop in the bucket. He could casually take it out. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew out. The manager used his mental energy to check it and saw piles of black astral coins in it, a startling number. The manager could not help revealing an expression of joy on his face. However, his hand was empty. Xiao Chen had sucked the spatial ring away. The manager felt disappointed in his heart. He no longer doubted Xiao Chen. Then, he opened his hand, and brocade boxes containing herbs appeared. Xiao Chen stood up and carefully inspected the items. The heavenly origin pill concerned whether he could recover his strength or not. This was a very important matter, so he could not be careless with the herbs. Not bad. The goods are not fake, and the age of the herbs is not false. The medicinal cauldron pavilion is indeed a golden signboard, Xiao Chen complimented after he finished inspecting the items. Xiao Chen handed over the money with one hand and the goods with the other, successfully completing this transaction. The manager put away the black astral coins and smiled. Doing business is all about trust. You get what you pay for. If you need anything in the future, esteemed guest, you can come and look for me. Our master, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, has some face in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Aside from medicinal pills, we can cooperate in other areas as well. The manager took advantage of the situation. Clearly, he wanted to befriend Xiao Chen. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, I am Wen Xiren. Manager, there is no need to address me as esteemed guest. I heard from the manservant that the store sells medicine cauldrons. A good medicine cauldron could not only raise the quality of the medicinal pill, but also greatly increase the success rate. If Mo Chan had a peak-grade medicine cauldron, her chances of refining the heavenly origin pill would be higher. The manager's eyes lit up. He quickly said, Young Master Wan, are you interested? In that case, I'll bring you to see the treasure of our store, the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron. Just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, his heart skipped a beat. Something happened to Mo Chen. Manager, help me hold on to the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron for a while. I have some urgent matters to deal with. Before the manager could reply, the sullen Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving behind a strong wind filled with killing intent that lingered in the room for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the shopkeeper's sight. The manager's expression changed slightly. Where did this major character come from? To think that he came to such a small place like the Shattered Cloud Sea. Could it be that a treasure mountain is about to appear? I have to tell young master about this. Shattered Cloud City, City Lord's residence. Mo Chen followed the guards and arrived at the Great Hall. When she saw the young city lords of the various cities, she immediately had a bad feeling. This was especially so for separated Cloud City's Shi Feng. He did not hide the lascivious look in his eyes as he stared at her. Under the veil, Mo Chen's expression did not change. She only pondered in her heart as she calmly stepped forward. When she raised her hand, secret treasures flew out. There were shoulder pads, breastplates, greaves, battlesuits, helmets, and many others. This was a complete set of peak sage-grade secret treasures. Colorful lights filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. When this set of secret treasures was combined, it was much stronger than a regular king-grade secret treasure. Every secret treasure had formations connected to each other. When they worked together, they formed a huge formation. The smile in Wang Ju's eyes widened. He leaped up, and the secret treasures automatically flew to him. Soon, a set of beautiful, nearly flawless battle armor appeared on Wang Ju's body. The Mo clan's unique refining techniques are indeed unique and refreshing. Miss Mo Chan is even more talented and startlingly talented. This set of secret treasures not only looks better, but it is also more comfortable to wear than traditional secret treasures. Similarly, its power has not decreased. Every part of the formation pattern contains an individual formation, but when combined together, it is a complete formation. Wang Ju examined the secret treasures, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He was not stingy with his praises. After a while, Wang Ju removed the secret treasures one by one and handed them to his subordinates to put away. Ordinary people did not have strong mental energy like Xiao Chen. Leaving a mental mark would take some time. This set of secret treasures had many parts. At this moment, Wang Ju still had something important to do. Naturally, he could not waste time, so he left a mental mark on the spot. Mo Chen's expression did not change as she said calmly, "Young city lord is too polite. The Mo clan's refining techniques are not as amazing as the rumors say." "Is that so? You think that I am too polite?" "Actually, I think so too." Wang Ju smiled faintly and said, "Miss Mo Chen, you know how I feel about you. All these years, I've always been polite and courteous to you. Let me ask you, are you willing or not?" The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Mo Chen. Undercurrents surged in the surroundings. Urgent footsteps rang out. These were the warriors that the city lord's residence raised. The incessant footsteps created a tremendous pressure in the hearts of the people. As long as Mo Chen said no, she would immediately face a storm of attacks. Once she was captured, she would not be able to escape. Once she was captured, all sorts of methods would be used. The normally top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain would immediately become a prisoner. Mo Chen's expression remained calm. She had already expected this situation. Mo Chen was a woman. A beautiful woman. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, she carried a great reputation. Without a strong fate, without heaven-defying strength, it was just a matter of time before she became someone else's plaything. Life had no roots. It was like floating dust. However, this day came too early. If she had come later, she would have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works and forged a complete set of king-grade secret treasures, enough to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Mo Chen, you don't have a choice. I'll ask you again, are you willing or not? Wang Ju suddenly stood up and took 3 steps forward. Each step contained a powerful aura as he pressed forward. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Mo Chen. There was naked lust in his eyes. Lust burned like a flame, as if he wanted to swallow Mo Chen alive. Shi Feng's eyes flickered. "Lass, don't disappoint me and really agree." The others thought the same as Shi Feng. If Mo Chen agreed, she would become Wang Ju's exclusive property. They would not be able to touch her even if they wanted to. Mo Chen laughed softly and removed the veil on her face. "You asked me if I was willing. I will ask you the same thing. Are you willing?" The moment the veil fell, Wang Ju, who had been pressing forward with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped. The expression on his face was as if he had seen an extremely terrifying existence, and he staggered backward. Xiao Chen staggered and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He pointed at Mo Chen with his right hand and trembled. His voice trembled as he said, You! No wonder you never removed your veil 3 years ago." Chapter 1029. Kassier. Among the other 7, some of the people drinking tea showed horror in their eyes. The teacups in their hands fell to the ground and fell. The beautiful face in Wang Ju's memory had 2 shocking saber scars on the left and right cheeks of that beautiful face. Her fairy-like appearance became extremely ugly and frightening under this long and slanted scar. It was like a centipede twisting on her fair skin. Mo Chen put on her veil again and looked at Wang Ju, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to recover his wits. Mockery and disdain appeared in her eyes. "You can go now." Wang Ju stood up, not willing to look at Mo Chen anymore. He pointed to the door and said, "I will treat today's matter as if it never happened." Mo Chen slowly turned around and walked out of the hall, step by step. The hall fell silent. No one had expected such a result. The top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain actually ruined her appearance, becoming the ugliest woman in the Cloud Sea domain. "Wait!" Just as Mo Chen was about to walk out of the hall, Shi Feng, who was staring at Mo Chen's back without moving, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, help me block this girl. I will split all the gains from this trip to the Treasure Mountain equally with everyone." He. She is indeed trash. However, her figure is pretty good. It is fine if she covers her face and is in the dark. Ha. Brother Shi, you are really ruthless. That's right. If she covers her face, she will not be able to see anything in the dark. Originally, the few of them did not care. However, when they heard Shi Feng say that he would split his share of the Treasure Mountain equally, they were immediately tempted. All of them leaped up and launched themselves at Mo Chen. Rage flashed on Mo Chen's face. She pushed off the ground and quickly flew out. The 8 young city lords did not stop, following her step by step. When they came out of the hall, they surrounded Mo Chen in the front yard. The cultivators of the surrounding cities quickly followed, surrounding her from both inside and out. The remnant flowers were like blood, spreading grief. The scarlet pendant on Mo Chen's chest gave off a bright red light. Petals of the scarlet and white remnant flowers flew out continuously. Soon, they surrounded the vast front yard, dancing in the air. A sorrowful feeling spread out in all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Grief filled their hearts. Many painful memories of the past appeared in their minds. Mo Chen pushed off the ground and took the opportunity to fly out. However, in the city lord's mansion, there was a sentry every 10 steps, and every step was guarded. The grief pendant could not be used frequently, and it was quickly stopped by the 8 young city lords. Mo Chen's cultivation was not low, being a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she possessed 9 different kinds of flames. She was no weaker than these young city lords. Mo Chen's cultivation was not low. She was a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she had 9 different kinds of flames. In terms of one-on-one combat, she was no weaker than these young city lords. She might even be stronger. However, in this city lord Xiao and surrounded by so many experts, she seemed extremely insignificant. Rushing left and right, he saw that the door was right in front of him, but he was unable to charge out. In just a short while, his body was covered in wounds and his clothes were covered in blood. Mo she and she, comma mo, comma mo she this, and Chen and ugly thing, it is your fortune that this young master took a liking to you. To think that you dare to disobey. You are really seeking a beating. Finding an opportunity, Shi Feng stepped forward and punched, sending Mo Chen, who had crossed her arms to block, flying again. When Mo Chen landed, she lay flat on the ground for 100 meters. Her veil fell off. The ugly face was revealed once again, and the soldiers who were attacking all revealed horrified expressions as they jumped back. How ugly! That startled me. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain? To think I treated her as my dream lover. It turns out that she is so ugly. Indeed. If I had known earlier, I would have been more heavy-handed. All sorts of disgusted gazes looked at Mo Chen, who was on the ground. All sorts of curses rang out. There was no sorrow or desolation in Mo Chen's eyes. There was only a detached look of having seen through the ugliness of the world. Her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Mo Chen looked coldly at these people. They had once praised her endlessly. Now, it was only because of the change in her appearance. Immediately, he added malicious words, and every word he uttered struck at the heart. He even regretted that he did not strike hard enough. A sinister smile appeared on Shi Feng's face. Many thanks for everyone's help. Hee. I'll bring this girl to teach her a lesson first. Boom! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A dragon roar resounded, and the gates of the city lord's residence shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and the corpses of the guards exploded in the air. Amid the rain of blood, a figure rushed over at lightning speed. Naturally, the person who rushed over was Xiao Chen. He had rushed to the city lord's residence from the medicinal cauldron pavilion at his fastest speed. After the guards made things difficult for Xiao Chen for a while, he could not be bothered to endure any longer. He directly smashed the gates of the city lord's residence into smithereens with a punch. When Xiao Chen punched, he was only a martial monarch. How could the guards withstand 5,000 tons of force? Amid the scarlet light, before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen wore ordinary clothes of alternating blue and white. Then, he landed like a bolt of lightning. When Xiao Chen's feet landed firmly on the ground, a strong wind formed and surged into the surroundings. The strong wind howled, carrying the rage of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. The strong wind blew away a few cultivators with low cultivations. They cried out in alarm as they flew far away. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he saw Mo Chen's condition. There were 2 long worm-like scars on her face. With one look, it was clear that these were not new injuries. The scars looked like they were embedded in her flesh, merging with her. This made that beautiful face look frighteningly ugly. Aside from this, the wounds on Mo Chen's body were all new. There were saber scars, sword scars, palm strikes, and fist lights. It was unknown how much damage her delicate body had endured. Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived beside Mo Chen. Then he grasped her right hand and whispered, "Sorry, I should have come in with you." Mo Chen originally wanted to refuse. However, she discovered that Xiao Chen's hand was very strong, not allowing her to let go. As Mo Chen held his hand, she did not feel warmth. Instead, she felt a chill. Her palm was already very cold. However, Xiao Chen's hand was even colder. It was bone-chilling, frighteningly cold, so cold that one would feel fear. However, Mo Chen did not feel fear. She revealed a smile and said, "Why would you say sorry? Everyone in the world has abandoned me in my current state. Yet, you are still able to hold my hand. How can I blame you?" Chi. Mo Chen's jade-white, glossy finger released some light. Then, she pressed it on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a mark quickly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen was stunned. This is the Solar True Flame spiritual mark. Mo Chen completely transferred the Solar True Flame to Xiao Chen. "The agreement is voided. You may leave." Mo Chen let go and looked at Xiao Chen with a somewhat sorrowful smile. "Haha. You want to leave? None of you can." Shi Feng looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. "Brat, you came at the right time. I was just about to go and look for you after dealing with this woman. However, you delivered yourself to me. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into the gates of hell." Shi Feng roared ferociously and unleashed his aura. Natural laws danced wildly behind him. Shi Feng quickly formed hand seals, and a disk of light formed in his palm. It flickered with boundless resplendent light. This was Shi Feng's best martial technique, the heavenly brilliant light disk. Shi Feng had used this move to kill several older generation superior grade martial sages. It was more than enough to deal with a martial monarch with a strong physical body. Shi Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who did not move at all, only quietly holding Mo Chen's hand. He revealed a cruel smile and shouted, "Die!" Right after Shi Feng said the word "die," his head suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of ice flying everywhere. "Sorry, you can't kill me yet." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a small ice saber appeared between his fingers. With the great perfection will of ice, he could even kill Grandmaster-level martial sages. Furthermore, Shi Feng was a superior-grade martial sage. Unfortunately, after using it once, it would not be as effective a second time. "What's going on?" Everyone was stunned when they saw Shi Feng's head suddenly disappear. They didn't understand what had happened. They didn't even see who had done it. Only the few Grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof, who were preparing to leave, saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Great perfection will of ice." When Xiao Chen saw the saber wound on Mo Chen's face and her body covered in wounds, he had not felt such rage in a long time. He was not a bloodthirsty person. He always believed in leaving others a way out. As long as they were not a threat to him, he would let them live. However, today, Xiao Chen's murderous intent was completely triggered. Those who insulted him would die. Those who attacked him would die. Everyone here had to die. None of the 8 young city lords could be spared. "Kill him." Wang Ju reacted, and his complexion suddenly paled. The son of the blue-robed emperor, the young city lord of separated Cloud City, had died in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City. This was a major matter. If this matter was not handled well, it might trigger a war between the two sea cities. At that time, the consequences would be dire. "I need to kill Xiao Chen." Wang Ju's expression turned sullen as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then, he ordered all the elite soldiers in the city lord's residence to move out. The sound of footsteps resounded, and many figures rushed toward Xiao Chen. They were all the gods of the city lord's residence. The weakest of them was a martial monarch. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, they were considered experts of a region. Burning the heavens. The densely packed figures were martial monarchs flying over from all directions. There were at least 500 of them. Xiao Chen shouted coldly and started burning his vital qi. He executed the dragon claw fists burning the heavens. Before Xiao Chen's vital qi reached 5,000 tons of force, he could already kill superior-grade martial monarchs with this move. Now that Xiao Chen's vital qi reached 25,000 tons of force, the burning the heavens claw he executed would be very horrifying. A cloud of green smoke shot up into the sky. In the sky, the clouds began to burn. Suddenly, The sky turned green as if it was burning. A huge, solid dragon claw covered in dragon scales descended from the sky. With a paw sound, it smashed down and smashed a third of the martial monarchs into a meat paste. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen clawed down 3 times in a row, sweeping through the surroundings. The martial monarchs flying over were all mangled and turned into ashes. Chapter 1030. 5 heaven dragon images appeared behind Xiao Chen. They reared their heads back and roared ferociously, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Wang Ju, Gu Jianga, and the other young city lords were dumbfounded. The guards of the city lord's residence, who had an extraordinary aura earlier, died in 3 punches from Xiao Chen. Young city lords, retreat quickly. This person's physical body is a martial sage. His strength is comparable to a Grandmaster-level martial sage's. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof saw the situation escalate, they quickly shouted and rushed over. Can you retreat? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and started running forward. Every step he took carried thousands of tons of force. The energy that erupted as he ran was comparable to a volcano erupting or a flash flood. The vast city lord's residence shook intensely. The sky shook and the ground shook. The young city lords were frightened out of their wits. Their complexions paled as they ran back for their lives. They had not expected such a demonic genius to appear, daring to kill people in the city lord's residence. He was simply tired of living. Bang! Xiao Chen was very fast. With 1 step, he left behind a long line of afterimages in the air. With 3 steps, he caught up to Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen circulated the 5 dragon force in his body, giving off thunderous sounds. When he punched, the 5 dragons roared, and the wind and clouds moved. Gu Jianga did his best to block. However, how could he receive this strike that equaled a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Kasie! Kasie! The bones in Gu Jianga's arms shattered. Then the cracks spread all over his body. In that instant, his entire skeleton shattered, and he died. Xiao Chen slapped Gu Jianga's corpse away before continuing his chase. This strange commotion had already startled all the cultivators in Shattered Cloud City. Someone dared to make a move in the city lord's residence. Countless cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. F***CK. Another young city lord has died in his hands. He killed 2 young city lords in one go. What exactly is his background? The onlookers were all fearful. Behind each young city lord stood a blue-robed emperor. If you offended the blue-robed emperor, no one in the Shattered Cloud Sea would be able to save you, no matter where you went. Offending both of them at once was simply suicidal. Mo Chen, who was on the ground, put her veil back on. She had not expected Xiao Chen to kill for her just because of a simple promise. His vital qi will eventually run out. When the Grandmaster-level martial sages and Great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the city lord's residence come out, only death awaits him. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Mo Chen's eyes. Was it worth it to kill someone in anger for her? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen took another 10 steps, punching out with every 3 steps, killing 1 person with each punch. The last punch was unstoppable, killing 3 people with each step. By the time the Grandmaster-level martial sages of the city lord's residence arrived, Xiao Chen had already killed the 8 young city lords, leaving only Wang Ju. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen had only taken 10 steps, and of the 7 young city lords fleeing for their lives, only Wang Ju remained. The surrounding cultivators were so horrified that they could not speak. Many of them revealed fear in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen. What kind of rage made this person dare to make a move in the city lord's residence? What kind of confidence made him dare to kill the young city lords of the Cloud Sea domain, who were like the crown princes of the mundane world? A dragon roared, and the aura of kingship surged out. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as his figure flickered, continuing to chase Wang Ju. However, at this moment, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages had already arrived. After such a great burst of vital qi, Xiao Chen did not have much left. Once Xiao Chen ran out of vital qi, he would be like a child before a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his quintessence. No matter how strong his physical body was, he would be beaten to death. However, Xiao Chen's gaze turned sullen. He continued to stare at Wang Ju, showing no intention of stopping. You still dare to make a move? The three Grandmaster-level martial sages snorted coldly and attacked together. Circles of perfect heavenly sage laws appeared behind them. As they breathed, they could absorb a boundless amount of spiritual energy. As expected, the three Grandmaster-level martial sages executed killing moves, showing no intention of holding back. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage were here, he would be severely injured by the three Grandmaster-level martial sages. When the Grandmaster-level martial sages arrived, Wang Ju released his bated breath. He turned around and stood behind the three Grandmaster-level martial sages. Then he looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said, "Severely injure him. I do not want him to die. I want to torture him for 100 years, 1,000 years. I want him to know the consequences of what he did today." Right now, Xiao Chen was only a martial monarch. It would be impossible for him to break out of this. Xiao Chen could only use his remaining vital qi to defend and see if he could escape unscathed. However, Wang Ju was not dead yet. The rage in Xiao Chen's heart could not be quenched. Even if he had to use his palm, he had to kill Wang Ju here today. "I will not let this matter rest." With a wave of his right hand, Xiao Chen quickly took out the cycle banner from the universe ring. When the three Grandmaster-level martial sages' killing moves arrived, he shook his wrist and unfurled the cycle banner. Massacre, death, and ruin. The three colors of starlight intersected, filling the sky with starlight. The words, kill, ruin, and death, came from the astral banner. Although Xiao Chen's magic energy had not returned to its peak, he could still use the cycle banner to block the killing moves of these three Grandmaster-level martial sages. Starlight burst out, and the killing moves of the three Grandmaster-level martial sages clashed with the three simple words, giving off an intense sound. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth as he watched the three Grandmaster-level martial sages get knocked back. Then he looked coldly at the stunned Wang Ju. Wang Ju could not help but despair in his heart. His father, who had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, and the vice-city lord, who was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, had gone to a forbidden sea to search for treasures. At this moment, there was no one in the city lord's residence who could block this person. When Wang Ju saw Xiao Chen charging over with the might of 5 dragons, he clenched his teeth and circulated all the quintessence in his body, trying to do his best to block Xiao Chen's strike. However, Wang Ju knew that he did not have much confidence. 25,000 tons of force was equivalent to the full power of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. Right now, he was only a superior-grade martial sage. The difference was too great. When the punch arrived, Wang Ju's protective heavenly laws shattered. He immediately suffered severe injuries. Wang Ju rejoiced in his heart as the three Grandmaster-level martial sages charged over again. This earlier punch was clearly the last of Xiao Chen's vital qi. As long as Xiao Chen retreated, he would be able to keep his life. Pu Ci. However, Xiao Chen did not retreat at all. He flipped his hand and thrust the tip of the cycle banner forward, piercing Wang Ju's chest. Wang Ju's heart instantly shattered, and he died on the spot. However, it was too late for Wang Ju to retreat now. The attacks of the three Grandmaster-level martial sages struck his chest at the same time, knocking him back. He vomited blood, and his complexion paled significantly. The young city lord is dead. The three Grandmaster-level martial sages looked at the lifeless Wang Ju on the ground. The murderous intent on their faces intensified as they chased after Xiao Chen, who was knocked back. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and unfurled the freedom wings. His speed suddenly increased. When he passed by Emo Chen, he shouted, "Stretch out your hand." Emo Chen stretched out her right hand in a daze. Xiao Chen, who was flying past, pulled her into his embrace and quickly flew out of the city lord's residence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's vital qi was exhausted. He had to maintain the freedom wings with his magic energy. If he relied on his quintessence as a martial monarch, he would not be able to fight against the three Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He still had the Qing Emperor's saber light that he had not used yet. If necessary, he could possess Ao Jiao. However, he was not at his wit's end yet. If he could avoid using these trump cards, it would be best not to. As the surrounding cultivators watched Xiao Chen unfurl the freedom wings and fly away after killing the people, their hearts surged endlessly like waves on the sea. The 8 young city lords of the Cloud Sea domain died just like that in the disorderly city lord's residence. After this day, the entire Cloud Sea domain would probably be stirred up. The name of the mysterious man beside Emo-chan would definitely spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain. For so many years, the city lords had been like the heavens in the Cloud Sea domain. No one dared to go against them. Today, a youth who was only a martial monarch killed all 8 city lords, not leaving a single one alive. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did it in the heavily guarded city lord's residence, which was filled with experts. The young city lords died before the eyes of 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. These 3 people chased after Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was carrying a person, and his magic energy had not completely recovered yet. Furthermore, other cultivators occasionally appeared to block him. He could not truly shake off these 3 people. Young Master One, just put me down. You helped me take revenge. Emo-chan already has no regrets, Emo-chan said sullenly as she lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen smiled and said, since I am your bodyguard, I will definitely ensure your safety for 1 year. Think about the Emo clan. If you die, what will they do? It's fine. When they find out about me, they will definitely leave on their own. I knew that this day would come long ago, so I already made preparations. However, Xiao Chen did not say anything more to Emo-chen. He only hugged her even tighter, afraid that she would struggle free on her own. Pursuing relentlessly, Xiao Chen felt the magic energy in his sea of consciousness diminish. He glanced at the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages and sighed helplessly. Then, he prepared to call out Ao Jiao. If Ao Jiao possessed him and used the Thunder King's consummate technique, his identity and whereabouts would probably be exposed, just like the scene at the King conferral ceremony. Just at this moment, a group of black-clad men charged out of the city. The person leading them had a high cultivation, a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The others were all martial sages as well. Before Xiao Chen's shocked gaze, he made a move to help block the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind. Young Master One, come with me, one of the black-clad men said quickly without stepping forward. Xiao Chen could tell that it was the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. After hesitating for a while, he followed. Although the group of black-clad men could not defeat the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages, they had no problem delaying them. Xiao Chen put away the Freedom Wings. Together with the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, they made many turns. Soon, they avoided the eyes and ears of the city lord's residents and their pursuers. Then, they entered an unremarkable courtyard. Then, they used the tunnel to enter the back hall of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The black-clad man leading the way removed his mask. Indeed, it was the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The manager smiled gently and said, Young Master One, now that we are here, even if the City Lord of Shattered Cloud City returns, this will be a safe place. Xiao Chen put down Emo-chen and casually looked around. Then, he looked at the manager and said, Many thanks to the manager for helping out this time. Chapter 1031. The manager smiled mysteriously and shook his head. There is no need to thank me. The one who decided to save young Master Wen was the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. 9 Tripod Commerce? When Emo-chen heard these words, she whispered to Xiao Chen, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is one of the 2 great merchant associations of our Cloud Sea domain. Their influence covers the entire Cloud Sea domain. The Blue-Robed Emperor is also in the Merchant Association. I heard that the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is just a branch of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is one of the largest merchant associations in the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, I do not know whether this is true or not. After receiving Emo-chen's voice transmission, Xiao Chen raised his guard. If the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association was really a branch of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, they probably already knew that Neptune's old subordinates were searching the world for the Blue Dragon King. Suddenly risking her life to save him. Could it be related to this? However, on the surface, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He cupped his hands together and said, No matter what, it was the 9 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce that helped me out of my predicament this time. I cannot reject this favor. Haha, young master one really knows how to joke. Even if we didn't do anything, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, the City Lord of Shattered Cloud City isn't here. It's just a small favor. A hearty laughter rang out from outside the room. A handsome young man, who exuded the aura of a worldly merchant, leisurely walked into the room. The manager quickly introduced, Young Master 1, this is the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association, Mu Ching Han. Young Master, this is the young master one that I told you about. Mu Ching Han stepped forward and smiled warmly. One Xiren, I have never heard of this name before in the Cloud Sea domain. I don't think I have heard of him in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea, either. Where is Brother One from? Can you tell me? I'm very curious about this. Xiao Chen pondered in his heart. Generally speaking, when strangers meet, if they don't introduce themselves, they will not be able to recognize each other. They knew how to avoid it and not ask about each other's origins out of curiosity. This was the rule of the Zhonghu outside. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause the other party to be displeased. Even if he were to ask, it would be a slight probe instead of a direct question. Based on Mu Qinghan's appearance, he did not look like someone without experience. He would definitely know this rule. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning behind the other party's actions? Thinking about it, the other party had risked his life to save him. There must have been something to gain from him, or perhaps he was of some value to him. Otherwise, only a fool would take the risk and offend a blue-robed emperor to save someone. With this thought, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and asked, Brother Mu, have you heard of the Kunlun continent's saber-sword 2 sovereigns? Saber and sword kings? An undetectable trace of shock flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. He said softly, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian grasps the coiling monarch time saber, and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun grasps the scarlet firmament void sword. The two of them are experts second only to the Kunlun realm's 5 primes. Of course I've heard of him. Could it be that Brother Wen's origin is related to such a top character? Xiao Chen said calmly, I am not talented, but I am the Saber Sovereign's personal disciple. After I got injured, I drifted here. As soon as these words came out, the few people in the room were stunned. Primes were the peak experts of the entire Kunlun realm. Standing at the peak, they could look down on everyone else. Even the cultivators of the distant heavenly starry ocean had heard of the Kunlun realm's 5 primes. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian was a sovereign martial emperor just 1 step away from prime. To think that Wen Xiren could be related to such a person. How could this not be shocking? However, Emo Chen clearly did not believe this. From the start, she knew that Wen Xiren was just an alias of Xiao Chen. He could not possibly have such a high status. The expression in Mu Qinghan's eyes flickered, becoming uncertain. Clearly, he had a suspicious expression as well. The manager smiled and said, Since you are the Saber Sovereign's personal disciple, I believe your saber techniques must be startling. Coincidentally, my young master's saber techniques are passable. Young Master 1, how about you give him some pointers? When Mu Qinghan heard this, he immediately smiled and said, It is settled then. However, young Master 1 is injured. We will only exchange 1 move. I will not use my heavenly sage laws. Xiao Chen readily agreed. Since he mentioned the Saber Sovereign title, it was naturally best for the other party to probe him. Furthermore, the more urgent the other party was, the more it proved Xiao Chen's guess. There was a private courtyard behind the medicinal cauldron pavilion. It was the best place to test moves. There was a simple drill ground in the courtyard. All sorts of weapons, sabers, spears, swords and staffs, were on display. All of them flickered with a cold light. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary. Young Master 1 after you. Xiao Chen looked around and casually picked out a saber of about the same size. Then, he brandished it twice and shook his head slightly, not feeling anything. Xiao Chen picked out a few more sabers but did not feel anything. He was not used to it at all. As expected, Xiao Chen, who was used to the Lunar Shadow Saber, found it hard to find the same feeling for other sabers. The Lunar Shadow Saber had already become Xiao Chen's signature weapon. Once it was exposed, anyone who asked around would be able to figure out his identity. Clearly, he could not use it. Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to use a saber. However, compared to the Lunar Shadow Saber, the Blue Dragon King's mark on the flawless saber Dao was deeper. That way, his identity would be exposed even faster. After looking around, he could only choose a random saber. After that, Mu Qinghan also drew a saber. The two stood on the drill ground and faced each other. The manager and Emo Chen, who were watching from the side, felt extremely curious. They wanted to see how strong this self-proclaimed disciple of the Saber Sovereign was. This was especially so for Emo Chen. Since the moment she saw Xiao Chen, she had not seen Xiao Chen use a saber. Her eyes filled with suspicion. After the greetings, the two assumed their stances and started storing up power. Mu Qinghan's cultivation was not low, close to Grandmaster-level martial sage. His saber intent was also close to great perfection. When competing with the saber, Xiao Chen did not feel any pressure at all. He showed a relaxed expression as he waited quietly for the other party to make a move. After facing each other for a long time, Mu Qinghan felt that although Xiao Chen did not take on any stances, he gave off a very natural feeling when he stood there. A phrase popped up in Mu Qinghan's mind, the air of a grandmaster. Only such a person could display his saber dao with just a casual move. It would have been fine if Mu Qinghan had not thought about it. The moment he did, he was startled. If that was really the case, then how strong was Wen Xiren, who was a Grandmaster-level martial sage and had 5 Dragon Force's vital qi? Bang! Suddenly, a cold light lit up in front of Mu Qinghan. A saber light appeared in Mu Qinghan's vision. It seemed both near and far, unfathomable. Mu Qinghan quickly retreated. He squinted and saw the trajectory of the saber. Then, he swung his saber to block. However, the trajectory that Mu Qinghan saw changed in an instant, materializing hundreds of different saber trajectories that seemed real and fake. Chang! Chang! Without giving Mu Qinghan any time to think, Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward, and all the trajectories merged. Then, he placed his saber on Mu Qinghan's neck. Young Master Mu, you were distracted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and calmly sheathed his saber. Praise flashed in the eyes of Mo Chan and the manager, who were watching from the side. What excellent saber techniques! The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, he materialized hundreds of different trajectories, real and fake, changing unpredictably. This move proved Xiao Chen's foundations. If they knew that these 100-odd saber trajectories were all real, they would probably be even more shocked. Mu Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Young Master One is being too humble. Even if I did not get distracted, I would not be able to defeat you in terms of saber techniques. The two of you can stay here first. I will arrange for a doctor to come over later. Don't worry, this place is absolutely safe." After saying that, Mu Qinghan left in a hurry with the manager. The instant Mu Qinghan turned around, the smile on his face vanished, replaced with an extremely grave expression. "Go and check immediately. See if the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian has a disciple called Wen Xiren. It should not be fake." With the Saber Sovereign backing him, that would explain why he dared to make a move in the City Lord's residence. Furthermore, his saber techniques are sufficient proof. The manager continued, "Furthermore, the Saber Sovereign is such a strong person. Who would be so bold as to pretend to be his disciple?" Mu Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, it is very likely. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian can sweep through the entire Cloud Sea domain with just a wave of his hand. In our heavenly starry ocean, there are also the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, Wave Breaker Saber Sovereign, and Ice Saber Sovereign. They are all sovereign martial emperors. However, they do not dare to remove the prefix, as there is only one Saber Sovereign. However, this matter is very important. It is best to be more cautious. After I find out, I can rest assured and dare to work with him." The manager nodded and said, "I understand. I will give young master a clear answer within 3 days." As Mo Chen watched Mu Qinghan and the manager leave, she could not help saying, "Wen Xiren, are you really the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian's personal disciple?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Wen Xiren is, but I am not." "Then who are you? To think that you dare to pretend to be the Saber Sovereign's disciple. I am your bodyguard. Aside from that, for 1 year, I am no one else." Nonsense. 2 days later, the manager quickly arrived at Mu Qinghan's room with a smile on his face. Mu Qinghan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, "How is it? Have you verified it?" The manager smiled and said, "I have. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian does indeed have a disciple called Wen Xiren. Furthermore, his river water saber was broken in the battle with the Blue Dragon King. This matches his unaccustomed expression when he was choosing a saber yesterday. Furthermore, his age and figure are similar. However, I did not manage to obtain a portrait. This Wen Xiren's whereabouts have always been elusive and extremely mysterious. If you want a portrait of him, You will have to wait half a month before sending it over. Mu Qinghan revealed an expression of joy. Good. There is no mistake about it now. The manager laughed softly. Haha. Young master is still the most cautious. Actually, given the Saber Sovereign's status and strength, there is practically no one who would dare to pretend to be his disciple. Mu Qinghan stood up and took a few steps. Then he said, Right, I don't know about that. However, it is never wrong to be more careful. However, his saber was broken by the Blue Dragon King. This Blue Dragon King is the one that Neptune's old subordinates, Zodiac Hall, and a large group of loose cultivators are searching for, the Shao Chen? That's the one. The Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King personally appointed. He carries a lot of treasures on him. His cultivation has reached peak Great Grandmaster level martial sage. In the heavenly starry ocean, he even fought the blue-robed emperor to a draw. His strength is rather horrifying. However, for some reason, he mysteriously disappeared on the way to Heavenly Star Island. He has Neptune's crown on him. Neptune's old subordinates will definitely not let him off. He even nearly disfigured Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao. His enemies are all people with influence over the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 1032. The manager spoke tirelessly. His tone was filled with respect and admiration for this mysterious Blue Dragon King. In this age of geniuses, Shao Chen's experiences were like legends, living out a legend. Even in the Cloud Sea domain, people of the upper echelon like them had heard of the Blue Dragon King. Mu Qinghan revealed a look of yearning in his eyes. Then he said with some disappointment, Such a person is not someone we can come into contact with. However, after this matter is over, if I can leave this Cloud Sea domain, I might be able to make it to the center of the heavenly starry ocean. The Cloud Sea domain was not very eye-catching on the sea maps of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 10 more such sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. It was indeed a small place, extremely ordinary. Mu Qinghan was right. Few people would notice this place. In the end, Mu Qinghan revealed an extremely resolute expression. He asked seriously, How is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion doing? Do you know that they are looking for a few elite disciples from Zodiac Hall? The manager shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. They kept it a secret very well. It looks like they do know how to enter the Firely Sect's 10,000 Treasure Pavilion from the Treasure Mountain. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was the treasury that the Firely Sect used to store secret treasures. There were many secret treasures refined by the Firely Sect. These were all excellent king-grade secret treasures, and there was a horrifying number of them. Many of them were powerful secret treasures that could not be refined with current refining methods. However, after so many years, the trip to the Treasure Mountain had attracted countless experts. No one could find the location of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Whether such a place even existed was a mystery. Without the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, the attraction of the Treasure Mountain to Emperor Wu decreased significantly. However, to experts below Emperor Wu, it still held a strong attraction. Not to mention the various treasures, secret manuals, and ancient cultivation techniques in the Firely Sect remnant. Just the various natural treasures and natural treasures growing on the Treasure Mountain were enough to attract many cultivators to risk their lives. The Treasure Mountain did not appear normally. It was in the heart of the ocean, deep in the ocean. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The heart of the ocean was the most mysterious place in the entire ocean world. Even Emperor Wu could only sneak around the edges. However, the spiritual qi in that place was extremely abundant, so much so that even time could be changed inside. It was rumored that 100 years inside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. Although it was just a rumor, looking at the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs on the Treasure Mountain, there would always be other 10,000-year-old spirit herbs appearing the next time. This added a lot of credibility to the rumor. 100 years was 10,000 years, a year was 100 years, and a month was 10 years. Mu Qinghan revealed a sullen expression. After a while he said, Never mind. It looks like they know the importance of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion and know that the news cannot be leaked. Otherwise, if the city lords found out, we would not even have any scraps to drink. Then, should I inform Wenziren now? After all, we still don't know if he will go with us and cooperate with us. The head shopkeeper asked. Mu Qinghan waved his hand and said, There is no need for now. He will definitely agree. He cannot resist the temptation of the 10,000 treasure tower. If not for the fact that the 10,000 Treasure Tower invited an expert from Zodiac Hall, I really would not be willing to share with him. With one more person working together, he would definitely obtain fewer treasures. Fortunately, there were plenty of treasures in the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. With another person, the benefits would be significant as well. In 2 days, Xiao Chen and Mo Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. Now that Mo Chen's injuries had healed, Xiao Chen naturally thought about refining the Heavenly Origin pill. He looked for the head shopkeeper to borrow the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron from the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and started to make preparations. I'll leave the ingredients here. The rest is up to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After spending 1 million black astral coins, Xiao Chen placed the 10 sets of ingredients for refining the Heavenly Origin pill on the table. Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, "With a nouveau riche like you around, how can there be any pressure? You should go first. It will take at least 2 days before there are results. I won't be of much help here." "Oh, right. Is there really no need to worry about the Mo clan's Starry Cloud Island? Many thanks for your concern. It's fine. I already expected today's situation, so I made preparations in advance. The Mo clan's people will scatter. If the city lord wants to take revenge on the Mo clan, he will definitely be disappointed." Mo Chen controlled the flames as she familiarized herself with the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron. At the same time, she answered Xiao Chen's question. "In the future, if I have the ability to deal with the 8 city lords, I will naturally have a way to gather them." Xiao Chen nodded to himself. This girl really took care of everything. Unfortunately, she was too unyielding. It was hard to imagine that for the sake of blocking the thoughts of others, she would even do something to her own appearance. Actually, with her talent, she could easily join a large sect. She would not have to shoulder everything by herself. The reason the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association saved you this time is likely for the upcoming trip to the Treasure Mountain. Mo Chen changed the topic, voicing her own guess. "I know. There must be some hidden reasons. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association should not lack experts." Xiao Chen nodded, agreeing with Mo Chen's guess. It is good to work with them. Compared to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's reputation are much better. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was the merchant association behind the Lu clan. Xiao Chen had heard Mo Chen mention it before. This merchant association was rather tyrannical, wanting to swallow up the Mo clan several times. Mo Chen ignored it and supported the Lu clan to suppress the Mo clan. Mo Chen did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion at all. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. In the Cloud Sea domain, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were about equal. This time, Mu Qinghan trying to rope him in might have something to do with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Seeing that Mo Chen had already started refining the Heavenly Origin pill, Xiao Chen said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. When refining medicinal pills, one needed absolute silence. Xiao Chen did not like having others around when he refined medicinal pills. Just as he was about to close the door, he thought of something and stopped. "Your Solar True Flame imprint is still in my hands. I'll give it to you now." "There's no need. You can keep it." Mo Chen focused on refining medicinal pills, not even turning her head as she said, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I will chase you out." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and gently closed the door. Then he turned around and said, "I cannot just take the Solar True Flame from you for nothing. The innate beauty nourishing pill in the Compendium of Cultivation should be able to help you." Mo Chen's wound had already existed for too long. Furthermore, it was intentional. The wound merged with the skin and flesh. Regular beauty nourishing pills would find it hard to have any effect. Only the innate beauty nourishing pill could help the other party. There was another way to help the other party. One day, when Mo Chen reached Emperor Wu's strength, she could remove all the scars during the process of reconstructing the golden body. Aside from spending some time and a lot of precious materials, refining the innate beauty nourishing pill was not very difficult. The only thing Xiao Chen worried about was whether the other party would be willing to use it or not. While the two of them were refining medicine, undercurrents were surging in Shattered Cloud City. The news of the 8 young city lords' deaths seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain and causing a huge commotion. As the situation changed, the 7 city lords of Broken Cloud City, Wind Cloud City, Heavenly Cloud City, Fog Cloud City, Chaotic Cloud City, and Frost Cloud City arrived. 7 major characters with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, people who could stir up winds and clouds with just a raise of their hands, worked together and arrived at Shattered Cloud City. All of them had sullen expressions, and the killing chi in their eyes was withdrawn. In the City Lord's residence, these people looked coldly at the Shattered Cloud City City Lord, demanding an explanation. Why were the 7 young City Lords of Shattered Cloud City killed like pigs and dogs in the City Lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City? Even now, the culprit had not been caught. Just as the treasure mountain was about to surface, the 8 young City Lords all died in Shattered Cloud City. This news could not help but make one's imagination run wild. Did the other factions do this on purpose? Within the Cloud Sea domain, the 8 City Lords ruled over the area. However, they were not in a situation where they could cover the sky with one hand. Not only were there strong factions like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association, but they were not much weaker than the City Lord's residence. There were also several peak Great Grandmaster level loose cultivators who did not fear the City Lord's residence. If they worked together, even the blue-robed emperor would have a headache. Furthermore, the name of the main character of this incident, Xiren, spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain like a whirlwind. What kind of person dared to kill the 8 young City Lords in the City Lord's residence, offending the 8 blue-robed emperors in one go? Who gave him the confidence to kill in a fit of rage without the slightest scruple? However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find much information. They only knew that this person had never appeared in the Cloud Sea domain before. They had not heard of this name in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea, either. Xiren. This person was like a meteor that suddenly appeared, descending from the sky with resplendent light and arriving in the Cloud Sea domain. The moment he appeared, he immediately stirred up the winds and clouds, and undercurrents surged. In Shattered Cloud City's City Lord's residence, in merely 2 days, the other 7 City Lords put down their important matters and traveled 5,000 kilometers under the starry night sky. At this moment, in a hall of an even higher standard in Shattered Cloud City's City Lord's residence, 7 people expressionlessly looked coldly at Shattered Cloud City's City Lord, Wang Zhan, who sat in the middle. Little brother Wang, this time, the scions of our clans all died in your residence. You have to give us an explanation. If this drags on, we will not have much patience. Shi Yong, the separated Cloud City City Lord, spoke first, coldly. His son, Shi Feng, had his head exploded with a small saber strike from Xiao Chen. He did not even have a complete corpse. Frost Cloud City's City Lord said, "You did not even catch the murderer. Little brother Wang, how can you be a City Lord?" Shi Yong's son, Meng Xingwen, was in an even worse state. He had been struck by Xiao Chen's punch. 5 Dragon Force, 25,000 tons of force, smashed to smithereens, not even leaving a corpse behind. The other City Lords spoke up one after another, putting pressure on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan had been in the City Lord's position for the shortest time. Among the 8, he was considered the youngest. When they lectured him, they did not hold back at all. Seeing that Wang Zhan did not say anything, Shi Yong said angrily, "Humph! Wang Zhan, we can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the murderer within 3 days and compensate each of us with 5 million black astral coins and 3 islands. Otherwise, just wait to get out of the Cloud Sea domain." Clearly, the 7 had discussed this beforehand. With Shi Yong taking the lead, they all stood up and left with a flick of their sleeves. "Haha, isn't it just a dead son? Do you think I do not know how many concubines you have? You want to use this to threaten me and divide my territory? Your excuse is too lousy." Chapter 1033. Wang Zhan, who had been silent all this time, picked up his teacup just as the group was about to leave. Shi Yong turned his head and said angrily, "Although I have many descendants, not all of them are qualified to be the junior City Lord. Wang Zhan, are you really forcing us to fall out with you now?" "Fall out?" Wang Zhan put down his teacup and smiled. "Do you really have the guts to fall out with me? Even if I have to risk my life, I can still drag one of you down with me." When the few people with surging auras heard this, they felt stifled. If Wang Zhan was determined to die together with them, no one would be able to stop him. The culprit can be caught, and the compensation can be discussed. I was in the wrong in this matter, so I admit defeat. But if you want to extort me, don't even think about it. I, Wang Zhan, am not one to be frightened. Wang Zhan retracted the smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Being able to reach this step and obtain his current status, Wang Zhan was indeed not a coward. Murderer? Humph, it's already been 2 days, and you still haven't even seen the shadow of others, right? Stone Brave mocked. He is hiding in the backyard of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you have the guts, you can rush in at any time, Wang Zhan said indifferently. Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The 9-Tripod Commerce's Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange when Wang Zhan mentioned the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. What's going on? The 9-Cauldron Pavilion is preparing to enter the Cloud Sea Domain? A small place like the Cloud Sea Domain would not catch their eye, right? Heavenly Cloud City's city lord said uncertainly. Others might not know, but these people knew that the 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea Domain, the 9-Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, had huge factions that spanned the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean behind them. If they really wanted to interfere in the Cloud Sea Domain, it would not be their turn to be kings here. If Xiao Chen was really hiding in the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, they would have to think twice before making a move. As soon as the City Lord of Heavenly Cloud City spoke, the other City Lords couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry on their faces. Wang Zhan mocked. How can that be? How can a small place like the Cloud Sea Domain be worth mobilizing Emperor Wu? The Heavenly Starry Ocean is huge. What's going on then? Why would the 9-Cauldron Merchant Association suddenly make a move and save that person? Wang Zhan waved his hand. Don't ask me. I don't know either. However, if there is nothing fishy about this, if there is no profit to be gained, there is no way the 9-Cauldron Pavilion would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. I've also received news that the young master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion has mysteriously lured over a group of young outstanding talents from the Southern Sea region. The Treasure Mountain has been peaceful for so many years. I'm afraid that some people have received some news that a great opportunity is about to appear. In the end, Wang Zhan pointed out his own guess. Such a strange movement definitely had something to do with the Treasure Mountain that was about to appear. However, we've all been to the Treasure Mountain before. Aside from finding some 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, the secret treasures in the remnant are of no use to people of our cultivation bases. Could it be the legendary Book of Heavenly Works? They got the news? Or perhaps the entrance to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was discovered. It might even be the burial grounds of the Firely Sect's past sect masters. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the ocean. When the 7 city lords heard the last piece of news that Wang Zhan mentioned, they forgot about the pain of losing their sons. All of them started discussing the discovery in the Treasure Mountain for the 2 merchant associations to make such a move. When Wang Zhan saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart. He knew that this group of people were not here purely because of the loss of their sons. Now that they received news of the Treasure Mountain, their expressions immediately changed. No matter what the news is, without sufficient benefits, the 9-Cauldron Merchant Association will definitely not save Wen Xiren. If the few of you want to kill him, you can go over now. However, if you alert the enemy, you can forget about getting a share of the benefits in the Treasure Mountain. Seeing that the 7 were almost done, Wang Zhan interjected indifferently. Shi Yong said sullenly, we can let him live for a few more days first. A few more days does not matter. Wang Zhan stood up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, good. That way we can talk. We need to kill him. Otherwise, the 8 of us will lose all our face. We need to take revenge for our sons' deaths. There is no need to rush. Whether there is anything in the Treasure Mountain or not, we just need to send people to follow. If there is nothing, we will not lose anything. After the matter is over, I will naturally give everyone a share of compensation. There is no need for us to damage our relationship. Little brother Wang, these words are pleasing to the ears. Let's do that. We will each send a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to lead the team and follow the 2 young masters from afar. We will know what they discovered with one look. In next to no time, the situation where swords were drawn became harmonious and harmonious. Needless to say, it was a great irony. At the same time, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, the young master was discussing with the 2 people from Zodiac Hall. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's young master in the Cloud Sea Domain was called Chen Wenjun. His aura was similar to Mu Qinghan's. However, His eyes had an additional tyranny and coldness, making others wary with one look. However, at this moment, Chen Wenjun did not dare to show any of his tyranny in his words. The reason was none other than the two people speaking to him having a very high status. Everyone in the entire Southern Sea knew about them. At such a young age, they were already peak Grandmaster level martial sages, only one step shy of great Grandmaster level martial sages. In this age of geniuses, these people were undoubtedly outstanding talents. Everywhere they went, they could be called geniuses. Brother Chen, don't lie to us. We came all the way here for the 10,000 treasure pavilion that you mentioned. At that time, we will only pick up a pile of spirit herbs and sage-grade secret treasures. Chen Wenjun quickly said. Don't worry. The news about the 10,000 treasure pavilion is absolutely true. I also have a map of the entrance. Unfortunately, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Mu Qing Han also obtained a map. Furthermore, he found a demonic genius youth to help him. Wen Xiren? We heard that he only killed 8 superior grade martial sages, and he dares to call himself a demonic genius? Any elite disciple of our Sun Palace can do that easily. The Zodiac Hall disciple on the right said with disdain. At this moment, Xiao Chen naturally did not know what kind of waves his cooperation with Mu Qing Han would cause. Furthermore, the 8 blue-robed emperors already had their eyes on him. No matter what the result was, it seemed to be a dead end. I finally succeeded. Currently, Xiao Chen was anxiously refining the innate beauty-nourishing pill. He had not refined medicinal pills for a long time, so his skills were rusty. After he bought the ingredients from the manager, he failed close to 7 or 8 times. Only then did he manage to refine this incredibly precious innate beauty-nourishing pill that could restore one's body to that of 20-odd years old. Actually, it was not just because Xiao Chen's skills were rusty, resulting in such a low success rate. The greater reason was that the innate beauty-nourishing pill was extremely difficult to refine in the first place. It was already very difficult to maintain one's skin and appearance. Furthermore, it had to restore one's skin and flesh from the inside out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was heaven-defying. Simply put, it could restore an old woman's appearance to that of her youth. Compared to the effects of the beauty-nourishing pill, there was a qualitative difference. Fortunately, Xiao Chen used the Immortal Epic's alchemy techniques. If it were the Martial Epic's alchemy techniques, the success rate would be several times higher. 2 days have passed already. I wonder how Mo Chen is doing? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he placed the innate beauty-nourishing pill into the jade bottle. As long as he could refine 1 heavenly origin pill out of 10 sets of ingredients, he would be able to recoup half of the 1 million black astral coins he invested. If he could refine 2, he would be able to break even. If he could refine 3, he could consume 1 and auction the remaining 2. Then, he would be able to recoup the 1 million black astral coins he spent. Of course, this was the best outcome. There was also a tragic one. If he failed all 10 refinements, not only would he lose everything, but he would also have to delay his recovery of strength. This was how alchemy was. Even the strongest alchemist could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once the refinement failed, the alchemist would not bear responsibility. The person requesting the alchemy pill would be responsible for the losses. Xiao Chen prayed for a while. Then, he walked over to Mo Chen's room anxiously. He could not help his nervousness. Right now, he had already reached a bottleneck. If he could not reform his law energy, he would find it hard to improve his strength. He would waste a lot of time. If he could reform his law energy, his strength would improve greatly, and he would be reborn. Xiao Chen knocked on the door and stated his purpose. Come in, young Master Wen. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mo Chen's tone was not relaxed. She waited for me for a long time and finished so early. Could it be that they all failed? Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. The Heavenly Phoenix medicine cauldron was no longer there. The manager must have taken it away. There were 10 jade bottles on the table. They were all sealed, so Xiao Chen could not see what was inside. How was it? Did you succeed? Xiao Chen asked anxiously. Mo Chen stared at Xiao Chen with guilt in her eyes. Xiao Chen's heart instantly turned cold. 10 sets of ingredients. I prepared 10 sets of ingredients, but I still failed. It looks like I have to find a Grandmaster alchemist. However, Xiao Chen's mental state had already reached a certain level. This setback would not make him too depressed. Furthermore, He had the alchemic recipe. There was no need to worry about not recovering his strength. Smiling bitterly, Xiao Chen consoled Emo Chen. It's fine. 1,000,000 black astral coins is nothing. If you failed, so be it. Emo Chen lowered her head and said softly, Sorry, I overestimated my ability. 10 sets of ingredients, and I only succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills. It's fine, it's fine. What? You succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills. This startled Xiao Chen. However, Emo Chen had already raised her head,